never got a red flag work into their favour. They finished 15 laps down. Sorry, not 15 laps down. 8 laps down. Eventually, I'll learn to count. But respectively, well within range of the much faster and more aggressive teams. And there was the unfortunate DNF of the Wheel Racing team that was taken over by what looked like the Lightning Speed Motorsport team of Jason Greeno, Mitch Behaven, I believe, and Ming Dynasty. They retired nearly 4 hours into the race. I think there was technical problems at play as well. And I believe the third part of the streaming coverage is now up and available, and it is time to cross over to that so that we can continue our broadcast here for the GTPlanet Endurance Series for the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours with GT3 and GT300 at the wheel. We will see you in part 3 on the other side of this.
Yeah, as well, we're now watching Onboard the what is this? The Venator racing car, and who is that up ahead? That is the Green Hell Heathens Nissan GTR. Excuse me, sorry, just had to sneeze quickly there. Yeah, so the Venator racing car. Closing up, they looked closer at the beginning of the lap. They've lost some time with that car, though.
So that's Berner in the Venator car and WTF Man in the. Their previous laps were 2:18.7 for Berner and 2:20.2 for WTF Man, so he should be closing at a good 2.5 per lap. So we should see him come a little bit closer towards the end of this lap. He made a lot of that time in the final sector, but he lost 0.8 of those sectors, so he's had a pretty poor run through the source as far as I can tell, to have caused such a time gap. Oh, excuse me.
Alright, part 2 should be off now, and everyone should hopefully be with us on part 3 of the stream. Thank you for joining us in the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
I know there is somebody who's driving right now trying to listen to the stream and is very disappointed that part 2 has changed, so they now have to go wait to the next pit stop to then get the third part of the stream up and running. Does WTF Man pit? WTF Man does pit, but crucially, GTB legend in the Venator racing car, he too wants his lap back. WTF Man is doing a driver swap, so we expect to see EOL in that car. Pasm round the outside. Will he go over and under? Tries to get a better run down the hill in towards the source. It's side by side. I think the Valerian car's ahead. No, it's completely equal. No, I'm wrong again. He's ahead, and he's managed to pull it and get it complete done before Eau Rouge. Fantastic driving. That is excellent. Excellent. Oh, Berner gets a great run out of the top of Radion, maybe a bit much curb, and I thought he was going to have a run back down this next straight, but he's not tucked into the slipstream and has not got enough of an overspeed to get it done. Going to take some crazy braking. No, he backs out for Lecoum, and that's one lap back for the Avalarion team. They'll be very happy to take that back. They've been fighting tooth and nail with these guys all season, and EOL does indeed. We will see how fast the Green Hell Heathens machine can go now. I believe their quickest lap that we have to date is RCB 929's 1:17.6. So we'll see how that pans out for him. If we now look at GT300, Tyrrell Agra must have had a pit stop there because he has a 2:57.1, Push the DZ at 2:24.7, TNL Philo 2:22.6, Tanky 2:23.9, and Mustard at 2:23.4. So he was losing time earlier, but he appears to be making it back now. We're just consistent running in the 2:23s and letting his more fancied rivals do 2:22s, but then also drop to the 2:24s.
Yeah. Just referring back to this battle, I believe these two cars are no, that's a GT300 car because I did see the TNR Nismo car up ahead, not too far away. I don't know if they've pulled out their gap slightly.
Slightly. He's only just at the chicane, and these guys are coming through. Yeah. The gap between them is something in the region of 10 seconds. As EOL is now leaving pit lane. You would like to say, yes, the gap between them is something in the region of 10 seconds between the GTR Nismo team and the Avalarion team, and slightly more than that for the GTR Nismo to Venator team. So Venator now on the same lap as GTR Nismo, and I believe now only one lap ahead of the Avalarion team, who with GTP Pasm at the wheel are not going to take this line down. They will fight all the way to the end. Lineface does a 2:17.862 on that previous lap, which is, I believe, his fastest so far. I will now
Actually,
now
while
tweak
you're
that.
taking a look at the timing and scoring, question from GTP Kane, could you have the gap between the 42 and 33?
42 and 33. So that is the
I believe that is Glenals and Pasm.
That's going to be an interesting one. 110 plays 22. I believe the gap is 50 seconds in favor, assuming that Pasm is in the lead, that is 50 seconds in the favor of Pasm. If Pasm is indeed trailing Glenals, I will get back to you on the gap in a moment, using the lap times to try and work this one out. So 50 seconds. So roughly 1 minute and 40 if Glenals is in the lead, or only 50 if Pasm is in the lead. I will just make sure that my maths is indeed correct with hard data. It's a question of who you believe is ahead on track. It is 1 minute 30 for if Glenals is leading, he leads by 1 minute 30. If Pasm is leading by about 50 seconds. As Pasm does a 2:17.7 on that last lap to Glenals' 2:18.7. So I think at the moment the faster car is GTP Pasm. However, wait to find out. Smith asking what the gap between the 68 and the 32. I'm not sure he actually wants the 68 and 32. However, the GTP, the WRS North America car would actually be within range for them. I'm not sure how many laps it is, so we require a little bit of imagination here. Where is Bambi? Bambi is there, and Push the DZ is there. I would need to know how many laps are between the two. And I should also look at the last timing update to know who's ahead. Okay, so according to the stream tower and the chat, it is indeed 42 ahead. So that means they lead Pasm by 1 minute and 30 seconds. And that would put the Reaper Online Racing car very close to one lap behind the Venator car as Tiana Philo pits. That's his second stop in 30 laps.
All right. Actually, just something interesting to note. Last year's Spa-24 was won by a BMW Z4, which I believe was driven by the... No. Wait. Excuse me, I probably got that wrong. I think I got that wrong. Give me a second here. Getting my information all mixed up. Let's
In the meantime, we have the Avalarian car, GTP Pasm, closer at EOL, who has wasted no time and has set a 2:19.1 straight away, moving up into 6th on the timing boards. Only 5 tenths behind Burner the Legend with a 2:18.6, but Pedro will be working very hard to try and stay ahead of Pasm as they do battle up the Camel Straight after Eau Rouge and Radion. I think Pasm got a better run through there, and he should have the ability to get past TR down the Camel Straight into Lecum. And he's gone to the outside. Will the Audi have enough horsepower? Yes, comfortably. He had much better run through Eau Rouge, and it's really paid off for him. Pedro, not 100% in that car maybe just yet. A little bit cold, as it is something in the region of 9 in the morning for him, and not had a good night's sleep with all the nervous energy about the results of this race.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So did you find what you're looking for, Future?
Yeah, sorry. I did get it wrong. It was actually a Nissan GTR that won this race last year, if I'm reading these right.
Who drove
and it was driven by the Bitter Rivals racing team, actually. So those guys
Did it
coming in.
rain in biblical portions the entire time?
Unfortunately, I don't. Oh wait, here we go. Weather report. No, absolutely no rain from. Oh no, a greasy track for 3 hours.
I recall there was a red flag somewhere.
Yes, there was. That was at the end.
Radio. And it was particularly comical based on Tina Philo falling asleep in the middle of that red flag and being unable to be roused. I believe YouTube footage exists of that somewhere. Go look it up. I'm pretty sure the TNR members will be happy to provide you with links to that because it embarrasses Philo, and that's what they all enjoy doing, taking the mickey out of each other.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to see. The fastest lap at that race was a 2:15.7, so I think the cars have been slightly slowed down for this year versus what they were running last year.
Okay. The Green Hell Heathens car of Pedro EOL not letting Pasm escape, running with him. And he was 2:19.2 to Pasm's 2:18.0, but it appears that Pasm is towing EOL along and getting him a nice rhythm to work from for the next 4 hours. EOL change in not too long ago, did we? If I'm not mistaken, I would expect him to run 4 hours and then RCB to run the final 4 hours. So it's going to be a very long night for our friend Brian down in the Green Hell Heathens car, as he's going to have to be up all night and into the next morning in order to finish that race. So probably getting a nap or getting a lot of energy drinks going.
Yeah, probably. No, he's he knows what he's doing, and I think if he can get in the car as many times as he possibly can, he'll do it.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Getting in the car as much as possible. Would you like to race on no practice? Yes, I don't care. I'm just technically all the 24 hours. Barely.
I mean, also, I think Brian's. He had, I think, to start with, he had Evolution and COD Demon with him on the team, and he lost both of those guys. He did get EOL, but losing 2 people that he's worked very closely with the entire year, within the span of a week, essentially, is pretty tough, and yet he's still out here, taking the car as fast as he possibly can take it.
So the Green Hell Heathens would have been the Inferno Hell Heathens or the Green Inferno Heathens?
I think at one point there was an offer to get me into the Green Hell Heathens car. Kind of wishing I took it. It would have been the Inferno Squad in the Green Hell Heathens car, yeah. Oh well.
And then the TRL squad would have been somewhere else. No, there would have to be an Inferno car to have the TRL drivers in it, so then have the Inferno drivers in a
Yeah,
different
there
car
you go.
altogether.
No one's in their own cars.
And with the number of TNR drivers, they have a TNR car and then a non-TNR car. Still full of TNR drivers anyway. The number of those guys that are floating around. Let's see, the lap times 2:23.1 from Mustafa versus 2:22.9 for DZ and 2:22.2 for Agro, as Glenn Owls pits for the 6th time in 80 laps. So he's due out of the car very soon, potentially one more half-hour stint from Glenn Owls before we need to see someone else, or he'll have violated the 4 at any 6 rule. If I'm not mistaken, yes, because 80 laps is 200 minutes, which is just over 3 and a bit hours. Now we see the push the DZ, I believe, for the number 68 Swift Autos.
Last
I'm guessing, because I'm CRZ and dark. It's not in fluorescent orange or white. And if I'm not wrong, he's chasing he's chasing the Venator car. For a minute there, I thought I was looking at the delayed feed because I couldn't figure out what he was chasing. Like, oh no, I've done it again.
Oh wow, time flies. It's already 1:15 here a.m.
This afternoon has lasted forever from my point of view, and I've actually really enjoyed the fact that the race hasn't escaped me like a Le Mans 24 hours traditionally does, where it takes forever to get going and then suddenly it's halfway and then all of a sudden it's a quarter to go and you don't know where that last 6 hours went and you're left lamenting the battles that longer happening. But this race has been full of excitement the entire way through, and it's every like something different.
Yeah, no, I don't know about the Le Mans 24. I remember every second of that. That was pretty tiring. I think I was up all night. I did my stint, and then I was essentially trying to keep RCB and Evolution from killing themselves out on the track.
I was referring to the actual race for some reason.
Oh,
I don't know why. I think it's because we're not part of it when you're sort of spectating it. Because I was able to watch as much of that race as I could get my hands on, and yeah, it sort of passed me by. But considering we're part of this, we're actually really enjoying it more. Oh, as the Ruse car makes a dive on the that's contact on your bike, son. That's poor from Mustafa. It doesn't pit stop and then turns around danger zone. That was half a move. That's poor.
He hasn't let the Swift Autosport car back by, has he? No, he hasn't.
No, he is not. He is ahead of the Swift Autosport. He stopped and then decided to keep driving.
Oh dear.
But that's poor. That's definitely avoidable contact, at least a warning, and I think that'll be their 5th warning, so it would be a 1-minute stop and hold for those guys, and they did not need that in their battle with Swift Autosport. So Danger Zone playing some mind games there to cause penalties to his nearest rivals, seemingly without getting damage. I'll wait for the Swift guys to post in the YouTube chat to let us know if he indeed did get damage or not, but from my point of view, he does not have damage. However, he probably is very, very angry right now.
Oh yeah, he's been, I think that's the 2nd time or 3rd time he's been hit this stint even. So I don't think
he did come out early and then gets punted, and I believe Pasm is again in the pits. That's too early. That's his 5th stop in 64 laps, and EOL is now ahead of Burner the Legend with a 2:18.319. He's only 7/10 off RCB. Jono asking if he did just see that. I think he did. Here, I might have been entirely unpolitically correct, and I don't know. Pasm's finally leaving the pits there. I thought he'd been in there for almost too long. EOL No, not what I was looking at. Danger Zone's last lap was a 2:31.8, so he lost 10 seconds there. Mustafa did a pit stop and 10 seconds. Not see a avoidable contact there because he has just run into the back of a driver in the same car, so it's not exactly like they have different braking capabilities. As the Danger Zone's car is just quite low on fuel, so it actually is in pretty good nick. There's a little bit of banter in the chat. Pubs wants to have the rest of the GT 300 laps, and that's what you'll have. On the last lap, TRL Agro was a 2:25.5, push the DZ 2:31.8 with that spin. TNR Philo is 2:22.4, Tanky 1 2:23.2, and Mustafa with a 3:00.7. Most of those are well off their bests, except for Philo and Tanky, who have just been sort of plucked first sector, so he's had a moment somewhere, and no one has noticed. And Jono claiming that there was no uproar when Ized took him out. I don't recall what happened or when it happened, so I apologise for the lack of uproar. I would like to be fair, balanced, and neutral in my uproar levels for various incidents, but that one looked just a bit too clumsy.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that it's being caught on camera. If something wasn't caught on camera, there's this. Unfortunately, we don't have replays in this, the way the series is run, so.
The bomb is asking for best laps, and I will give them to him. And bad news for him is he is not fastest, and that'll be very soul crushing for him. We know of. I'll have to go by team because I'm retaining all of the information for the teams as opposed to the drivers. As Tanky pits, I don't see any damage, so I'm just going to run with that. So TNR Nismo has a 2:17.086. This is actually behind the Venator Racing of the Z4 with a 2:16.735. In third place on the fastest lap board is the Reaper Online Racing car with 2 minutes 17.450. Directly behind them is the Avalarion Racing team with 2:17.472. And behind them is the Green Hell Heathens car with 2:17.654. Very closely followed by the Bitter Rival Racing car of 2:17.806 that I know has been done by Lionface. And bringing up the back is the Dean 171. Those are the best laps since I have been in the room, and that does not include any of the daytime running before I joined the room, which is when the track was in theory faster, as I have the fastest lap showing as 2:16.440 for TRL Evolution, which apparently happened in the twilight when the track still had a lot of temperature. As it is now 7:22 in the morning in Belgium time, and the track is still quite dark. We're yet to see the sun poke through the horizon as we face towards the final chicane towards turn 1 at La Source.
Oh, as I believe there is a penalty. Can't see exactly who it is for. Let me check my stream. It's the 67.
Straight to penalty. Yeah, so the race on Oscar has indeed actually been given a penalty for that. Okay. It felt at least a warning. I guess that's fair enough. So Five Zygon in the pits, DZ in the pits, and Mustafa also in the pits. I think that's their first one, so that'll be a 30-second hold, and DZ makes it a driver change. With 7.5 hours to go, they are one driver change from home after this. So I suspect you'll see Storm Pacer back in the car as I'm definitely not getting back in with my connection as it is. I'm not risking ruining their race now that they've done so much work to restore it. And it's a little bit slow for a driver change. Yep, Storm Pacer 17 has joined the room.
Right.
I'll expect to see him to 4 hours to go. As the 67 is now released, that was a 30-second stop and hold for that incident. I don't think that... They should be okay with that as well. Did it say warning or did it say penalty? It is penalty, so I don't know if that counts as a warning. We'll see. And I'll let you know when Storm Pacer has joined. Tina Filo putting in green sectors in the last two. He did 22.5 on that previous lap. This is going to be a half-decent one if he can nail this last sector, coming into the chicane all by himself. No pressure, Darren, no pressure. Don't make any mistakes. He and Agro are swapping sector times. Agro's last lap was a 21.9, and Philo's is a 22.0. So those two are now in their little happy hour. Philo unable to beat the 22.003 that was posted earlier on today with his 22.083. Storm Pacer is now on track and in the garage. And he's away. Oh, he must have had one of the first garages, so that's going to be a bit nasty for him to try and take a stint photo there. He appears to have got away cleanly. However, he's right in front of EOL in the Green Hell Heaton's car. As we cut to an angle going up into Eau Rouge, I don't know what happened.
Oh.
He let EOL through way up the hill. Okay. And we're now on board with apparently the Race on Oz car. Still driven by Mustafa, and we'll have to look how his pace trend. Agro and Philo both doing personal best second sectors. Hopefully to see some improvement out of those guys as they begin the march forward with the warm temperatures.
Ooh,
Who did the...
That was the Endurance Experience car, I think.
That was Tanky's. You thought it was a white car, and I didn't think it was the Venator car. I don't know if that was a spin. Oh, he's got damage. He's got rear left damage. So he might have had a spin and bumped the wall. The car's wobbling a fair bit, so that probably happened earlier in the lap. Yeah. Reduce the rear spring. Reduce the rear extension. Oh, he's continuing on. So. He's battling on, it seems, with the damage to his car. So to his credit, he's sticking to his strategy and making it work. But I think I might be giving him setup tweaks a little bit too late. He's done 70 laps already, so he'll be out of the car anytime soon. With that being nearly 3 hours in the car, which is a great stint. That mistake there in the... Yeah, it looks like he's made that mistake coming through Stavilo, so it's affected his Sector 2 and Sector 3 times. His last lap was at 2:32. He lost 5 seconds in the second sector, another 4 in the last, so that is entirely explaining his pace. Yeah, and his first sector goes straight back to normal, so he must have been a spin coming through there somewhere, which has cost him. I was about to be very excited by Storm Pacer putting down 3 green boxes, and then I realised that was his first time lap. Of course, they're going to be green boxes. Oopsie. It's a 2:29 out, so that's pretty good. Actually, we were doing 2:20. It depends what box you're in, I guess. Never mind.
Yeah.
Last lap for TRL Agro was a 2:21.5.
Oh, wow.
5-1. Respond 22.420. Agro still 0.6 off his sunny best. Philo only 0.4 off, so battling, but not battling too hard. Storm straight away with a 39.7 first sector, which is exactly the same as Tanky and a little bit faster than Mustafa, so very much on par with the Subaru BRZs all around him. He's got a long stint to get home, as it is indeed very early UK time. It'll be 5 in the morning. For him, no, 5:30 in the morning. That is correct.
Oh dear, I think we've still got some ways to go before sunrise.
What time is sunrise in Belgium?
Well, today it's supposed to be in real life. It's supposed to be 8:03 a.m.
My lord.
And race time it's what 7:30? No, 6:30.
It's 7:29 right now.
Oh, 7:29. Okay.
Mustard does a 2:24.0, matching Tanky's 2:24.1. Those two are very close on track. Now Tanky is chasing Mustafa by the look of things. TRL Agro does a 2:22.5 on that previous lap. And Pazin with a 2:17.7, right behind Zygon's 2:18.3. So those two are very close on track. Pazin is starting to make inroads. As we sort of stop paying attention for a few moments, now they're just starting to work their way back into this race once again. 2:22.173 for Tina Philo.
That's the Venator car. Big spin.
That's big spin, but no damage, I think, for Burner the Legend.
Just went wide at
Yeah, no damage. Yeah, hit that curb, I guess. That could have very easily been a damage and an unforced.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can just get a replay of it on the replay camera. Here we go.
For us, it's the replay camera.
Yeah, for us, it's the replay camera. Yeah, I just sort of mounted the curb on the entrance and then, yeah, went too wide. Very lucky not to hit any walls, though. Very nice that corner. It can be very forgiving because you've got so much runoff around there.
Yeah, good call. It was only a 2:24.9 for Burner, so he only lost 5 seconds there at most. Seth Hill in commentary. We have Rishav Coleslaw. Damn it. The better known as Future F1, and myself, Adrian Poit, better known as Stinks DC or Lags DC, in my better moments. I'm going to keep mentioning that to the next because it's not going to stop being funny.
I expect to see you at 6 Hours of Ascari as Lags DC.
I need to, if there's a preseason test, I'll show up at because I think AJ will let me get away with that one. Otherwise, he'll be saying, "Who is this Lags DC?" I know it's a joke name, but it's not the name of the registration form. Penalties for you, so I'd rather not risk it. And if I had shown up today with that username, it would have been incredibly apt, and that would have been not nearly as fun for the poor guys at Swift who spent the last 12 hours trying to fix what I've done to their race. I think at the last update they were reading in second place, still behind the Dragon Razor Racing team, who've been in the lead since about the 5th hour. I need to look back, it might be earlier, but we are moving on with more race. Who's getting close on track? Okay, so 5 Zygon is now directly ahead of Pazim, who has Burner the Legend directly in front of him. So it's Burner, Zygon, and then Pazim all in a nice queue. So the pit stops for the GTR Nismo car is what's keeping them on that cusp of 1 lap down. But if Venator keep making mistakes, they might be able to get back the lead with 7 hours remaining. It would take a lot of mistakes there.
Yeah, it would.
On?
Hopefully we get an eye on this battle. What are we watching? I think we are actually here. We're on board with the Venator car. Yeah. I didn't realize that.
Catching someone, I think 300. I can't tell which though.
Swift, I think. Yeah, that looks like the Swift car.
Yes, that will be. His last lap was a 2:23.7 for the guys down at Swift who are concerned. That still leaves him slowest of all the GT300 cars, but he's only had 2 flying laps. And he's now got the 2 blue flags. It'll be 3 very quickly after that, followed closely by GTP Chasm.
Yeah.
There you go. The current leader, Burner the Legend, followed.
There we go. So the battle is up. Wow, that GTR is very, very close to the back of the Z4. And down the inside, Puan, I think? Yeah, that's Puan. Oh, nice
Around the
battle here
outside
as...
for Dragon.
Oh, nice.
Amazing.
Just pushing him, I think just squeezing him on the apex there. Burner really had nowhere else to go.
Losing grip. That first curve is so deceptive. You think, oh, I'll just put a wheel on it, and then you find yourself with no grip and sideways.
Oh, yeah.
Pasm now will want to keep trying to get past this BMW, but they can't not, because the tyre is just his lap back as well. Their pit strategy is really hurting them because they have to keep trying to get past this BMW, but they can't not, because the tyre is just too great. The Z4 has got some magic going on. Is it setup? Is it driver? Is it just the car's natural balance? We'll never know, because I suspect the Venator guys will never tell us. As he pits, Berner pit, that means he will now be 40 seconds behind Zygon and Pasm on track, which in the scheme of things means that the lead will be down to 1 minute and 40 seconds from the 2 minutes 20-ish for one lap.
All right. So things are really heating up here. In this stint alone, I think Zygon has closed in quite a bit of time on Burner the Legend there in the Venator car.
Doing what he did in the LMP3 race at Pinaseko the other week as well, actually. I believe Zygon was in the car at the same time Burner was, and Zygon made rather minced meat of him. However, to Burner's defense, he only did get in the car about 2 days before the event because of his event, because of the way the Ruse guys found out they didn't have any drivers very, very late in that race. In the words of DeBot, the overtake was around the outside, which is actually very impressive considering.
Yeah, oh wow. I think it was a lot tighter than it ended up looking, though.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, if it looks easy on the stream, it's definitely not easy.
Yeah.
But really, this is Tiana Nismo's only shot at getting back in on the lead lap and getting another shot at win. Like they put in a lot of effort, like as every team does. They've been absolutely driving like maniacs trying to get this thing to go as fast as its competitors have. And to be less than a lap down with 7 hours to go, and they're making ground right now, they've got a sniff, and you don't give a team like Tiana Nismo a sniff of anything, because they will be on you before you realize it.
Yeah. Oh wow. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what Venator's plan is for the rest of the race. Essentially, I think Burner just got into the car. No.
Yeah,
He's been
Burner
in the car for a while.
Yes, Burner has been in the car for 58 laps, so he will be out very soon, I think, to be replaced by, I'm going to suspect, Andromeda and Griffin, as Evolution was in the car previously, and I suspect Griffin will want to be in the car for one of these final 2 stints, as Lionface pits for the 3rd time in 54 laps. However, I've no idea. Griffin may have a different plan down there at Venator to then run Andromeda and then again Evolution, because he can, as the times are a little bit better for Andromeda, who's, I believe, Spanish, and Evo, who's Swedish.
Mm-hmm.
So he may end up putting those 2 back in, and he may have already gone to bed, decided the race was over. But it's not over by a long way, and I doubt. Last laps, 2:17.5 for Zygon, 2:17.4 for Pasm, 2:21.7 for Lionface on a pit in, 2:18.6 for Glenhouse, 2:19.3 for EOL, 2:49.3, which was an outlap for Burner, and a 226 for Bambi. In GT300, we have TRL Agro with a 222.5. Tino Philo with a 222.1, still unable to break the 22 barrier. Tanky did a 224.7, Mustafa did a 223.8, and Storm Pacer a 223.5. Storm still unable to beat Mustafa's best so far in this stint.
Well, watching the Avalarion car, I believe. Yeah, that's the Avalarion car right now.
There should be a Nismo Nissan just in the distance.
Yeah, just out of shot. I think we saw a flash of it. There we go.
Here it is. Yep. And EOL with on the 15th end of 15 laps, so he's doing an awkward length stint somewhere in the region of 37 minutes. So I'm not sure what the plan is there at GH. Maybe they're going to an awkward stint length that we haven't seen so far. Because it seems most people have been running to 3.5 or 4 hours. They might have to be trying to get to something like 3 hours 15 or 3 hours 20 to make their strategy work for putting RCB in for the end. As I suspect we will see RCB back. He can't resist it. Can't resist.
Oh yeah, no. I think he's one of the strongest finishers in the series. I think something that comes to mind was the Daytona 24. I think we were I'm gonna say a number, and it might even be smaller than what it actually was, but I think we were something like 6 laps down on a certain team. I think it was SSR Motorsports, and he closed that all in a 4-hour period.
Bunny Chance was Tino Philo.
I believe he was.
Driver's seat, and also because what we learned that day is the deltoing in the rain is hard, and you should never drive the deltoing on a controller. And I was just about to ask you to do a rundown of the drivers list, and I was even going to say before AJ can sneak in with an hourly update, and there is one straight away. I didn't get the chance. He's telepathic, man. He's telepathic. This is weird.
He just knows. I feel like he's already got them prepared. I think he knows the result already. He's just got them ready for when things start to dull down.
He's running them ahead of time. Bambi in the pits. That's his second stop in 38 laps.
All right. I think that, yeah, that sounds about right.
And we'll answer HP's comment, which was, can I get an update on everything, where everything is at? How are my boys doing? He's also confirmed RCB will be back.
All right.
That was terrible because he's dead.
Oh, boy. Yeah, just an update. The Green Hell Heathen's currently running in 6th place, I believe. Not running too strong, but I think they're not too far behind the number 43 car.
Let's do a full rundown then.
Actually, yeah, we have the full rundown. I'm just thinking about that now.
Right over there, mate. You're entering me 8 hours ago territory.
Well,
take us away,
almost 2 a.m. GT3? Alrighty then. Venator Racing, again, in the lead still. Don't know how many times we've said that this stream. At this report, the TNR Nismo car was 1 minute and 52 seconds behind the Venator car. I believe since then the gap has shrunk significantly. In third was the Reaper Online Racing car, 2 laps down. And on the same lap as the Reaper Racing car was the Avalarion, the number 33. 5th place was the Bitter Rivals Racing, the 43 car, 4 laps down on 411 total laps. On 410 laps was
Pasm is current. Mike Pasm has now passed Bambi through. Pasm has passed Bambi through Puon. They were side by side there for a moment.
Oh, all right.
Right, as you were, right?
Yeah. So sixth place is the Green Hell Heathens on 410 laps, and seventh place on 401 laps is WRS North America. Would you like to go over the GT300?
Yes, I will. In GT300, once again, and not for the last time, we hope, we'll be saying that the Dragon Razor Racing, number 61 for the IS350, with Future F1, Sinister Play, Skater 913, and TNR Philo at the wheel, is leading GT300 with 402 laps. We're still not quite sure where the Race on Oz car is due to the garage adjustments messing with our numbers here. So for now, in second place is the Swift Auto Sport, number 68, CZ, better known as Danger Zone, 60C, Storm Pacer 17, Z-Play 24, and Z-Play 24. They are on 396 laps. They are 6 laps down, effectively 6 laps down. They were 5 laps and almost all of a lap down. However, that means they have a 1.5 lap lead over the currently third place in GT300 ORA Racing Team, the number 62 IS350, driven by Nail 27, TRL Agro, UNC Pub 16, and Chris W 93. No, X Chris 93. They are on 394 laps, 8 laps behind the leader. And seeing a lot of 17s and 15s. I don't know if those numbers are entirely correct. That tells me the entire field. Oh, that's minutes. I'm not being particularly clever. I apologize. They are off the lead and 1.5 laps off the Swift Autosport car. We know incorrectly located, but due to the information we have currently fourth in class, the Race on Oz Racing number 67 Subaru BRZ, driven by Mustafa, N64 the Stig, Saved, and Warrior 2167. They are on 389 laps. We can see about 8 laps being added back to their score, so they can be probably at 397. And so they are somewhere right on top of the Swift Autosport car, and bring at the rear after a myriad of problems, technical infringements, and a limp home mode, I believe, that was pretty costly, is the number 64 Endurance Experience in the Subaru BRZ with Bo Albert 6, Bo Albert 6, GTP Famine, Seth 123, and Tanky 1 on 382 laps, just shy of 20 laps off. Worth noting, Tanky 1 and Mustafa are currently both in the pit. Tanky has just messaged sorry over the system, so I'm guessing he has made contact with Mustafa. I don't think he'll have appreciated that. He's lost a lot of time in that final sector. I don't know if I can get there. No, they'll fix the damage now, I think, if there was any. Yeah, the game has fixed the damage, if there was any. But they both seem to have pitted at the same time. Driver change for Mustafa. Yeah. Driver change for Mustafa. So, has he? Yeah, he's now off track, I believe. As Storm Pacer does a 2:22.6 on that last lap. So he's just gone quicker than Mustafa, and now Mustafa's had enough and he's gone. We're about to see who rejoins Warrior to come back in, or Saved. It is Warrior because Saved was in the car.
Yeah.
So Warrior 2167, Bruise are cutting loose with 7 hours and 10 minutes remaining. Bruise are making their play for the championship in this moment. It is now up to Storm Pacer 17 and Push the DZ to try and bring that car home, fighting Warrior, as Glenhouse is now in the pits for a drive change at the end of 95 laps. Wow! That's a long time in the car. That is a lot of running for the GT Academy finalists. I'm not entirely sure who we expect to see back in. I think we had Kane last, so potentially time for Clark. I suspect you're updating the current driver list right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're all coming through very rapidly. And it's GTP Kane.
It's Kane already.
So Kane has joined. We've seen a couple of driver swaps here. Now, the game doesn't like it when we do this, and it's very important to notice that TNR is ahead of Burn the Legend on track. So they are within 1 lap. As the Avalarian car now comes into the pits, Pasm's in the pits. Is that going to be a driver change as well?
I don't believe
Surely
so.
not. 6th stop in 76 laps. He's done a fair stint.
I think he'll be doing one more, though.
I agree with that analysis, as it would, in theory, give up his position to GTP. Not GTP. The Venator car. Venator is about to come across the line and join the track, so that's good, that's working. And GTP Kane has now joined the track as well, so we're still continuing on, fighting along. This is going to be amazing.
Sorry, just some things going on in the chat here.
Rightio, so Pasm is indeed still ahead of Bernard Legend, so after a pit stop he's still ahead, which is critical to note, as Zygon was right in front of Pasm, so they'll both retain. They will retain their lead if they can take a pit stop. However, a driver swap would take too long, so they're going to have to find a way to try and make back some time. Although Bernard the Legend has only been in the car 8 laps fewer than Zygon, I think they both need 2 more stops to the finish, 2 driver swaps, that is. I believe they need 2 more driver swaps to the end of the race. So
yeah, so interesting.
Warrior and okay, I'm like, oh, I see green sectors. It's for the 2 guys on their first lap again.
All right.
The stream now showing Burn of the Legend in the Venator car, the race-leading Venator car, as the stream decides to scare me by not moving.
Oh, yep, it's frozen on all ends. That's not
That's
good.
okay. It's still running down here. Yeah, everything's working. We're okay. So I shall continue to commentate. And he's now running up towards Blanchimont, and I think I see, yes, it's Tanky 1 in the distance in the Endurance Experience BRZ. He's closing on him, and he'll probably catch him up through Eau Rouge on the Camel Straight. And there we go. We've got pictures back again. Tanky 1 is chasing Push the DZ in the other Subaru PRZ for Swift Autosport, the number 68. Big oversteer moment on the way out of there for Burn of the Legend with a 2:19.212. I've just worked out a brilliant method of getting actual individual drivers' lap times. I will go do that right now. As Tina Philo, at last, 2:21.996. He's done it. He's broken it, broken the 2:22s. So I will give you a rundown of the fastest laps for each driver. If you can log these, that'll be fantastic.
Oh, let me...
Tina Zygon.
Zygon?
Zygon has a 2:17.327, 3/10 off De Bomb's best lap. GTP Pasm has a 2:17.382. So those two
that's not
were separated by 600ths of a second. Yes, Pasm was a 17.382 and Zygon was a 17.327. So those two are right on top of each other.
Here we have logged. We have logged here that Pasm's fastest time is a 2:17 dead.
Okay, so he has gone quicker. He has definitely gone quicker earlier on in the race. Lionface is at 2:17.806, which I believe is the British Rivals Racing's best time overall. Pedro Eowell is down to 2:18.319, and that I don't think is as quick as RCB going earlier, but Eowell getting his eye in really for this second half of the race for him. Burn of the Legend is at 2:18.627, so he's lost at at most a second and a bit per lap to the Valerion. Oh wow, and Valerion and TNR Nismo team very close to push the DZ through the corner before Blanchimont, taking as much slipstream as he can and cutting very late. That seemed almost unnecessary, but no harm, no foul there. GTP Bambi has a 2:19.171, which I believe is WRS's best lap. TRL Agro is at 2:21.551, and that is not quite as well fast as he's gone early in the day. We know TNR Philo's best lap is a 2:21.996, as that's what he did just moments ago. Tanky One's best lap is 2:22. And that's in least when he's been the car with me. Storm Pacer, a 2:22.687. Not pushing the DD, it was Storm Pacer. Who's my bad. And Warrior, who has done a 2:22.982 on his first flying lap. So that's not too shabby at all. But a 2:22.9 is currently the slowest time in GT300, which is not bad at all. Kane's first flying lap is a 2:18.989, and I believe it is time for me to leave the timing screen to someone else, as TRL Agro comes into the pits for a regular stop, I believe. So I will let Rishev take this one up for you. And
yeah, I believe I'll be just hopping into the lobby after you, and I believe we will be having HP join in.
Yes, we will have the now rested Heathen Bride joining us for the lobby is now yours to play with.
All right, let me just go and run quickly to switch on my PS3.
Oh, I thought it was ready. Never mind. I can still give everyone data. I just worked out how to look at faster slaps. Anyway, turns out you have to go on board with them, and then you can actually see their fast laps to avoid the glitch where it displays the fastest lap of that car, where it's retaining old data, which is actually kind of impressive, but at the same time very annoying. So we're still on board with the Venator car of Burner the Legend, trying his utmost to try and keep the TN lap down as he gets very close to the back of the Race on Oz car, and he runs wide through the final chicane. I'm not sure if he just got a little wiggle on and how much time he lost there. And he's now still behind the Race on Oz car of I believe Mustafa is still in that car. Where's he going to catch him? That might be awkward. And is that the Reaper Online Racing car in the background also lining up to try and get a lap back? Oh, the Burner is having such a horrible time. He's in no way particularly slow, but everyone in the GT3 teams is looking to queue up and get their lap back. Oh, a lot of curb there on the way through O'Radion. 2 wheels on the curb, 2 wheels well off it. Don't know if he lifted, but AJ frowns upon that quite heavily, especially when it's on stream. There's a lot of evidence there against you. He clears the Rouge car going up into Lecum, and now tries to use it as traffic through the second sector. Blocking, very feisty, trying to get him from the Venator racing team. Venator? The Venator BMW. And we are ticking down. We are 1 minute away from 7 hours remaining. We will have completed 17 hours of racing, and we've still got so far to go. It is going to be a fantastic conclusion for the end of this race.
Oh yeah, everyone is the battle in GT3 and GT300 are still so close, and it's it's insane how it's been 17 hours and yet no one's given an inch.
Yeah, it's been incredibly impressive. I think it's probably one of the most competitive 24-hour races we've seen. the Swift is indeed reminding me that it is not Push the DC in the Swift Autosport car. It is Storm Pacer 17. Again, apologies. The in-car camera was showing me the wrong information, and I keep forgetting.
I believe the sky is beginning to become light again.
Apparently, I was what was blocking the sun.
I'm just heading in now to the lobby.
So Future F1 has joined the room and the sun has come out. Coincidence? I think not. So he's bringing the sun to the Dragon Racer Racing team, who've had a fantastic run so far. Definitely not done, as a bit once again using a lot of curve up through Eau Rouge, actually. Not sure if he's lifting or not, but that's not particularly ideal because he's probably got plenty of grip to make it round. So the Dragon Racer guys, they're still fighting Swift Autosport and Race on Oz Racing. Race on Oz Racing with their gun driver now in the car and very close with the Swift Autosport for the championship. This could go all the way to the end of the Tours of Spa-Francorchamps in round 24 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series.
Yeah, I think we are actually we've just been joined by HP. HP, are you with us?
I am now, guys. Hello, everybody. I'm just getting all my technical stuff sorted out, but yes, here I am. First up, massive apologies for my sleeping incident earlier. Not really much else I can say there. Clearly it provided a few giggles, but certainly not what we want. So I do apologise. Won't happen again. Sorry, AJ. But yeah, how's everything been going?
Very well.
Intensely.
Oh,
There's really not much to say other than it has been an absolutely fantastic race. I think the highlight so far has been the TRL Evolution to Bomb battle that lasted a good 20 minutes. Those guys went side by side down the Camel Straight through up to Lake Coombe every lap for 10 laps in a row or so. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, two very good drivers, no doubt about that. Sounds like I missed a good battle there, but that's all right. I'm here now, and let's hope for many more battles just like that. What are the gaps looking like for the top three?
Top two are separated by less than a lap. Well, let Future take that one.
Let me take a quick look at that. Okay. It's about the length, or just under the length of Sector 2 from Burner to Ziggin. So Ziggin is essentially the length of Sector 3 and Sector 1 behind Burner.
She's minute 20 behind. That's
About,
close.
Yeah. As for
17 racing, it's separated by a minute and 20. Good lord.
Kane is not too far behind Ziggin, but I'm not sure if they're on the same lap.
Hitting the Venator car on the stream right now, or is that someone else in the background?
That is Kane behind the Venator.
As the Venator car runs, as the Venator car runs a little bit wide through Pouon, and suddenly there is, from the darkness comes the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes SLS, driven by GTP Kane.
Ooh, in the sun, I can see the sky.
How are we looking at for GT3? The tree seems to be correct. I think I saw on the YouTube chat. Is that correct as it stands?
I believe it is, yeah.
So we've got Dragon Racer, followed by Swift Autosport, and then the number 62 of ORA. What's happened with Race on Oz? I do know that they had some issues, but yeah.
It is correct to the information we have, Mustangs, and as far as we know, that means that 8 of his laps are not being accounted for because he did, I think it was a couple of 4-lap stints. So there's, in theory, 8 laps there that we don't have because he hasn't got the stint photos in yet to prove that he has them. So we just have to wait and see. Swift Smith is asking, what was Storm Painter 17 last lap? Rishav, can you help us out there, or is your PlayStation still not quite there yet?
No, I'm in here. Storm Pacer. Here we go. His last lap was a 223.653, compared to his best lap of a 223.388. Currently listed as the 12th fastest car on in the field right now.
That would mean that Warrior has already surpassed him, going quickly.
Yeah, Warrior is up in 9th position overall. Yeah.
Rightio. With the addition of HP to the commentary booth, I believe I will duck out for a couple hours and then come back for my final stint.
All right.
Lot of season to review and preview. I apologise for that, but the racing was too good. So thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend my entire Sunday watching motorsport and hanging out with some really cool people.
It's been great having you, and I don't think I'll be back for much. I don't think I'll be back for a later stint towards the end of the race. So hopefully I'll be commentating with you next year.
See you then, I guess.
Yeah.
I think I'm meant to replace you at the end of this, but who knows when that'll be.
All right. See ya.
Thanks, Adrian. We'll see you in a bit.
I'll be back.
All right. HP, can you hear me loud and clear?
I've got you loud and clear. I was having some issues there with Adrian's comms. That I'm not sure if that was reflective in the YouTube, whether everybody could hear him, but he was dropping out for me. But no, you're coming through loud and clear. Now you're in the lobby. So how are we looking at for fast laps? Have we had any PBs in the last few minutes since you've been in? What are you seeing in the room?
Yeah, since I was last in, Kane, who just joined the lobby, is on lap 8 right now, just did a 2:18.5 in the Reaper Online racing car. Warrior, just last lap, again on lap 8, so just starting out on a stint, a 2:21.907, so I think already the fastest driver in GT300.
Yeah, you'll see him do better as well. We all know how good that guy is. So watch him very closely. He'll rip out some good laps, definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely. Then you have the likes of TNR Philo and TNR Agro, or TRL Agro, posting 222.3s respective. Both of them posting 222.3. So those two very even on pace. So that's exciting to watch them go after each other.
My stream's just frozen slightly. Yeah, I'm having just a couple of technical issues here, but I'll work through those. How's everybody going in the YouTube chat? Let us know if you have any questions or if you have any opinions on the race so far. We do have some good battles going on out there, so feel free to chime in, guys, and let us know. You can even rate HP's snoring out of 10 as well, if you like.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on.
Did you say it was 8 laps that Race on Oz were missing from stint photo?
Yeah, about 8 laps, I believe, because they had 2 very short stints with garage adjustments that they made.
Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see if their stint photos come in. Hopefully, they haven't been forgotten. Um, the boss won't be happy if that's the case. But Mustafa didn't leave; he left not too long ago. So hopefully, those pics come in, and at the top of the hour, we can get an updated result for them.
Oh yeah. Hopefully that comes soon. Just looking at lap times again, Pasm, according to my screen at least, is well on top, running currently in the 217s. Only guy running in the 217s right now.
I think we've just got an update come through as well, Rishad. So
Oh, halfway.
that's just come through from AJ. I'm just getting my glasses so I can actually read it. I'm getting too old and actually need glasses. So give me a second while I grab them and put them on, and we can run through this for everybody.
Alrighty.
We have got a question of who is in the Swift Autosports car. So while I'm getting my eyesight adjusted, can you let us know who's in their car?
That would be Storm Pacer Storm Pacer 17, I believe. Yes. Storm Pacer 17 is in the Swift Autosports car.
Excellent. There we go. So that was a question from Ryan B. So there you go, Ryan. Now we'll run through the overall classification for the latest results. We have Venator Racing that's the number 36 in the BMW Z4. They have done 434 laps. They are on the same lap as TNR Nismo in the number 44. The Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. Now they are 1 minute 31 down. And then sitting in third place, we do have Avalerion Racing in the Audi R8. They have done 432 laps, so they're 2 laps down, plus nearly 3 laps actually, because looks like there's another minute 59. So they're probably looking like they might be lapped again. And then behind them we have Reaper Online Racing in the number 42 in the SLS. They have done 431 laps. Bitter Rivals Racing on 430 laps. They are 4 laps behind the leader. Team GHH, which is my guys. I do know that Pedro is currently at the wheel, fresh from race camp. We are 5 laps down, plus a minute 44. And then we go down into Dragon Racer Racing in the GT300. They are on 421 laps. Behind them, actually, is another GT3 car, so WRS North America. We'll get to them in a minute. I'm keen to know what's happened to them. They've only completed 420 laps. Swift Autosport second in the GT300. They are in the Subaru DRZ, and they have done 413 laps. So they're significantly behind. There seems to be a massive gap there. Behind Dragon Racer Racing, and then ORA Racing, they are on 413 as well, so they're on the same lap. Race on Oz, sitting at 405, and Endurance Experience. So I'm also keen to know what happened to them. They've done 400 laps. So what's happened with WRS North America first up? Fill me in.
I believe they had a disconnection earlier on in the race, and that sort of set them back. And they just sort of, I don't think they've really had the pace, sort of just keeping up. Yeah, I think they lost quite a bit of time due to the disconnection because there's such a long lap compensation around here. So I think they just haven't made up the time since, and that's why they're still behind the Dragon Razor guys.
Okay, and that would be the same for Endurance Experience. I do remember that they did have some disconnection issues as well. So have they had more than one disconnection, the Endurance Experience guys?
I think they only had one disconnection, but then they had some limp home modes and some lag, I think. So just a bunch of things not going their way.
Yeah,
Um,
no, fair enough. Okay, so there we have it, folks. We've got Venator Racing and TNR Nismo sitting on the lead lap. There is a minute 30 as of these results separating those guys. So not really a lot in it, certainly not after 434 laps. Avalarion sitting in third. They do have a lap up on Reaper Online Racing, but they are 2 laps behind Venator and Nismo. And Dragon Racer Racing seem to be pretty much unstoppable at the moment. I mean, anything can happen, but yeah, they're doing pretty well out there. Absolutely. They are 8 laps up on second place in GT300. So as long as they stay on track and don't have any disconnections, they are looking pretty good.
hmm You know, they've run a pretty near flawless race. Really, no mistakes. I don't think from those guys. So
And there is a championship up for grabs in GT300. So interesting to see what that means for GT300. I might. Have you got the details? Because I actually don't have them. That's probably bad
yeah.
as a commentator, but this isn't my scheduled stint either. But yeah, how's like what's the situation for the GT300 championship?
Essentially, it's I think 3 different teams can win the number 68, 67, or 64. The essentially between the 68 and 67, those guys, basically whoever finishes ahead in those 2 will win the championship. Um, yeah, I think
So
as long as
Dragon Racer can't win.
they
They can
can't
win the
win.
race, obviously, but they cannot win the title. So that leaves us with Swift Autosport on 413 laps, and behind them is ORA. Now they're not in the mix. Did you say the 68, 67, and 64?
Yeah.
Um, so then the next place, next down the list, we've got the number 67 of Race on Oz, and they're 405 laps. So they're 8 laps down. Now, if those 8 laps are accounted for, that makes it, and let's say Mustafa gets his stint picks in, that would make them on the lead lap. So we're going to watch that one very closely, folks, because if they're both on the same lap, then it's incredibly close. But endurance experience, unfortunately, seem to be out of it, sitting at 400 laps and quite a little bit behind. They're going to have some work ahead of them. So looks like a 2-horse race there for now. So let's wait and see if Mustafa can get his stint picks in and we can get an update on that.
Yeah. Just as the Venator Racing guys do a driver change, Burner is out of the car and in comes D. Griffin. So he'll be doing probably a 3 and some hour stint before handing off to, I would assume, one of the TRL boys.
Sorry, mate. I'm just trying to work out some technical stuff here.
No
It's always
problem.
interesting doing it on the fly. You've got half a dozen screens open on your computer, and you've got to talk while you get your stuff sorted out. So always a good laugh, and helps to be awake while you do it. So let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Let's see what we can get from some of our viewers. We've got 26 people watching at the moment, so thank you to everybody for staying with us and certainly bearing with us while we have any of our technical gremlins. But all of these guys, we recognise most of these names, and they're all very keen supporters of the series. So thank you definitely for that, and also for sticking with us. So we'll have a look and see what we've got.
Sorry, it's just Lionface doing a driver change. So it's the Bitter Rival Racing team. As Greasy07 now joins into the lobby and will take over that car.
They've been
And
running with three.
I believe on screen we have a battle for the lead. So this is between D Griffin and TNR 5 Ziggin. So this is big stuff here. This is for the lead of the race, and the TNR car really closing in, and around the outside there, and I think they've done it. Griffin on the curb has no response for the GTR, and that puts TNR 5 Ziggin and the TNR Nismo boys in the lead of the Spa 24 with 6 hours and 39 minutes to go. All right, wow. So let's see if Griffin has a response to this. The Z4, supposedly one of the fastest cars here on the straight. So interesting to see if he can use that straight line advantage and see if he can get back ahead of the GTR. But it looks like it's a good clean pass from that Nissan GTR, and that is the lead of this race.
How are they looking for tyre and fuel, Risha?
The GTR is excuse me one sec. The TNR Nismo car is running tires 9, 9, 9, 10, and just under half a tank of fuel. And D Griffin, having just come out, is on full fuel and brand new tires.
So that's not too bad. They're relatively close together on pitch strategy by the look of it. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So we'll definitely keep watching that closely.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what exactly happens. The Bitter Rivals racing car, though, now getting in the way of TNR 5 Ziggin. As ooh, that's contact. That's major contact there between those two cars. Oh my god, and that is huge. That's Greasy 07 and TNR 5 Ziggin. Contact downhill after the hairpin in sector 2. What happened there? That is, I think Ziggin was just a bit too aggressive trying to get by Greasy, and let me see if I can take a look at what happened on YouTube, because that looked very, I don't know. Yeah, Ziggin just lost the back end and ran into Greasy, and I don't believe. I'd like to see how much damage Ziggin is running with, if any at all. But that looked like a heavy hit. Yeah, Ziggin has engine damage and front suspension. He is crawling. D Griffin, I think, came away from that unscathed, as the endurance experience does a driver change. Tanky one out of the car. I'll let you know who gets in once we get that information, but that is not what TNR Nismo would have wanted.
Where are they on track? I've actually lost video. I've lost video, unfortunately, for now. So I'm trying to work that out. But whereabouts is he on track? How far does he have to go to get back to the pits?
Oh, he's just going through the bus stop now, as Seth actually joins for the endurance experience. As getting stuck in the pit lane. That's very interesting. Now blocking the pit lane in front of the Reaper cars as well. So there is a glitch now. Getting stuck in the pit lane, he might not get service. It'll be interesting to see if he does. Okay, the GTR is being serviced, I believe. So
that would have been bad if not.
Oh yeah, that would have been even worse. But I think it's bad right now. What's happening to the what just happened to them? I just think. Oh, as Ziggin left the room, I'm not. He never said that was a driver change. So could that have been a No, DeBomb 330 has just joined. So I believe that's a driver change. Forgetting to say DC though, I think that might warrant a warning from AJ.
Yeah, not sure if that's a warning or a penalty. Not 100% sure on that, but yeah, definitely. As we all know, we must type DC in prior to conducting a driver change. So yeah, looks like they've dropped the ball on that one.
interesting to see what's happening right now. 11 cars on track. I believe we should be getting the 12th any second now in the form of the bomb 330. So yeah, massive time lost there for TNR Nismo, and I'm not sure if that was the end of TNR's against Stint because it's 6 hours to go. Unless they're running 3 hour stints now to the end, they still have to make one more driver change. Well, I think Venator only has to make one too. So right now, that puts Venator back in the hot seat to win this thing.
And with 6 hours to go, it is important to note that in any 6 hours of driving, you cannot drive more than 4 hours. So I haven't been around certainly in the last few hours, so I'm not sure if some of these drivers have been involved in the last few hours, but certainly in the last 6, they cannot drive more than 4. So there's definitely driver changes to come.
Yeah, as we do see the warning for the 44, driver did not type DC. I don't think that's their third warning, so I think they can get away from a penalty. But they should watch out because I think they might be getting close.
Do we know if Team GHH have had any warnings at all race? Because any warnings for us would mean heavy sanctions. So I'm interested to know. I don't think we have, but
I don't think you have. I think you've had a fairly clean, good race.
yeah, the guys are under instruction to take it easy. We honestly don't want any penalties. We're looking at a couple of minutes a pop. So, and that's just for a warning. If we get a penalty, I think it's 4 minutes. So yes, I'm glad that they've done okay. I'll get that confirmed with the lads. But yeah, they're driving to instruction, which is good.
hmm Oh, as 44 does receive a penalty for 4 warnings, so there you go. So that is really not going in the way of TNR Nismo, who had the lead for about a sector and then lost it. And now
Well,
the bomb coming in.
they were a minute 30 down, so that could easily see them not on the lead lap. So that is huge. That is a massive development right there, and it's just simply an error, a driver error.
Yeah.
That's what's and I guess we'll see with the next hourly update. But I would think that that's going to put them off the lead lap.
Yeah, as D Griffin goes by on the screen. So that is, in fact, TNR Nismo a lap down. And in fact, I don't think they're going to catch them, but this will certainly close up the gap. And I think the Reaper Online Racing guys will be right on the back of DeBomb 330 after they come out of this penalty. It'll be interesting to see DeBomb just exiting the pits now. The Reaper guys coming down through Blanchimont. So about 25 seconds maybe. Maybe even less than that between the two cars there.
So that's second and third, Richard. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's really going to tighten it up. But obviously, De Bomb, we all know he's very quick, so he will look to extend that. Yeah, and he's certainly more than capable. So whether he can get back on the lead lap, though, that's the other question. And that's going to get down to driver changes and pit stops. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if they can get back on the lead lap, because then who knows, you could get a red flag or anything could happen, and then it'll close it up again. So
I
very important to
recall.
be on the lead lap. Very important.
Oh yeah, I recall last year. I said this a couple of times, but the team that was leading ended up losing in the last 15 minutes because of a red flag. And essentially, the 24-hour endurance was turned into a 15-minute sprint race, which they ultimately lost. So,
And
anything can happen.
I believe that was Bitter Rivals Racing who, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was them who was on the wrong end of that one.
It
Um,
was them who was on the right end of that one. It
there
was
you
Made
go.
for Racing, the old team, um, who were on the wrong end of that.
That's right. That was Plux the Duck. Haven't seen him around for a while. I think he's on iRacing now. But yes, that was Plux's team, I think.
Hmm.
And did he not run out of fuel in that race? I think Plux may have run out of fuel. He's done that a couple of times. So whenever somebody runs out of fuel, I say that they've done a
Called
Plux.
it Flux,
And
yeah.
if if you're listening, Plux, shout out to you, mate. Hope you're doing well. But yes, we certainly have a giggle whenever somebody does a Plux, and I've done it myself.
Yeah. Well, the Venator guy is looking pretty confident. D Griffin in the car right now. I think we're still awaiting the bomb to do a fast lap. Or he's just done one, actually. Which is a 17.4. So I believe that is extremely quick for the temperature and stuff that it is right now, but still a second off of TRL Evolution.
So let's fire out a question to our YouTube viewers. We're going to run on the assumption that Mustafa gets his stint photos in. So if he gets his stint photos in, and if they are on the lead lap, how do you guys think that the GT300 class is going to end up? Because it is a championship decider. We must assume, unfortunately, the team endurance experience are probably out, just given the amount of laps that they're down. How do you all think it's going to pan out? Assuming, of course, like I said, that Mustafa gets in his stint picks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people think about that. Personally, I'm gonna say Swift looks like a fairly strong package. Well, the 67 definitely is a force to be reckoned with and have been. Um, I don't know if they, well, if they get that compensation back, if they get those laps back, then it's gonna be really close. I kind of think
Oh,
Swift might
sorry,
just get it.
we have confirmation from the Race on Oz, the Ruse team manager in the Skype chat. Sorry, the YouTube chat. Jono, he's confirmed that the stint picks are in. So if they do account for those 8 laps, then that is the lead lap, and that's all you need to do is be on that lead lap. So if anything happens, we get red flags, or who knows. So that's exciting. Can't wait for the top of the hour to see exactly where they stack up. Might even see if I can shoot AJ a message and see if we can get confirmation. I might do that in a few minutes. Maybe we can get a little bit of an update before the top of the hour.
Yeah, just taking a look at the gaps between the drivers. It's the difference between the start of the lap and around Puan. So about a minute and a half, maybe.
We have TNR 5 Zygon saying that TNR's race is done in the YouTube chat. So, gee, mate, don't give up now. Not sure what's happening on your end, but yeah, I've seen races won from positions worse than yours. So, yeah, definitely don't give up, mate. That's the worst thing you can do.
Well, I mean, the big picture, I think TNR, unless something disastrous happens, they're going to be walking away with the championship, which is nothing to frown at.
No, it's and to quote Black Curium, it's not over yet, and it's not. It's just not over yet. Anything can happen. So you get out there, you do the best you can, and you give it all you got. And if you get out on the wrong side of it at the end, so be it. You've done your best, but don't give
Mhm.
up. Definitely not.
Yep. Question from Swiftsmith, actually. what was Storm Pacer's last lap. That was a 2:22.8.
Just got a comment here from Lion Face, and he's saying 6 hours to go, never give up. BRR haven't, and nor will they. I can't imagine a scenario in which those three guys would ever give up on a race. And they've been in some scenarios where all seemed lost, and they've done pretty well out of it. So yes, if you all you need to do, Zygon, is have a look at that little post there from Lionface. Have a chat to him about not giving up, mate, because those guys have done some really good things. So stick with it, give it all you got, and see how you go. That's all you can do.
Yeah. Just taking a look, the gap between Warrior and Storm Pacer, that's the two championship contending cars in GT300. The Warrior is closing the gap, but only slightly. So it'll be interesting to see if he starts gaining more, or if this is as much as he's going to be gaining. I don't know if they'll have enough time to close that gap.
I'm actually surprised that Warrior's not doing the final stint. So I think, but I don't have confirmation on this, but I think this is Race on Oz giving it everything now, as opposed to putting their best driver in the final stint. So this, I think, is it's a push. It's a push by them to really make an impact. So this stint by Warrior, I think they're looking for some results. So very good. Interested to see how he goes. We all know how quick he is, but he's going to be need to be very consistent and fast. So watch this space on Warrior. But I'm very interested to see who they put in for the final stint.
Yeah, I'm interested to see too. I think they've had oh, I don't think I'm pulling up the right documents here.
There's a lot. There's a lot to get your head around.
Yeah, I've got like 10 tabs open on my monitor.
My computer died, so I'm running on a laptop and a tablet. So I don't have the additional screen that I normally have, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I feel your pain.
Thankfully, I've got the dual screen set up, which helps immensely. Just trying to think. Mustafar was just in the car. Warrior, so it's either going to be saved or N64 the Stig taking that seat next, I think.
It might be Jono, who is in 64 the Stig. It might be him taking on the reins as manager. So interesting to see how that goes. We do have a bit of a comment here. By the way, commentators, it is either pronounced Kai-Yor-Rem or Q-Rem. You can choose. It's hard to get used to. Don't worry. So I'll say Q-Rem. I think that probably rolls off the tongue a little bit easier.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, not much going on, I don't think, in the YouTube chat down here.
How are the lap times looking for GT300? That might give us an idea on, on the push there for that title.
GT300, Philo last lap just put in a damn fast lap with a 21.7. Last lap, Agro did a 22.7. Warrior did a 22.3. Storm Pacer did a 24.6, so lost massive amount of time to Warrior there. And Seth did a 25.6. So.
And how's track position looking? I'm not sure if we can get an accurate reading on the race, but where are the race on Oz guys compared to Swift Auto Sports? Is it? Yeah, whereabouts are they sitting?
It's exactly the gap of Sector 2. So I think that's about a minute in there. Yeah.
So if they're on the lead lap and there's a minute in it, there's really not much at all. That's
Oh yeah, and over
that'll
6 hours to
chop
go.
yeah, and that'll chop and change with pit stops. But anything can happen in these races, so yeah, there's really not much in that at all. Certainly not after 18 hours of racing.
Yeah. Ah. Just taking a look, the bomb 330, keeping himself consistent in the 217s, as I believe the track temperature is rising. Let me see if I can get a quick look at it. Currently 49 degrees Fahrenheit, so still very cool. So we'll see if things heat up or if it's going to be a fairly cold track today. GTPasm actually just on lap 98 of his stint, so he must be coming up to the end very soon. Yeah, that must be a crazy long stint that he's doing.
I've just sent a message off to AJ, just seeing if he can let us know. I guess a mini update for GT300. So he's a very busy man, but we'll see if he's able to help us out with that.
Yeah.
We're all keen to know.
Hopefully we get it in the next update, as I believe Pasm is almost about to hit triple digits on this stint, which is extremely impressive.
How long's he been in the car? When did they do their driver change? Do we know?
Just trying to think. It was a while ago. I think they might be taking it to 4 hours on this stint. Let me see. Calculating this.
We have Pointless has just pointed out that 100 laps is 7 minutes short of 4 hours. So one would assume, yeah, very, very soon, I would think, unless they want to tempt the wrath of AJ and the stewards, which it's not a good idea to do that. So I would imagine they'll be doing the driver change very shortly.
Yeah, should expect that soon. You guys at the Heathens do exactly 4-hour stints, if I'm correct, right?
Look, we try. At the end of the day, you need to minimise your driver changes. So the way that I work is, if my drivers are comfortable doing 4-hour stints, then I let them. Anything can happen. You know, one driver's girlfriend might come home one day and she's angry and needs him to jump off. Anything can happen in real life. You know, his house might be burning down. I don't expect him to keep driving, but they are 4-hour stints for the drivers that are comfortable doing it. And if they would prefer to do 3-hour stints, I don't make them do 4. So it's whatever the drivers are comfortable doing, because at the end of the day, as long as they're comfortable driving, then their results are going to, they're going to show through. So we try and do 4, but in this race, I think we have a couple of 3-hour stints. We're not doing it dead on 4 hours for all drivers. Pedro will be doing 4, so there's a bit of insider information there for any of the other teams in GT3 that care. Yeah, Pedro's doing 4.
And will RCB be finishing, I guess?
Correct. Yeah, no, he will. RCB will be wrapping it, finishing it out for us. He's a good finisher, as was pointed out earlier. And he's quick as well. So yeah, he's probably the best man for the job at the moment. And I know that Pedro he's fresh from race camp, so he's actually a little bit tired. To be honest, he's had a big week as Pedro. So and massive thanks to him for driving as well, because I was going to have to drive because we did have some issues in GHH. So Pedro coming in is a big help, and so thanks to him for giving us his time after such a massive, certainly a couple of weeks.
If only Cod Damon stayed and could have had an Inferno Racing takeover.
Oh, that's it's that real life thing, isn't it? Like I mentioned earlier, anything can happen. It doesn't have to be on the day. It could be in the week leading up, and there were definitely some problems there that unavoidable and took priority. So that's the thing, I guess, when you're doing online racing, you still have to, real life still has to take precedence. So.
Yep.
Have we had any rain at all yet? Has there been any
No.
rain while I've been unconscious?
The weather, I believe, I can check the lobby settings, but I believe it's fixed to dry. And we haven't had a red flag, so
Okay.
no change in lobby. Yep, weather changeability is fixed.
I think all the drivers dodged a bullet there, because
So,
I checked the precipitation for the track the day before the race, and it was sitting at about 86% for the day of the race. So I think they dodged a bullet for that one.
I think AJ is pretty pleased. He was able to scare everyone into practicing for the wet with his icon.
Yeah, his avatar sort of had everybody worried. But they should be practicing for the wet anyway.
Yeah.
But it's not always possible. Like we get to the point where we're on the day of the race, and you don't always have as much wet driving as behind you as you want. So there'll be some relieved drivers out there. I don't think everybody prefers driving in the rain on GT6. I certainly don't.
Yeah. Just it's been fairly quiet since the whole fiasco with the GT3, the TNR Nismo guys.
Haven't had a response from AJ yet, so I'm going to assume that he's a little bit busy. Hoping that he can let us know about the GT300 guys. I'm very interested to see how that pans out.
So now just watching the Dragon Razor racing car. These guys have pretty much controlled the GT300 field since around the 5-hour mark, and they've got a good lead up ahead.
How's the track pace looking for the GT3? The track position has Yeah, are they still significantly apart with TNR
Between
and
which cars?
Venator?
TNR.
TNR and Venator, yeah, because there was that penalty. So I'm keen to see. You probably won't be able to. You won't be able to tell if they're on the same lap, but I'm keen to see what their track position is.
About 20 seconds, I'd say, on track, and then I think the TNR car is a lap down.
Yeah. So they'll be looking to get back on the lead lap as soon as possible. So certainly needs to be watched closely, that little battle.
Yep. Well, they're gonna have a tough time with it once Venator gets. I don't know. I think Venator's gonna be ending very strong. So it's gonna be interesting to see how those two stack up. As Pasm is in the pits, and this has got to be for a driver change. Let's see.
Was that 7 minutes though? Because we were talking recently about that. I think that'll be
Is it DC?
that'll be pushing it pretty close. I think.
I think it is pushing it pretty close, but I think what was it? Your RCB was on. Ooh, I think he was just at 4 hours when he did his first stint. So I think there's a lot of people running it close. As long as it's not over, it's good. I think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it's definitely a hard limit. Even 1 second, it's the same as 1 minute. So you definitely have to be careful.
Oh yeah.
So yes, I just want to say thank you to everybody for joining us. You are watching the second annual GTP or GTPlanet 24 Hours of Spa, and it is the final round of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. To keep up to date with the series when we are not on air, and for further information, visit the forums at www.gtplanet.net or follow us on Twitter at GTPlanetNews and at GTP_AJ. If you are watching on on the YouTube channel, you can also get involved in the live chat to the right of the screen.
Yes.
Okay,
Just
so we've got an estimated we've got a request here from Swift Smith. We've actually got two requests. First one is from Swift Smith. Can we get an estimated gap between 68 and 67 on track?
All right.
And after that, if we can get some lap times as well. That's from TNR Zygen.
All right. Let's see. It's the gap between the 67 and 68 is pretty much the same as where it was before. About 2 sectors of the track long, so about 1.5 minutes, maybe even more. And then lap times, if we can go down those. Let's do this. So at the top of the charts that I have here, at least. Oops. And my lobby just froze. There we go. Back up and running. Here at the top, we have EOL with a 217.7 as his fastest lap. Weirdly enough, it's showing the bomb in second, even though his fastest lap was a 217.4. So interesting to see what's going on there, as TRL Agro is doing a driver change with the ORA team. Kane is listed as third with a 217.9. D Griffin 28 is listed as fourth with a 218.161. GTP Bambi is next with a 218.624. Then Greasy, again, weirdly, is listed as sixth with a 218.175. Heading into the GT300 field, TNR Philo leads the way with a 221.482. Behind him is Warrior with a 221.643. Then there's Storm Pacer with a 222.468. Seth with a 221.959. And Friday GTRP just got onto the track and he did a 217.498. Interestingly enough, as I believe, oh dear, UNC Pub 16 having some issues with his internet connection, which is extremely unfortunate.
We have an update that's just come through from AJ as well, so I'm just going to look through that. We'll go through everything, but I'm going to go straight to the GT300. And looking at the race there, I guess, for the championship. Now, we do have Dragon Racer Racing. They are 8 laps up. They're sitting on 440 laps. They are 8 laps ahead of Swift Autosport on 432.
I believe it's been updated. Sorry, HP, to interrupt, but I believe we have an update on the document.
So okay, excellent. So I'll refresh the document and then we'll go again. So as long as it takes my laptop to do that.
Interesting
and
stuff.
It's a significant refresh. Okay. So Dragon Racer Racing, 440 laps. Swift Autosport sitting on 432, as are ORA Racing in the number 62. They are on 432 laps as well. 3 laps behind them, so they've made up 5 laps at least, is Race on Oz. So they're looking to be around, I don't know, about six and a bit, nearly 7 minutes behind the lead lap. So they're 3 laps down, and 11 laps behind them is Endurance Experience. So yeah, unfortunately for them in the Subaru, that's not going to end well for them, I wouldn't have thought. That's Bo Albert, GTP Famine, Seath 123, and Tanky 1. So 3 laps to make up instead of 8. Appreciate it.
All right. So unfortunate for them, still behind though. As I believe we've had a couple of driver changes going on, so I'm just going to make sure that's all updated. Yeah, we've had Pubs 16. I think he's finally gotten a chance to get on track. Yes, he has. So he's in the ORA car, and Sinister Plague has taken control of the leading number 61 Dragon Racer Racing GT300 car. Apparently the YouTube chat is going on about Pokemon.
I did notice that it's turned into a debate over which Pokemon would win against the other. I sort of let that go. I'm a Street Fighter man myself, so all that Pokemon talk is lost on me. But I do have a question here. This is from Zygen again. What was Venator's last lap? Rishav, have you got that info there?
I do. Venator's last lap. They're actually just about to complete a lap, so let me get that information. They're just coming through the bus stop now. Their last lap was a 2:19.450.
Okay, there we go. And we do have a comment there from on the Apex Albert, who is running the show over there at Endurance Experience, and he said that he fell asleep and missed the start of his stint. So nothing seems to be going right for those guys. Yeah, that's harsh. So I don't know whether that means that they've extended, that they've breached the driving stint limits. Interesting to see what's happening there, but yeah, not looking good for those guys, unfortunately, Rishabh.
Yeah, unfortunate for those guys. But just not things don't go right sometimes, and unfortunately, it's just what happens.
Yeah, that's racing. That's racing.
Yeah.
And another question there. What was Storm's last lap as well as the number 67?
Storm's last lap was a 2:22.738.
And the number 67 as well?
Oh right, the numbers. Sorry, I thought they were in the same car for a second. Warrior in the number 67 just ate a 2:21.673.
So he's pushing. It's not a bad lap time at all. There's a lot of Pokemon talk in this chat. I'm trying to look for questions, and instead I'm seeing a lot of questions about who would win in a battle.
Interesting. Kane just has left the room and has just gone offline on my screen, as he's one of my friends on PlayStation Network. Could this have been a disconnection because there wasn't a DC written?
If he's gone offline immediately, like
Yeah.
as soon as leaving the room, then that's a DC.
All right,
That's a
that's
DC.
tough for that's tough for those guys. They were running third, I think, or fourth. That's really
going to
tough
be
for those
interesting to
guys.
see what happens there. And this is where it's important to have a backup driver if possible as well. Somebody who can just jump in, just someone
Yeah.
who's awake who can jump in and who's eligible to drive as well, because there's the whole rule about 4 hours in 6 hours, in every 6 hours. So if they've got somebody online that can jump in, that would be now would be the time to get in, I guess.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll get some guys in, because they don't want to be losing those points that they have there. Question from TNR5 Ziggin. What was Bomb's last lap as Kane joins the room? Or he has joined the room.
I guess the only answer there is fast. The Bomb's last lap was fast there. All of his
Yeah.
last lap was fast.
His last lap was a 2:18.006. So there you go. Looks like some stuff going on there. We'll see what happens. Warrior just did his own personal best lap time last lap around. A 2:21.620.
Yeah, once again, that's not too shabby at all. So there's some good lap times being thrown down. There'll be quite a few tired drivers out there, and quite a few tired teams as well. Got 5 hours 55 minutes left, so we're in the back end of this race, guys, and really it's the business end. So assuming that everything goes well for the teams, you'll start seeing final driver changes, or maybe the second last driver change for most teams relatively soon.
Yeah. Just
Have we got some lap times there for Pedro in the number 45? Keen to know how he's.
Yeah. Pedro just last lap around did a 2:19.287.
That's okay. He can get into the 2:16s. He's been, but race pace we always knew was going to be a little bit slower than that.
The fastest race lap was a 2:16.4, but I don't know if he's I don't know in what conditions that lap was set. It could have been on fresh tires and low fuel.
Okay. Looks like we're currently on board with the TNR guys as well. Looks like we're doing an onboard lap.
Yep, and Devon 330 just coming up. That's GTP Bambi in front, I believe. Bambi's done a fairly long stint, I think. He's been in here, 74 laps. So he's currently been here longer than anyone else. It's interesting to note that.
Coming up to the chicane.
Oh, apparently, according to TRL Evolution, who would like to defend his fast lap, it was on full fuel. So
That's not bad. Always good having a fast lap with full fuel. So well done.
16.4 on full fuel. The track must have been much faster because I don't think we've seen anyone come near that.
Yeah, would have been nice and clear track too, I'd imagine, that run. Wouldn't have been any traffic for him, so.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be joined by Jono as well from the Race on Oz team. He'll be joining us in a few minutes in the commentary box. And I think you might be leaving us for a while, Rishav. Is that right?
Yeah, I think I might be. I don't think I'll be, in fact, joining you again until
No?
Daytona.
Yep, no, that's all good. And I did see somewhere that Bart will be popping in also in about half an hour. So we'll have some fresh voices in the comms box for everybody. And yeah, guys that have been on track as well. So we'll get a good insight into what's happening out there in the 24 hours of Spa.
Yeah, it's it's been a long night and it's been an eventful night, that's for sure. A lot of action happening. Nice that we can actually see the sky though. I was getting a bit
As long as
tired of
there's no rain. As long as there's no
darkness.
rain.
Yeah. Watching your team, the GHH here, the Nissan GTR, your last race with the Casmo, will it be sad feelings or?
Oh no, there will not be any sad faces when. This is assuming that we don't have to race this car again. AJ may just give us the car again in some sick, twisted joke. Let's hope not. Please, AJ, don't.
I would guess you guys are assuming for a Z4 again next year,
No,
maybe.
no,
No
no, no.
Z4.
Well, I'm not going to give too much away, but
Well, you
yeah,
don't get to choose, so you can say whatever you want.
there's no, 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 no. I'm just saying in terms of what I've put down as my preferences, I guess. The Z4 would be fine because we have an N24 winning tune for that. So hey, if we get the Z4, that's fine. That thing is already tuned and just ready to go. We just got to change the power. But no, we've put in for 2 franchises. So hopefully we get it. If we get one, so be it. But yeah, we'd like to race at the Nürburgring quite a bit. So that's sort of where I've put our focus. The classes racing in at the Nurbs. So let's see how that goes. But yeah, I can't wait for next season, to be honest. And I'll be racing next season as well, all next season. I think I've only done 1 or 2 races this year. So I'll be back at the helm. I might shelve Elder Scrolls for a while, but yeah, I'll definitely be back in at the wheel. Can't wait for it.
Awesome. Yeah, you've been doing more work behind the scenes this year, so good to see that you'll be getting behind the wheel again.
Yeah, it's nice and time consuming behind the scenes, and a big shout out to all those team managers out there running the show behind the scenes, because it does, a fair bit goes into it. Last couple of months I've had a bit of help from my guys. They've actually really stepped up because I haven't been able to do as much. So thanks to them as well. But yeah, all of those team managers out there, you guys do a great job. And certainly not lost on me how much time goes into it. So big thumbs up to you guys.
Yeah, these guys have a lot of stuff to do. The team managers.
Well, it's everything. I mean, it's picking the team because the team doesn't pick itself.
Yeah.
And it's the times when you get a message at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, "No, I can't race." So then you've got to find someone else. There's all the interactions with AJ, and don't get me started on the amount of time he puts in. But there's so much that goes into it, and some days I just wish I was a driver that could just rock up and just drive, and not have to worry about everything else. So all you drivers out there doing that, make sure you buy your team manager a beer next time you see him or her.
Yeah. It's incredible what they do. They come up with strategies. They come up with driver lineups. They do everything that needs to be done. And then some of them even decide, hey, I'm going to drive too.
Yeah, exactly. And the strategy is a big part of it. You've got to worry about driving stints. The drivers that you've got, they don't have to worry about that sort of thing because they're doing what they're told. And this, certainly in the last 12 months, it's grown. You're seeing more team managers than you did 12 months ago, which is a good thing because teams have realised and recognised that there's a need to have somebody calling all the shots. And certainly over the next season, you're going to see more and more of that because the strategy is going to come into it, and that's what's going to start deciding races and championships. Is not just driving, but it's the strategy. It's choosing who drives where, and I love it. Like I get a big kick out of doing that. So I can't wait for next season, and certainly the strategy behind everything. Looks like we have been joined by Jono of Race on Oz. Jono, are you there, son?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. Can you hear me?
Yes, no, we can hear you. Gee, you probably feel like swearing a lot after the race you've had. Fill us in, mate. What's been going on?
Well, that's why I was a bit reluctant to join the call, to be honest. Oh, it started off all right. First stint was good. Got a bit of a gap. This was me driving. Got a bit of a gap on the field, but then Philo really closed in the gap towards the end of that first 3 hours for me. And then we had a ding-dong battle for a good 15 minutes. It was bloody awesome. We touched at the first Stavilo, then he readdressed, and then we battled on for another 10 minutes. It's probably the best battle I've had in this series. It was absolutely awesome. I'm not sure if it was filmed on screen, but it was very, very exciting for me. Yeah, and then we had Save hop into the rig. Now, we were doing a local rig, and he uses a Fanatec Club Sport wheel, and I use a G27. So I brought my G27 over, but we realised we didn't have enough time in between stops to switch between wheels, and then unfortunately he really struggled with that G27. So he had a very messy stint with spins and offs and etc. Just a sheer lack of pace, and that did hurt us. Although when we disconnected, the leader skater at the time was only about 10 seconds up the road, so we lost 3 laps there. And after the rest of Save stint, I hopped in for another 3 hours, and this was in the ungodly hours for Australian time, and it's very hot in that bucket. My feet were cramping, my hands are sore, but it was all worth it. And then we handed over to Warrior, who got us back into second place after that disconnection, and then handed back over to Saved, who was now on his Fanatec, so he had a much better run. Didn't have the pace that myself, Warrior, or Warrior had at the time, but he still did a very good job. And then we made a little bit of a slip up with some not calling for driver changes, like typing it in the box, so that was a warning there. And then Saved got a unsafe rejoin warning, so that was 2. Then Mustafa came in, and then he had the glitch where it resets to your default setup when you join the lobby. So he spent his first part of his race with the default setup, absolutely no pace at all, which was a big blow. And yeah, he got a warning for hitting danger zone out of the bus stop, which he says wasn't near him. I presume it was lag. And then he got, I believe it was another warning for not posting about the garage change when he was changing to a proper setup. So that's a penalty there because of the 4 warnings rule. And then him and Danger Zone made contact up at Lake Com, and they broke really early for the corner, and Danger Zone spun, and that was enough to see an unfortunate penalty. So it's been a bit of a disaster since the halfway point. I've just realised I've rambled on a lot, so I've probably missed a bit of the
Sounds
race.
like a bit, yeah. Sounds like a bit of a dog's breakfast there for you. That's really unfortunate,
Yeah.
Jono. We'll get back to you in a sec. We do need to say goodbye to Rishabh. He is signing out. Thank you very much for your efforts and commentary there, Rishabh. Definitely much appreciated, mate. I guess you'll be off to get some sleep, will you?
Yeah, I will be. 3 a.m. here. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. You guys have done epic job, and if I wake up in time for the finish, I'll definitely tune in and see what happens then. But until next time, see you guys.
See
No
you,
worries,
Rishabh.
mate. Thanks again for your efforts. Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Yeah, see you.
So, Jono, your team does still have a chance of taking out this championship, but gee, you guys are going to have to work really, really hard. Have you got? And you don't have to tell us what your strategies are, but have you got? You taken some special measures to try and claw back this time that you're down?
Well, I think it's just been dealt another blow because Warriors just had to come in for another pit stop for damage, so I think he had was hit by a GT3. I didn't exactly see what happened. I don't know if he hit a wall, but he just dove into the pits with all left-hand corners of the car damaged. I think he just got lapped by a GT3 and they made contact, so it just gets from bad to worse, unfortunately. Basically, the plan
Yeah,
is
that's
just to keep Warrior in as long as we can, because he's our clear number one driver in terms of pace and consistency, and then get Mustafa in with a proper setup this time to finish the race. And the plan was to, if we were in the lead of this race, or if we were ahead of Swift or an Endurance, that he'd take the checkered flag as he'd become the drivers' champion for GT300 as long as clinching a team's championship. But I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately.
Well, it's been a pretty good season for you guys. So even if it doesn't work out for you, you guys have done very, very well. You've pushed right to the end, right into the business end as well. So I think considering the season you guys have had, you've done incredibly well. And I can only imagine how much you're looking forward to next season and trying to really, really, really have a good start and get yourselves into the I guess the top of the standings real early on. So we certainly wish you all the best for that. Hopefully you'll still drive for GHH.
Oh,
Very,
of course, I'm GHH through and through.
excellent. That's what I like to hear. See if you can get Warrior over as well. Yeah, we'll have him any day of the week.
Yeah, of course. He'd be willing to drive. He can drive the wheels off anything and fast.
He's not too shabby, that's for sure. Just have a look at the YouTube chat here. Try and see if we have any questions. As always, guys, if you need anything from us in the comms box, please do let us know. Looks like the Pokemon chatter has died down a little, which is good to see. Yes, no, it's definitely died down. Please keep keep all the Pokemon chatter, maybe in a Pokemon channel. Yeah, nothing really there aside from Ryan B saying that he should take a nap. Don't do it when you're on commentary, Ryan B.
Yeah, we both have experience in that.
We have. What's AJ doing? Putting us both in the comms box at the same time. It could be a snorathon.
or a swearathon.
Wow, that was your dad getting a bit angry at one point. Well, I'm sure if somebody does a highlights reel video package of this season, I'm sure there'll be some snoring from the commentators involved in that. So, yeah, good for a few laughs, but let's make sure it doesn't happen again, Jono.
Yes, and just a quick update on lap times. In this current lobby, the Bomb is the quickest of the 2:17.1. That is almost a whole second faster than D Griffin in the BMW. 2:17.8 he's got. Then it's Pedro, who just came back from European GT Academy, just falling short of becoming an ISMO athlete. He's on a 2:18.1 in the Green Hill Evans Nissan. Then it's GTP Kane with a 2:18.6. Friday GTRP is on a 2:18.9. Then it's Greasy07, who seems to be struggling a little bit in that Mercedes-Benz, although his last lap was his personal best of a 2:19.323. They're into the GT300s with Warrior having just made a pit stop. He's on a 2:21.5. That's closely followed by, actually, that's the next driver in the list is GTP Oz in the Audi. He's doing a 2:21.8 in the GT3 car. And it's Storm Pacer in the Swift car. He's on a 22.3, so he's some way behind Warrior in terms of pace, but they can afford to flex their muscles at this stage, I reckon. And it's Sinister Plague in the Dragon Racer racing car. He's on his last lap was his personal best of a 22.8. Then Seth123 in the Endurance Experience car. He's also done a 22.8, just 0.05 of a second slower than Sinister Plague. Then it's UNC Pub 16 in the ORA Racing Lexus. He's just done a 2:24.307. So that's all the lap times so far. The fastest lap overall is still held by TRL Evolution with a scorching lap time of 2:16.440.
Yeah, that'll definitely take some beating. I can't imagine that'll be beaten by anyone driving the boat. But yeah, that'll definitely take some beating, that one. And shout out to Pubs as well for having what has to be the most humorous username ever. Yes.
Yeah, well, it could have been a boat.
You think?
Could have been a boat. EOL can probably snatch up get that time up there. So can the bomb, I reckon. Once the sun starts to rise a bit more and more heat gets onto the track, because this Spa is very it's very sharp with its grip differences between night and day. I mean, the differences in lap times are well over a second, I found, between the sunshine and the night skies. So I do expect in the latter stages of the race, once the fuel's a bit low, to see that time beaten by a Z4 or a GTR, that's for sure.
No, exactly right. And it is a bit of an interesting track. I mean, we had some of our guys experimenting with different driving lines as well, and with good results. So we found that was a benefit to a couple of our drivers, was veering off the actual traditional racing line, and they actually got some good results and quicker times. But obviously that's, that takes a bit of practice. You can't just decide that you're going to do different driving lines because it's not what you're used to. So but yeah, we definitely found that helped.
Yes. Now, it'll be interesting to see the next hourly update, because we're getting into the business end of the race, where the drivers are very tired and the pace. You got to have a fresh, fast driver in for this last part of the race, because if you have a driver who's very tired at the end of the race and you're fighting for the lead, 9 times out of 10, that driver, even if they're fast, if they're heavily fatigued, an average speed driver who is fresh and composed and ready to go is almost always going to beat a driver who's very tired. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who it is especially in a 24-hour race. That's always going to happen.
John, I got to interrupt you there. We're getting notification there from Ryan B saying, this is in the YouTube chat, saying that the number 61 has disconnected. Now 61 being Dragon Racer Racing, so that definitely could have an impact there for the GT300s.
Well, I can definitely say that has happened, because I've been looking at the timing screens the whole time, and there's 2 Sinister Plagues. So, yep, unfortunately that car has disconnected from the race, as Sinister Plague is now back in the lobby and he's sitting in the pits, but with what was it, an 8-9 lap lead. They shouldn't have to worry, but their lead will be cut down to 5 laps at the most. So they can still relax a bit, but that's the first chink in the armor for Dragon Racer Racing. They've been flawless all race from the start to finish. But are we going to see another twist in this crazy, crazy race?
I think there'll always be twists in these races, mate, certainly towards the end of the race itself. Now we are joined by GTP Bambi. He's joining us in the commentary box. He did mention that he does need to be a little bit quiet. Sounds like he's got a raspy voice. So Bambi, how are you, mate? Good to see you in the com box. I don't think I've been in it with you before, so welcome.
No, it's the second time I've been in here. Both times in the Spa 24. It's nice to be here. It's 3:30 a.m. where I'm at, so I'm really tired right now and gotta keep it down. So I hope you guys don't mind.
That's no problem at all, mate. Don't wake the household on our part.
That's all good, man. That's me almost every time I commentate. I'm usually commentating at 3, 4, 5 in the morning.
Yeah. My dog already hates me for it.
He'll get over it. Thrown a steak. So yeah, it's been
Now back to the race. Sorry, HB. I just want to say DeBolden made a pit stop and he's now exited and he's back on track, flying at this stage. He set a really quick out first sector, and he's got just over half a tank of fuel. He's now coming back onto the back of Warrior in the race on Oscar, so he's going to be pushing very hard on this stint on this stint with that kind of low fuel load. I don't know exactly the fuel loads that the GT3s are carrying, but in comparison to the GT300s, that's a very aggressive strategy. Sinister Plague's asking if he can join the track as sort of a newer addition lately to these rules. You don't actually get told when, after a disconnection, if you have to go. It's your responsibility to make sure the recovery time for Spa is 7 minutes. So it's up to you to count 7 minutes from the moment of you disconnecting to the time you can rejoin the track. So AJ has told Sinister to wait, as 7 minutes have not passed since his disconnection. So I found that out the hard way when we disconnected from the lobby about 4 hours and 10 minutes into the race. But luckily, the damage wasn't too severe. So even there, that's where you can save time. Like, you're gonna have things go wrong in a race that's 24 hours long, and when those things go wrong, you've got to limit the damage as much as you can, because it could very well make the difference at the end of the race.
No, absolutely. Now that's going to be a few laps. We'll be looking at 3 to 4 laps, probably more actually. So that's going to shake things up a little. Pretty sure if I go back and have a look at the last results, those guys were... where are they? Okay, Dragon Racer were...
I've got some more breaking news.
No,
Sorry,
that's... Go, Johnny, go on.
disconnected as well. The ORA Racing Lexus has disconnected as well, I've just noticed. So that's UNC Pubs has left the room just after Sinister Play, so that's something I haven't noticed. And there hasn't been a replacement driver since then, so it's a complete disaster for ORA Racing Team.
Yeah, pardon my ignorance. Are those Lexi still 1 and 2?
I don't believe they are. I think Swift Autosport is ahead of them, ahead of ORA Racing Team, but Dragon Racer Racing still has a huge lead.
Looking at the last update, I believe this is the last update. We had Dragon Racer Racing. Try saying that quick after a few beers. They were 8 laps up on Swift Autosport. ORA Racing Team were third, also on the same lap as Swift. Race on Oz, I had 429 laps, were 11 laps down, and Endurance Experience. So with Dragon Racer Racing, they would need to lose 8 laps to not have, or to not be a lap up. But ORA, that's a bit of a different story, because they are only 3 laps as of the last update ahead of Race on Oz. So, Jono, this does give you boys a bit of a sniff to get on that podium, to be honest. If they've bombed out...
Well, the twists and turns keep on coming, because I've just had confirmation from my driver Mustafa that he made a small error with his stint photos, and since then it's been rectified. So in the next update, we could see a massive change in the GT300 leaderboard. This is it could shape the whole race, because according to the leaderboards, we're 3 laps behind Swift, who we need to beat to win the championship. And if there's a mistake in the stint photos from my driver's part, it's going to be rectified. I don't know what kind of difference that'll make. Could we get more laps back? And
well, you guys.
Could we be on the lead lap? Sorry,
I do remember we were talking about this earlier on, and we were doing some calculations, obviously without the photos, but it looked like you guys had 8 laps worth of stint photos. But when those photos went in, the update after that, you only got 5 laps. So if those other 3 laps come from those stint photos, then you guys could well and truly be in it. So watch this space, everybody. Things are getting a little bit more interesting for the GT300 guys.
Yes, because on that note, when I left Save's house, it lives in Lidcombe, right? It's about half an hour away from my house. Nothing like the 2.5 hour journey from mine to TRL Woe's house. But when we left there, when I left there, we had about a 2 lap gap on Swift. And then when I got back, suddenly we're 8 laps behind. A lot can happen
So
in half an hour, as it's proven in this series.
are you doing a hybrid team, or are you local or all network?
We're a mixed team. Essentially, me and Sade were local in Lidcombe at his house,
Okay.
and it was a bit uncomfortable for the both of us because I had his rig, which was basically a stand on a racing chair, and it was insanely uncomfortable for me, but I adapted. And then Sade was using my G27 for his first stint, and he did not like it one little bit. So, and then he hopped back onto his Fanatec, which he was instantly more comfortable with. So sometimes it proves not always local teams can work. It's something you've got to practice and get right. You can't just dive straight in and expect it to work. So it's a bit of a lesson for anyone wanting to delve into the dangers or the risk and reward factor of local teams, I should say.
Yeah, and it's not just the rig you're using. If you're using the exact same chassis that your teammate beforehand just used, the kind of setup that's on the car will be important. That it suits both drivers really well. If that's even the case, I don't do local driver changes. There's nobody for about 100 miles from where I live, so. Yeah.
100 miles isn't too far, mate. When you're
It
in
is when
Australia, that's up.
it is when I have to walk.
That's up the road to the shops for us. But yes, no, definitely a long walk. Jono, have you got some lap times there for us, mate? Has anybody been making some inroads and putting out some good lap times there?
Well, while I've been raving on, the Bomb's been setting personal best after personal best. He's now down to a 2:16.899. Also improving his EOL, but he's still nearly a whole second slower than the Bomb with a 2:17.838. No other change in that category apart from Seth123 is now improved. He must be pushing the life out of that car with a 2:22.468 because they've had an absolutely terrible time, and you can't really blame them for wanting to throw in the towel, but you've got to keep going in this race. Anything can happen. Sinister Plague is now doing a 2:24.152. That's his third lap out, and UNC Pubs is finally back in the lobby. So he's just rejoined the circuit.
So did he wait? How long was he sitting in the pits for?
He didn't have to sit in the pits at all because it was such a long period of time between his disconnection when he eventually got back into the lobby.
Do you know what time exactly he left? Is there any way of?
No, I don't know that, unfortunately.
Yeah. We should take note of that actually next time. If there's another disconnection, we'll just take note of what time that occurs so we can get a better idea. But it must have been around 7-8 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
so if they're out of the lobby for more than 7 minutes, they can just hop in and go.
Okay.
Yeah, the Silver Audi WRS North America is now on screen. My teammate Oz is behind the wheel now. I think he's gonna do a 2.5 hour stint, and I think I'm probably gonna have to get back in and take it to the checkers. So it's one of those deals where it's another one of those deals where you lose a driver halfway through the race and you have to make sacrifices.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound too good, because I've been wondering what happened to your WRS North America car. So what exactly happened with the situation where you lost a driver? Because I know Swift Autosport lost a driver, and did you have the same problem?
Um, I don't really know much. All I know is that he said he was not fit to drive. So I think he made the decision in best interest of the team to stay out of the car, and before make some major mistakes and have to face those ramifications. Besides, I'm not doing anything Sunday afternoon, so I'll be sleeping in a lot.
Yeah, I think that's understandable, Bambi. Definitely. Look, it is unfortunate, but it does happen. It can happen on the day of the race. It can happen a week before the race or the day before.
Yeah.
Most of the team managers out there have experienced when, unfortunately, a driver can't drive. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think 2 days before the race, Gravitron wasn't even signed up to race up until about a day before because GTP Vipond, he was going to do this with us, and I think something about like an optical wheel. Not sure what it's called, but it was a mechanical failure in his driving rig, and his wheel was inoperable. It wouldn't stay centered, and he tried to fix it, but it didn't happen, so we couldn't race, and he had to swap out and put Gravitron in the car. But so it was one of those things where Gravitron didn't even have that much time to prepare, so I can't blame him.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, it's a part of endurance racing. It's just one of those things that's going to happen. Happened at Le Mans, happened at Nürburgring for me, and it's happening here again at Spa. So all 3 24-hour races I've done on Gran Turismo ever, we've lost a driver at some point.
At least putting in a driver like Gravitron, though, it's not the end of the world. He might not have had the practice that he wanted to have had and that he would prefer to have had, but he's pretty handy on any circuit. So he's not the worst last minute replacement to have.
Oh no, absolutely not. I have a lot of respect for him. He has a fair amount of talent. I'd say stick us in a random car on a random track. He's as fast, if not faster, than I am. So
Yep.
definitely not someone you want to look down on.
No, he's the sort of guy that, if you're looking for a last minute driver, he's the sort of guy that you'd put in, and you're pretty much confident that he can do okay. So dodged a bullet there, so that's all right.
Another update on lap times. Warrior is now the first GT300 driver since Philo to get into the 220s. He's just done a 220.992. Seth's gone into the 221s with a 221.834, and Storm Pace is now into the low 222s with a 222.363.
So lap time's holding steady as the Reaper Mercedes heads up Rouge onto the Kimmel Straight. I think they had to disconnect not too long ago. I noticed it happened when I was still in the car for my second stint. So that's unfortunate for them, but I think that they'll be able to rally back to end the race on a good note, good pace, not just gonna give up because you have a little disconnect. This is 24 hours, and we still have over 5 hours remaining. Literally anything can happen. Anything. The entire room can crash. Not that I want to jinx it, but just one of those things that can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
If you're
definitely
gonna
not
make a
over
major,
until that.
if you're gonna make a major, sorry, HB, but if you're gonna have a major problem like that, like a disconnect, you want it out of the way early. You don't want it happening like within an hour of the race finish.
Yeah. You don't want it on the last lap of the race, especially because there's no recovering from that one.
No, and we saw last year. We had some issues towards the end of the race with a late red flag, and essentially the entire race was reduced to a sprint. that can just happen. That's just
Isn't that the
just
best
how it's-
race?
Well, you know,
22
I think
hours gone, and it's just down to the final two. You guys are all nose to tail.
that's you know it's good and it's bad. There are some teams out there that would have just preferred to have rocked up and done the last 15 minutes. You know, so it
Ooh,
didn't it
side by
didn't
side with
render the
Washwell.
previous.
Bomb goes wide. I don't think he got that pass done. Sorry for interrupting you there, HP.
Always happy to be interrupted, mate. No problem there at all.
Yes, the bomb's now onto the back of Greasy, so these two are going to engage in battle as they head down towards Eau Rouge. Cloud's been covering the sky all the entire way through this race, but with no rain, no scheduled rain, so it's a very dark and gloomy 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. The track definitely gets more grippy when the sun's beaming onto the circuit. And the bomb's going to go for a move here on Greasy. I think he's in the slipstream up the Kemmel
Oh,
Straight.
yeah. He's going to get the massive
No,
toe.
he's got
Might
the
not.
toe, but he's backed off a little bit.
Oh, no. He's
going to
too
save
far
it for
back.
another day. Yeah, he's saving it for another day. He definitely backed off on that one.
Yeah, that's a smart move. You don't want to be over ambitious and cause an accident in the lake home. Because that's a long limp back to the pit lane.
Yeah, so I believe the 44 is in the lead of the race. Am I wrong? No, the 36 is in the lead. The Venator Racing is in the lead. So even still, when you need to, they had that crash, didn't they? With the same car, the bit of Rivals Racing coming out of Rivalries, and that cost them the lead of the race, didn't it?
I think that might have happened while I was unconscious.
Yeah,
But
same
as
here.
far as we're a lap down again in third. So yeah, there's a bit of space up there in GT3, with a lap separating, 2 laps separating all 3.
And speaking of Avalarion, we are now joined by GTP Pasm, otherwise known as Bart. Do you have a copy?
Hey everyone.
G'day, Bart.
Hey, Bart.
Hello. So how are
How
you
was
all
your
doing?
stint?
Yeah, my stint was fine. Again, went all the way according to plan. No damage, no spins, no major mistakes even. So only a couple that cost me maybe a half a second or a second here and there. A little bit of a scare at the end of the stint, as apparently I was in another lobby in TeamSpeak than the driver. We couldn't hear each other, but luckily I have his phone number, so I managed to track him down. And after Friday, and we couldn't hear each other, but luckily I have his phone number, so I managed to track him down. And after a little bit longer stint than I planned, 102 laps, 3 hours and 58 minutes of driving, I was out of the car.
Yeah, that's definitely a hefty stint there. A little bit of contact between Bitter Rivals and TNR Nismo there. I think that's in the lake home. I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, that was Lacom. There's been a bit
Yeah.
of argy-bargy between those two cars. They made contact at Blanchimont, and De Bomb had to take to the runoff area to avoid any damage.
Yeah, as long as it's just light contact and nothing more, we don't need to be seeing any bent fenders and broken suspension.
Yeah, to be fair though, to Bitter Rivals, there was nothing for the bomb to turn into. It was just the Bitter Rivals car covering the inside there.
Yeah, it's one of those racing deals when you're trying to push the issue. Something like that's bound to happen at some point.
Definitely.
Yeah, so a little bit over 5 hours still remaining in the race, as we're now got the Venator BMW closely followed by the Green Hell Heathens Nissan. I think they're going through Stavolo right now.
I think
Yeah,
all of the
any-
drivers enjoyed the last couple of hours. At least I did when you get the sunlight getting out again. So
Yeah, that
also
was
it's
a.
called happy hour, and it felt like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to capitalize too much on happy hour. I was a tenth off my personal best so far, but you know, when my eyes are creating artificial reflections because I'm so tired, it's to be expected not being as fast. I'm glad to hear you had a good stint. I think everybody on track right now has either had a good stint if they recently pulled off or they're in the process of driving one right now.
hmm Yeah, at one point I think the GT3 cars were within a sector of each other or something.
Yeah, hopefully I wasn't a part of that because if I did, I was completely oblivious to it.
uh, well, I don't know exactly when it was, but I think you were in the mix there.
Yeah, hopefully I didn't cause too many problems for the overtaking cars.
No, at least not for me. I was, I think I only encountered you once.
You encountered me twice, and I made it a little awkward at Puhan the first time, but the second one was a little more rehearsed. Or did you catch me in that second one? No, I think you might have actually pitted in when you were behind.
Yeah, I think I was pitting in. Yeah, so yeah, I wasn't counting that one.
Yeah. You still caught me, I count that.
Potato, potato. So another close dice here. The GTR pulling out.
More
Oh,
contact, more contact.
they're both fighting tooth and nail here for this position.
Yeah,
Is it
DeBomb's
still...
going to get a bit frustrated here because he's just unlapped himself from D Griffin, who just made a pit stop. So he needs to get past Greasy as soon as possible and just build up the gap because I believe that's D Griffin right behind him. Yes, it is. So D Griffin's starting to gain a bit on DeBomb, so he needs to pass Greasy as soon as possible.
He needs to pass him cleanly as soon as possible.
Yeah. First and foremost.
It looks like he's not gonna try to make a move into the bus stop chicane this time. He's gonna dive into the pit lane. So a little
Smart
bit of
move. He's going to
strategy
go
going
for the
played out.
undercut. Yeah, he's losing too much time behind Greasy. He knows D Griffin is right behind him, so take the medicine, do the short pit stop, and come out in front of both of them once all the pit stops are all played out. So D Griffin is now once again a lap ahead of DeBomb 330.
Still a long way to go. Anything can happen.
The best laps have sort of died down a bit, apart from GTP Kane who's done his personal best first sector, along with Warrior who's just done his personal best first sector. But Greasy, now that DeBomb is off his tail, he's now setting his personal best first sector. So, and GTP Oz just now set his fastest lap at 2:20.025.
Not a bad pace.
And DeBomb's now putting a lap on the race on Oscar. Easy pass there on the BRZ up the Camel Straight. EOL's now right on the back of D Griffin as well, so this will be another ding-dong battle. EOL will be looking to push hard, although it's unlikely that he'll end up gaining on him later on, as D Griffin has much fresher tyres on that car.
Yeah, it looks like HP's gonna duck out for a little bit here. He'll be back in to call the end of the race, if I'm reading this correctly. So, thanks for your commentating work, Ethan. It's a pleasure. And you're really good at it. So, I look forward to hearing you and probably when I'm driving at the end of the race.
No worries at all, and thanks everybody. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 hours and 7 minutes, I believe. So yeah, enjoy the fun, and I will see you all very, very soon.
Make sure you set your alarm, HB.
Yeah, it's not the alarms you got to worry about. It's sleeping while you're sitting upright. That's always the problem. But no, I'll be back and I'll be awake.
I tried sleeping upright earlier, could not do it.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing you have to do unintentionally for it to be truly effective.
All right,
So yeah, I'll
cheers,
see all you
XP.
guys soon and see everyone else soon. So bye bye.
See you. So coming up at the top of the hour is another part of our season review. We'll be reviewing rounds 18 through 23. As we're currently looking at the number 36 of Venator Racing, the only BMW Z4 in this field. He's still closing in on Rivals Racing, number 43. We're currently scored in third.
Oh, that's going on. There's a fantastic battle going on in between number 64 Endurance Experience BRZ and this 68 Swift Autosport BRZ. They've been nose to tail for the past lap or so. Seth's looking to get past immediately. There's contact heading into Fagny, and Storm Pace has just held it together. There's more contact. There's bumping and grinding everywhere. Somehow there's no damage to both cars. That's definitely very lagging. They've got a whole gaggle of GT3 cars up behind. That's Greasy and that's Greasy and can't tell what car it is until it loads. That's EOL behind as well. So they're going to have to be careful, these guys, because I believe Seth's now ahead of Storm Pacer. No, my mistake. Greasy and Storm Pacer are still ahead, so this is definitely a tasty battle.
Venator Race flashing their lights. Passing the 68 there.
Five cars all on the front straightaway
Front
here.
straight, yeah.
Yeah.
Another clean pass for the Z4 into turn 1.
Endurance Experience went a bit wide there on the exit of Lesource.
Very wide.
Yeah, he got well out of shape on the AstroTurf. Yeah, well out of shape there on the AstroTurf, so he's going to see if he can get the toe of Storm Pacer 17, but it's a bit unlikely from this distance. We'll be able to see the difference in top speed, and yes, Storm Pacer has a fair few kilometres an hour on him. As he lets, Seth lets EOL through in Greenhill Heaven's GTR, so smart thinking by Seth, lets him through cleanly, doesn't cost himself any time, whereas EOL is going to have to dive up the inside of Storm Pacer into Rivalries, is he? No, he's not, but Seth will try to use this to his advantage, use the toe of EOL to get back onto the back of Storm Pacer. Because at the moment, Seth's got tremendous amounts of pace in that Subaru.
Yeah, those GT300 cars are no slouches, I'll tell you that, trying to pass them.
Yes, I've noticed occasionally the GT300s are actually faster than some of the GT3s in Sector 2. It's a rare occurrence, but it does happen sometimes.
Through some of the little medium speed corners, and some of the higher speeds like Stavolo here, you put a really fast driver in the GT300 and a decent driver in the GT3 car, and that GT300 does have a fighting chance to go faster through that sector. It's just one of those things where it can be a bit frustrating when I'm trying to pass them for one, but we have long straightaways to make up for that and hopefully try to pull a gap. But yeah, those GT300s are really quick through the corners.
Yes, they've got quite a bit more downforce than the GT3s, I believe. I think they're lighter too, although I'm not particularly
they're
too
lighter.
savvy with the GT3s.
I think they're lighter by about 200 kilograms on average.
makes all the difference, doesn't it? It was Seth getting really out of shape there on the exit of La Source, so that's compromised his run down to Eau Rouge, so he's going to have to do that work all over again to get back on storm pace, although if he can just catch the slipstream, he might be able to get onto the back of him before Lake Coleman. Yes, he's got a perfect run through Eau Rouge, he's already on the back of storm pace, so what would I know? Is he going to go for a move into Lake Coleman? Not likely. No, he's going to go up the inside. He's broken late. He's outbroken himself. There's contact. Oh, beautiful move from Seth there. That was perfectly judged. So Seth moves ahead of Storm Pacer. But this battle's going to keep going as Storm Pacer's hammering all over the rear bumper of Seth through the Rivage.
Yeah, I don't think he might have liked that contact going into Lacombe. We're on board with the Casboat, Greenhill Heathen's Nissan, coming through Puhan now. I can't quite see what car that is ahead of him. That might be the Bitter Rivals Mercedes.
Yes, it is indeed the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes-Benz. In front of that, I believe, is... Let's have a look here. Not entirely sure. That's Greasy in front of him, and that's D Griffin in front of Greasy. So 3 GT3s coming up through Blanchemont now with Seth and Storm Pacer closely following by.
Yep. It's cars are close on track. Greenhill Heathen's going to come into the pit lane here. This appears to be a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. EOL probably only had about one more lap of fuel ready, so this is definitely a scheduled stop for them. No more fastest lap updates. It's been a bit stagnant. And just as I say that, De Bon sets his fastest lap at 2:16.741. So, as I predicted before, they're getting closer to that ungodly time of TRL Evolutions.
Yeah, I could not believe that time. My jaw dropped and I think I drove off the road when I saw that. Really quick time by TRL Evolution, and all of these guys in the front-running GT3 cars are extremely talented drivers and capable of certainly a lot more than I can provide.
Yes, we're now down to just 5 hours remaining in this race, so we're right into the back end of this race.
Yeah, we have less than a World Endurance Championship race remaining, so it shouldn't be too long before we see the checkered flag fly. And too long being a relative term.
Indeed. Also coming on this lap will be the Race on Oz Racing BRZ of Warrior. He's probably got about half a lap worth of fuel in, so he's timed that perfectly. His tyres are still in good shape, but the fuel gauge isn't. He's done a very good stint so far with blistering pace, apart from being hit by a GT3 car, it seems. But he's had awesome pace. Pub 16 struggling a little bit in that Lexus with a fastest lap of a 2:23.6, but he's doing a decent job in that ORA Racing Team Lexus. No mistakes.
As the endurance experience goes a bit wide at Blanchemont. But yeah, really good tires, low fuel in the car, that's optimal. That's your optimal situation to run some really quick times.
Yeah, speaking of the BRZs, Steph's starting to get a little bit away from Storm Pacer 17. He's well and truly out of the slipstream, but a poor corner by Seth could see that turn right on its head. I found when I was driving in my stint, once a car gets in your tow, it is extremely difficult to break free of them, as proved by my battle with TNR Philo. That awesome battle, very, very fun. I commended him on Skype shortly afterwards, and glad to see he agreed.
Yeah, I've seen some fantastic battles in the GT300 cars when I've been coming up to overtake them. Of course, that frustrated me, but certainly it was a lot of fun for those involved. A bit of rivals getting around the Dragon Razor Racing Lexus IS350. Heading down towards Puhan now.
So should we do some reviews then, since we passed the top of the hour? So looking back at rounds 18 through 23 of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. Round 18 was the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, a favorite of everyone, I think, on the calendar. The grid was actually decided by the VLN races, so we had TNR Nismo on pole, with Avalerion in second, Reaper Online Racing, Venator Racing, Bitter Rivals Racing, WS North America, and then the Dart team, Green Hell Heathens, Scar Lotus, and starting from the pit lane we had the Wild Racing team and the Green Hell Heathens, the GT3 team. And in the end it was TNR Nismo who took the victory there after 24 hours of racing with 167 laps. Only 6 seconds behind them, Reaper Online Racing in second. In third we had Bitter Rivals Racing on a lap down. Fourth were Avalerion Racing on 2 laps down, a little bit less than 2 laps actually. WS North America in fifth. The win in GT Cup was for Green Hell Heathens. And Green Hell Heathens also in sixth in the GT3 class. In 8th we had Scar Lotus, 9th Venator Racing, 10th GTR Blackhawks, 11th the Dart team, and Wild Racing Limited, they did not finish, unfortunately.
Yeah, Nürburgring was certainly a race of attrition.
Yeah. To race at that track for 24 hours is just so difficult.
Yeah, I think that race was, for me, it was tougher than Le Mans, and I didn't even know it until about 5 hours after the race ended. Then I really felt it.
Yeah, Le Mans with the rain was a bit tricky for me.
Now, speaking of tricky, I think I saw the Green Hell Heathens Nissan getting a real good sideways there.
But luckily we did not have any rain in the Nürburgring 24, I think.
No, we didn't have any rain. I think it's kind of the same situation that's playing out here. Rain is partially in the forecast, I think, for Sunday at Spa.
Yeah.
But in the weather settings, the weather is set fixed on 30%, I think. So unless we have a race neutralization or stoppage, I don't think that's going to change.
Yeah, you're probably right. So yeah, it's the same. It was the same for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, where I think we did not have any red flags. So
I
the
think
lobby
that was
stayed out for that
20.
as well.
Yeah, that lobby stayed up for a little over 25 hours.
Yeah.
Same with Le Mans, and I know there's still a long time remaining for the Spa race that's going on right now, but it very well could be in that same situation.
Yeah, I believe the Daytona 24 Hour didn't have a red flag either. It had a safety car period, but it wasn't interrupted by a red flag.
I think you're right, yeah. We definitely had rain in the Daytona 24 though.
Yeah, I bet that was a bit hairy on the high banking.
Yeah, turn 1. Try turn
Oh,
1
yeah.
in the R8 in the wet. You'll be surprised.
I would try it right
Literally.
now, but I'm letting my PlayStation cool off.
Was it just snap over, Steve Howson?
Yeah, it was just as you come off the banking, that's just a breaking point, and if you get it just wrong, and the car just lifts the rear wheels and it just blocks an instant spin.
Yeah, I suppose it's one of the few occasions I can say I was lucky I was in a GTR. I must say, when it was raining at Daytona, I definitely felt very comfortable in that car. Can't say the same when it was dry though.
Yeah, I felt sort of comfortable, but not through turn 1. Turn 1 is just a nightmare in R8.
Turn one's practically a nightmare in any car, in any condition. It's probably the most difficult corner I can think of in the world on any track.
Yeah, turn 1 to Daytona feels pretty good, and Nissan Zytec Z11 SN when you have a decent tune on it. So I think that's one of the very few cars that I can take turn 1 in and with confidence.
Instead of the Delta Wing.
I will not drive that Delta Wing unless somebody was gonna pay me some real money.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue then with our season review. On to round 19. That was the 4 Hours of Spielberg, so at the Red Bull Ring, where we had Inferno Racing on pole position, with TRL Evolution taking the start for them. Then in second we had the Midweek Motorsports Racers Collective. In third, Race on Oz. Fourth, a one-time entry of Avaleron Racing. And in fifth, we had Turtle Racing League. Taking pole in the GT Cup or GT4 class was Dragon Razor Racing. Then we had Hyperion, Spinning Arrows Racing, Turtle Racing League, Dart, Team Morphine, and we had a pit lane start for the GTR Blackhawks with a 30-second penalty. So in the end, it was the Midweek Motorsports Racer Collective taking the win after a post-race penalty for Inferno Racing, and it was actually Valerion Racing taking second position there with Bambi and myself at the wheel. Inferno Racing classed as third, and then we had Turtle Racing League in fourth, and Turtle Racing League also taking the victory in GT4 in fifth overall. Then Team Morphine, Hyperion in third in class, Dragon Razor Racing, Race on Oz with a penalty, I think, and also some issues with disconnects. In 10th we had Dart, 11th Spinning Arrows Racing, and 12th we had the GTR Blackhawks. So I believe we all were part of that race. So what stood out for you guys?
The weather, it was nice.
What stood out for Spielberg? Me disconnecting many times. That was it was an interesting race, that one. Myself and Warrior didn't have the pace that you, Stig's TC or TRL Evolution had in those cars, but we grinded and we worked out if we could just grind our way through my last year, we could get up on the podium or even a second place, but it wasn't to be with my terrible Australian internet. But it was a very enjoyable race to watch anyway. I think it had the most craziest finish out of all of the races so far this season.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was some really exuberant driving up there at the end.
I think if there was no penalty, we had 3 cars within 10 seconds or within 6 seconds or something.
Yeah, when I came around to take the checkered flag, I saw both Inferno and MWM Racers Collective on the front straightaway as I was rounding the final corner, so all three of us were definitely close.
Yeah, I think we Avalerian Racing was 3.482 seconds of the victory there.
Now, I don't mean to butt in here, but we've just had our next hourly update, and it's a big one. We've got lots of changes. Do you mind if I read it out?
No, sure, go ahead.
Okay, in GT3, we have the Venator Racing BMW leading by a lap and 21 seconds over TNR Nismo. In third place, we have Avalerion Racing, that's 2 laps back, followed by a bit of Rivals Racing, that is the Mercedes SLS AMG. They're 5 laps back, closely followed by the Green Hell Heathens. They're only 4 seconds back from the bit of Rivals Racing car at that point. So it'd be interesting to see if those positions have changed since then. In sixth place, we have Reaper Online Racing. And then 15 laps back is WRS North America. And in GT 300, and we've had massive changes here, Swift Autosport's taking the lead of the race. And Race on Oz is second, just 27 seconds behind.
Wow, what a turnaround.
That's an insane turnaround. And Dragon Razor Racing's dropped to third place. They're 6 laps back. So I think once the Stint photos are all submitted after that disconnection, we might see a clearer cut picture. But for now, they're 6 laps back. So they're facing the same situation that I and Race on Oz faced a few hours ago. In fourth place, amazingly, Endurance Experience. They're 14 laps back, and ORA Racing Team have now dropped to last, 18 laps back from Swift Autosport. So a complete turnaround so far in that last hour.
Yeah, I still remember the opening stages of the 4 hours of Spielberg, which were quite fun actually. I think we started fourth on the grid with Race on Oz, I think, were fourth, and TRL Turtle Racing League in fifth. And it was quite a close battle for third place in the beginning, with the Inferno Racing and NWM taking a bit of a lead there early on. And yeah, it took me quite a while, and we had quite a few changes of position, I think, there, if I remember correctly, with Warrior.
Yeah, it was definitely a great race to watch. It's non-stop excitement from start to finish.
So on to round 20. That was the 4 hours of Brands Hatch. There was Inferno Racing on pole with TRL Evolution behind the wheel. Escuderia GTMX in second. Third was Reaper Online Racing. Teamwise Racing in fourth. Then Scar Honda, SSR Motorsports, Race on Oz, Endurance Experience, Escuderia GTMX, Lightning Speed Motorsport, Swift Autosport, and a pit lane start for the Aura Racing team with a 1 lap penalty. And in the end, it was the Inferno Racing taking the victory there, with Andromeda and Evolution at the wheel, with 167 laps completed, with a lap lead over Reaper Online Racing. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry. Reaper Online Racing in second there, with a lap behind, as I said. In third, Escuderia GTMX. Fourth was Teamwise Racing. Fifth, SSR Motorsports. Sixth, Scar Honda. Seventh, Race on Oz. And eighth, Race on Oz actually taking the victory there in GT300. So quite a dominating victory there, with 2 laps ahead of the Aura Racing team in 8th overall, 9th Endurance Experience, 10th Lightning Speed Motorsport, 11th Escurio GTMX with a post-race penalty or some disconnection issues, and in 12th Swift Autosport. So this was the race with the GT500s and the GT300s at Brands Hatch. So it looks like you were in that race as well, Jono, with the 67 Race on Oz.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally had my thing on mute. No, I wasn't in that race, although I was qualifying in that race.
Ah, okay. So it was Mustafa and Warrior for you in the Subaru.
Yeah, I was in the Subaru with Warrior and Mustafa raced that one. I helped put the car on pole position by about half a second over the one of the Lexuses. So it was a very hooked up lap, that one. I remember it vividly. It's probably one of my best laps I've ever done on GT6. Sorry, I just had a few technical difficulties there, and yeah, it was a very hooked up lap and helped put us on pole position, and Mustafa and Warrior got the job done in the race.
Certainly a really interesting race to watch. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, this is definitely a sort of a historic event for my perspective. It was we had lots of bad luck in Tsukuba and Motegi, and to finally come through and get the first win, it was a very awesome feeling as a manager.
So on to round 21, which was the London 12 hours, also at Brands Hatch, where we had Scarlottes on pole position in GT Cup, with Soka GT taking the start. Then we had the Wild Racing team in second, Green Hell Heathens in third, the Dart team in fourth, Dragon Razor Racing, Scar Honda, Team Aqua Racing, GTR Blackhawks, Race on Oz, and the VAC Racing team. And the pit lane start for Hyperion and Swift Autosports, both with 30-second penalties. In the end, though, it was Hyperion taking the victory, though. So despite a pit lane start there, all the way up to the front of the field, taking victory there. Bambi crossing the line for them. In second, we had Wild Racing Team on 2 laps down. Third, Green Hell Heathens. And the Dart team, Race on Oz, took another win, and TCN won in the Honda CRZ. Then we had Scar Honda in 6th, Scar Lotus in 7th with some disconnects, I believe. In 8th, we had Dragon Razor Racing, 9th, GTR Blackhawks, 10th, Team Aqua Racing, 11th, VAC Racing Team, and 12th, Swiss Autosport.
Just want to interrupt you there. There was a very interesting battle between the Dragon Racer Racing and Race on Oz Racing cars. They were making very large amounts of contact at Lake Com, and Warriors furious with just flashing the lights constantly since that exchange, and Sinister Plague has since leapt ahead, and Warriors now coming for damage, so there was definite contact there, and Warrior furious at Sinister Plague there, so an interesting exchange that was missed on the stream.
Yeah, some really tight racing. And I try to keep contact to a minimum when overtaking, but sometimes people get a little over anxious and some doors rub and mirrors fall off, and it's something that you're gonna have in endurance racing even.
Yeah, or in the case of Toyota, your front lens cover of the headlight falls off. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I think I did. Was that at Silverstone, right?
No, it was at Fuji.
At Fuji?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think Toyota was the only car to have that occur to them at Fuji.
Alright, so on to round 22. It was the Suzuka 1000 kilometers, another classic event with the Super GT cars. It was SSR Motorsports, the number 28 on pole with TNR Pfeffer. Reaper Online Racing in second, Inferno Racing, Teamwise Racing, Escuderia GTMX, and the Wild Racing Team, and Dragon Racing, Razor Racing, Race on Oz Racing, Swift Autosport, Aura Racing Team, Endurance Experience, and Lightning Speed Motorsport rounding out the field. And it was another win for Inferno Racing with RCB and White Knight on driving duty. They drove 173 laps. On the same lap in second, SSR Motorsports with 1 minute 37 taking between them and the leaders. In third we had Escuderia GTMX. In fourth, Teamwise Racing. In fifth, Reaper Online Racing. Sixth, Wild Racing Team. And Race on Oz Racing taking the victory in GT300. In eighth, we had Dragon Razor Racing. Ninth, Endurance Experience. 10th, Lightning Speed Motorsport. 11th, the Swift Autosport team. And a retirement for the Aura Racing team. So this is a race I did not see much of, but do you know what happened there, Jono?
Oh, excuse me, sorry, Bart. I just got disconnected from the lobby from spectating.
The TV stream just got disconnected as well.
Oh no!
I'll
Don't!
be right
Oh
back,
no!
guys.
Don't tell me this is a...
Don't! No!
Really?
Oh no! This can't be a full lobby disconnection, please.
I think it very well may be just that.
Well, the YouTube stream says disconnected from the server. Looks like we've had the black screen of death. Everyone's saying they've got disconnected, so it's a red flag situation.
Wow. After almost 20 hours of racing.
Now that's incredible because that neutralizes the race, as we all know. So that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt guys like Warrior who are on a charge and making a recovery, because they could potentially lose a lap with this situation, or on the other hand, it could benefit them and they could potentially gain a lap. So we don't know until all the stint photos come through, but it appears we're going to have a very long period of waiting before we get the race back underway.
Which is gonna be tough to deal with for us as well. But yeah, even even tougher for the drivers. They would want to be in the car in the race. instead of waiting and reconvening in a new lobby.
Now this is coming at a very bad time for some managers too, because at the moment we have 4.5 hours left of the race. As we know, you can't spend more than 4 hours. You can't spend more than 4 hours driving in a 6-hour period. So it depends really on how long this red flag is going to go for. As a manager, do you roll the dice and put your last driver in now, or do you take the chance and take the other chance and continue with the planned strategy?
I'm sorry, I had to step out for just a brief second. It looks like we are under red flag now, unfortunately. This is terrible. I think I jinxed it, so I apologize for that. But, I think that the 32 Audi, I think we were in the middle of performing a driver change immediately when this happened, so we have our most recent stint photo about 10 seconds before the disconnect.
Now, it's going to help some teams that pitted just before that disconnection. So, amazingly, that actually helps my team, because in that rather rash exchange at Les Combes, Warrior received damage at Les Combes and pitted literally 30 seconds before the lobby crashed. So it's going to be interesting to see how AJ works out these positions.
Yeah, and when it comes to driver strategy, I don't think we're going to risk it. I think that we're probably going to get going with a little bit over 4 hours remaining if everyone's diligent. So I'm thinking that Oz has he's had enough driving. He's on some medications right now that are making it difficult for him. So WRS North America, we're going to put Patrick in the car for a little bit, and I still think I'm going to step in for the end. But hopefully we can get this lobby up and running again very soon.
Yeah, hopefully we do. So I'm just reading through the regulations here of a red flag situation. So yeah, teams may not conduct a driver change while the race is suspended unless it's approved by the race director. So we're
Yeah,
gonna have to wait on that.
Yeah, well, we were in the middle of performing one anyway, and our current driver, he's becoming unfit to drive, so hopefully we'll get an approval from AJ on that one.
Yeah, probably you will. I mean, I think he saw the message DC from you guys before the red flag, so
Yeah, I
even
think
if
that
you
was
would
the
not
case.
allow other teams to do a driver change, you already
Yeah,
applied
we've
for
already
it.
begun ours.
Yeah.
So very fortunate timing for us, and an unfortunate situation for everybody involved in the race and viewing the stream. Apologies for the lack of pictures, but one of those things that's bound to happen when you're dealing with the Gran Turismo servers, and there's really no avoiding it. We go as long as we want. Sometimes it's better than others, but it happens to everybody, even to AJ and the rest of the room when it's fixed host, and just takes the whole thing down.
Yes, of course. It's not the first time we've had this situation in the endurance series. Most recently, this happened at the London 12 hour, I believe, where we had several red flag situations.
Yeah, I don't think it was for a mass disconnect, though. I think the one time we had a mass disconnect was the Japan 12 hour at Twin Ring Motegi.
Ah, yes, that's right. My mistake. My last red flag situation was actually at the previous round, the Monterey Sports Car Championships, was roughly an hour to go. We had a broken lobby situation, so it was a horse red flag. But like you said, last mass disconnection was at the Japan 12 hour.
Apologies for any background noise. So yeah, on the red flag situation at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps and the 12 hours of Spa. It's been a mass disconnection from everybody who was in the room at the time. Some people got cut out. Some people are really fortunate with this, although it's not something really anyone wants to see. And for anyone viewing right now, we apologize for the lack of pictures, but we will be trying to get the room back up and running as soon as we can. And I'm gonna have to step out for a little bit and coordinate some things within my team. Well, not my team, but I'm kind of taking the role as interim team manager for now. So I'm gonna go take care of that real quick, and I might be back. And if I'm not, I'll let you guys know through the text chat here.
No worries, Bambi. We'll see you again soon.
Yep. So have a good one, guys. I'll be back. Hopefully, I'll have some time to jump back in here just for a little bit longer. But if not, best of luck.
Thanks, mate. Now, while we're waiting for this red flag period to end and the race resumes, Bart, do you want to resume the season review where you left off? Oh, I don't believe he's in the call at the moment. Or either that or he can't hear me, but never mind. So we are under a red flag situation in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I will be having a break myself for now. Once things start to become clear, I'll give you an update, but I'll be just having a short little break while the situation remains stagnant.
Sorry, guys, I had to take a phone call there from my teammate Friday. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of team manager duties. I think that everybody understands that goes first. So I apologize for that.
As I say that, I am back and have confirmation that the room will not be reopened for another 23 minutes. So well, basically when there's 4 hours of the race left to run, the lobby will be reopened. So approximately 20 minutes time, we will see the lobby reopened. So that is all for now. I shall be back later. Hey guys, it's Jono here again. Still under red flag conditions for the Spa-Francorchamps 24-hour. We're approximately 18 minutes from the lobby reopening. While waiting, if you have any questions for myself, as Bart and Bambi have disappeared, post them in the YouTube comment section and I'll try to answer them, whether they be Pokemon related or not. At the time of the red flag, it was number 36 was in the lead, followed by the 44, 33, 43, 45, 42, 32, and in GT300, 68, 67, 61, 64, and 62. So the GT300 leaderboard was turned upside down following a disconnection from the Dragon Racer Racing team and a Stint photo fix from the Race on Oz team. So Race on Oz back in play after seemingly all hope was lost. And like I said, if you have any questions you want answered, post them in the YouTube comment section. Thank you for your question, Black Curium 5. Your question was, whose favour does this work towards? Now, I can only presume you mean the red flag, so basically this favours those who made a pit stop just before the red flag was flown, so, or in this case, the lobby disconnection. So, for example, in my team, Race on Oz, Warrior got damaged in an incident and made a pit stop just literally a lap before the red flag was flown. So he can um, he can upload a stint photo that basically proves he was as close to the red flag as possible, which means he loses the least amount of time as a result of the red flag. So it definitely helps to not only take photos while in the pits, but also, if at all possible, take photos while you're on the track, even to get someone to do it for you, because you never know when disaster might strike. It also works on the favour for some people who are on their outlap as well. Okay, so if you have any more questions, be sure to fire on them at me in the YouTube chat. Just 15 minutes away from the lobby reopening. Nico Nordman asks, why is there a red flag? The red flag was due to a mass disconnection of the lobby. The host, GTP AJ, runs it as a fixed room, so basically he is... I'm not really too savvy with these networking things, but basically he... all the data goes to him, and he is essentially the one and only potential host. So if he disconnects, everyone disconnects basically, and that is what happened in this instance. This prevents the case of where, in case AJ internet fails, that way he can know exactly what time it was when it disconnected, and that way the race doesn't resume in the hands of some other host who may not have the internet as AJ or some other instance like that, and he may miss something really important that goes on during that time. So it helps. It may seem a bit silly to have one host and everyone gets booted out, but for a series like this, it's the only option. GTP Kane says, I bet it could possibly be wet when we rejoin. Well, it's not the first time it's happened where we've had a red flag and then it be wet when it resumes magically. That happened at the Japan 12 hour, I believe, where it was dry, and then once the red flag hit and then it resumed, suddenly it was a flood. Can't exactly recall another race where that's happened, but I'm sure it's happened before in another instance.
Well, it's better than last year where it happened in the final hour, or even with about 30 minutes to go.
You've returned.
Yeah. Yeah, I've returned from some manager duties. I managed to track down my final driver, and they're now communicating as to how to go forward.
Yes, I'm in that similar boat myself. Just in a sticky situation where, not to really give out any strategy away, but there's really not much point. But basically, when the room resumes, my main driver, Warrior, would only have essentially half an hour of running left before he would get a penalty for going over the 4-hour limit. So it's a bit of a, like I said before, it's a bit of a gamble. Do we throw in the other driver, or do we keep him out there until let him run his course? So it's such a gamble. This race has just been so topsy-turvy all up and down the field, and we've got another sting in the tail with just 3 hours to go.
Yeah, if it were to be wet, it could very well maybe that the GT300s are actually quicker.
Yeah, I noticed in testing that the at least against the GTR, that my BRZ seemed to have a bit of pace on the GTR. I mean, the GTR did eventually go faster, but it was harder for it to be consistent, whereas I was doing consistent 2-minute 38s, which I think is a pretty good time in the wet. I'm not entirely sure what the other teams or cars were doing, but it's definitely a situation where you want to chuck in your best wet weather driver if it's raining, and unfortunately with my disastrous internet, it's not really an option for me, I'm afraid. It'll be definitely interesting to see once it resumes, if it is wet. Let's just reiterate, if it is wet.
I mean, the forecast is still that it's dry in Belgium at the moment, so if AJ keeps to his realism, then it will probably stay dry.
Yeah, I'd like to see it remain dry for the rest of the race. It's like AJ said, he used an umbrella and it was super effective, so I don't think we'll be seeing any rain. Fingers crossed we won't be seeing any rain.
Well, I thought we said no Pokemon talk.
No, I violated that, and just after you left, I didn't realise you had left, but I figured while we're waiting for this red flag to pass over, why don't we resume the season review from where we left off?
Oh yeah, right. You're right. We forgot about the last one almost. That we were about to review. So that was round 23, the Monterey Sports Car Championships, and we had a. I don't have the starting grid here in front of me, but the qualifying results are here. It's the MWM Racers Collective on pole, with Inferno Racing in second. Wait a minute. No, unfortunately, yeah, I'm mistaken. Sorry. It was Race on Oz in second, Inferno Racing in third, Turtle Racing League in fourth, Venator Racing in fifth. The Venator Racing there taking the first spot in LMGTE. In sixth, Teamwise Racing. In seventh, Can-Am VRL. And taking first spot in GT4 is the Dragon Racer Racing in 8th overall. In 9th, we had Lightning Speed Motorsport. In 10th, Dart. In 11th, GTR Blackhawks. And in 12th, Hyperion. And I'm not quite sure which teams actually qualified. I know that Hyperion was in the race. So it looks like it was only 5 GT4 cars of the 8 there. So unfortunately, Spinning Arrows Racing missing out on qualifying. Same goes for Team Morphine and Turtle Racing League. So in the race, it was actually also NWM taking the win with 136 laps completed, with a 3-lap lead over Inferno Racing in second. In third, we had the Race on Oz Racing, and the winner in LMGTE was Teamwise Racing in fourth overall. In fifth overall, Can-Am VRL, second in class. Venator Racing rounding out the podium in LMGTE, 6th overall. And it was Dragon Racer Racing winning GT4 in 7th overall. 8th was the GTR Blackhawks. 9th, the Lightning Speed Motorsports. 10th, Dart. And in 11th, we had Hyperion. And there was unfortunately one retirement. That was the number 14 Turtle Racing League. So yeah, there was another of the 4-hour races with a different class, yeah, compound, so to say, with LMP3, LMGTE, and GT4. Looking at the lap times, it was not that much difference between the LMGTEs and the LMP3s. With the LMP3s by about 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah, that race might have been a bit interesting for you. Did you watch any of that race, Bart?
No, unfortunately not. Not a whole lot. I think I only saw the last half an hour or something.
Yeah, I just thought it would have been a bit interesting hearing you were a participant at Spielberg and then a spectator at Monterey, and
Yeah,
I actually
yeah.
missed it. I missed a lot of that race. I was a bit busy for the first hour or two, and luckily my drivers TNR Philo and Burner the Legend had it all under control. Yeah, I was happy with the third place, even though it was relatively by default after the TRL, that is the Turtle Racing League TRL, had to pull out after an unfortunate incident with Bo Albert. So, but it was a great battle between my race on Oscar and the Inferno racing car, some beautiful overtaking into turn one. It was a good highlight of that race, and yeah, it was a good race up and down the field.
Yeah, definitely. I remember my Hyperion teammates being very proud of qualifying for that race in a race where they felt the BMW was a bit off the pace. But nevertheless, yeah, keeping in the mix with the GT4 runners. I think they ran as high as third or second even. But a slow driver change for Patrick there, spoiling a bit of good fortune. So they finished in fifth in class.
Yes, we are not long now from the new lobby opening. This is where we'll see the grid reforming as it did roughly 19 hours ago. No, excuse me, 21 hours ago. My maths wasn't very good. I'm probably wrong again. But yeah, we'll see the grid reform in a, I suppose, correct order of running, and the race will be resumed.
If you've just joined us, you are watching the second annual GTPlanet 24 Hours of Spa, the final round in the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series. To keep up to date with this series and when we are not on air, for more information, visit our forums at www.gtplanet.net, or you can follow us on Twitter on @GTPlanetNews and @GTP_AJ. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, you can also get involved on our live chat at the right of your screen. So we just had a mass disconnect of the lobby, and that's why we have a red flag situation. Yeah, we will be back once the race will continue or the lobby is created. We'll be back to racing very soon, I hope. I think the lobby is being created as we speak. We'll keep you guys up to date if we get any new information from AJ himself, our race director and series organizer. I'm joined in the commentary box with Jono. Hi there, Jono. Do you have a Twitter account?
Yes, I do have a Twitter. It's JonoStan1996.
Right, there you go. And I'm at GTP_PASM on Twitter. So we took care of that. So you're all up to date on our Twitter feeds.
we've now reached the period where the lobby should be reopening, so we'll wait on confirmation from AJ whether to see if the lobby has reopened. Currently, team managers have... Yes, team managers are able to make driver changes during this red flag if they can send a private message to AJ with their team number. And the lobby is now open, and AJ is calling the drivers in one by one. The 32 and the 33 are able to join. So once they've joined, the next car will be able to be called in, followed by obviously the next few cars. Once we have all those cars in and lined up, the stewards will join, and me as a spectator being able to give you lap times. Now, I'll be interested to see who fields who in this final. I suppose I'm going to take a stab and say 3.5 hours. Who's going to field who in this section? Obviously, I believe you'd want to field your most prolific driver, your fastest driver, and your most reliable driver to get to the end. I think in GT300 anyway, it's going to be a straight fight between Swift Autosport, Race on Oz Racing, and Dragon Razor Racing, as I believe after this red flag they'll be all on the same lap. So the favourites to win the race would have to be Dragon Razor Racing, because they have been the fastest all race. They've made next to no mistakes apart from one disconnection, which is obviously out of their control. And if I were Dragon Razor Racing, I'd have to field TNR Philo, who's clearly their fast driver, and if I was Swift, I'd be chucking in GTP Danger Zone. But if it's not possible to field those drivers, then who do you put in to replace them?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. um, yeah, probably the one that's the most comfortable at this point in time with the car and track. Possibly there's a chance of rain. But,
From what it looks like on the live stream, it doesn't look like it's going to be a chance of rain. It actually looks rather sunny.
yeah, I think the weather could be on 0 and fixed, because Spa only stays sunny when it's completely on 0 and fixed, I think.
Yes, and Black Curum 5 says, hopefully we will see a battle between the 68 and the 67. So do I. I mean, it's all the GT. You couldn't even script this. I mean, the GT300 Championship is going to come down in between the top two cars at the moment, the Swift Autosport and Race on Oz Racing BRZs. It's going to be a battle for the ages. Whoever, I believe they'll be both on the same lap, and it'll be a shootout between both their drivers. So whoever gets the checkered flag first wins the championship.
Yeah, so how much is it in it at the moment in the championship? I'm
Yes,
now
it appears
looking up
the
the championship standings, so in GT3 it's number 44 TNR Nismo leading with 269 points. In second, Reaper Online Racing with 204 points. In third, Avalerian Racing with 179 points. In fourth, Bitter Rivals Racing with 159 points. In fifth, the Green Hell Heathens with 122 points. In sixth, WS North America with 106 points. And in seventh, Venator Racing with 58. And GT300 is led by the number 65, the Lightning Speed Motorsport. But they are out of the championship, I think. Or at least they don't score points this race. In second, it's Swift Autosport with 102 points, and in third, it's Race on Oz with 98 points. So that's very close, 4 points. So indeed, you're right. It's going to come down to this this final stint of the last drivers in those teams. In fourth, we have the Endurance Experience team. Fifth, Aura Racing. The Endurance Experience had 66 points. Aura Racing team have 50 points. In sixth, the GTO Racing team, who are not in this race, with 30 points. In seventh, Dragon Racer Racing with 42 points. And last is Scuderia GTMX with 10 points. They are also not in this race.
Yes, as the drivers continue to fill up the lobby, we are slowly moving our way towards filling up the lobby with all 12 drivers. Currently at 5, I think. 5 drivers have now entered the lobby. We are 10 minutes into this new lobby with 3 minutes and 51 minutes to go until the end of this race. All drivers are being called to the pit lane once they are entered the lobby.
And the points multiplier for GT3 is 4 times, and for GT300 it's also 4 times. So for GT300, this race is by far the most counting towards their championship standing. In GT3, it's in amongst the 24 hours of Nürburgring with 5 times and the 24 hours of Daytona with 3 times. So it's a pretty important race in terms of the championship, and plenty of, yeah, it can shake up the order quite a bit.
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, of Endurance Experience didn't have such bitter luck at the start of the race. This is only their 4th race out of 6, and they could have potentially won the championship thanks to the quadruple points offering that this race brings.
Yeah.
The GT300 drivers are now being called to the lobby with the 61 and 62.
Yeah, the Endurance Experience team, the number 64, they are scored as 14 laps down from the lead, so not much you can do in 4 hours to compensate 14 laps. unfortunately for them. But the gap between Swift Autosport and Race on Us Racing after 19 hours of racing was only 27.8 seconds.
Black Curum asked, why isn't number 65 racing today? They were not permitted to enter this race due to various reasons relating back to a previous event. And for those watching on YouTube, tell us, who are you rooting for in the GT3 and the GT300 classes? Who do you think is going to take out this race in the championship? Who will win the race? Will it be Dragon Razor Racing? Will it be Race on Oz, or will it be Swift? And who will take the championship? Will it be Race on Oz, or will it be Swift?
So I think it was a red flag occurred at about 10:37 local time. I see here that the last stint photo of Valerian Racing was at 10:17. The driver changes are being approved and the new drivers are finding their way to the lobby. I see a few cars already in the pits, so they'll be checking for invisibility issues as well, making sure everybody can see each other on track. We've had red flags before for invisibility issues, which can happen when the driver changes take place all at the same times, which happens more often in the 4-hour races than in the 24-hour races. But yeah, unfortunately we had a mass disconnect of the lobby at 10:37. AJ will start calling the drivers one by one. He'll be on the start grid at the gantry there leading up to Eau Rouge. Everybody should line up in single file. AJ instructing the drivers to leave space on the safety car lap. Now on board with safety car. Unmistakable pink rims there. Now AJ must have had some his most recent update. The most recent update that we received was hour 19, but maybe recorded the order in a later stage. He's now calling the number 43 and then the 32 out on the grid. Will be interesting to see the order. Number 36, the Venator Racing. So it's Bitter Rivals Racing from WRS North America, from Venator Racing behind the safety car. Then it's TNR Nismo. That's important for them, being very close behind the number 36, which is their main rival for the race victory. As the number 36 is just flying past the safety car. I don't know what's the meaning of that. He makes his way back in reverse, but yeah, they are leading this race, but I think it's time to check your eyesight, if I may be that blunt.
Sorry, Rod, I'm back now.
Yeah, welcome back. We just had a funny sight of the number 36 shooting past the lined up cars on the grid, and then making its way back and parking in reverse in between the cars.
Now that I'm back, I can update you on who is going to be driving in the cars in this last session.
Excellent.
So I'll be going from 1 to 13. So 1 is AJ in the safety car, so he doesn't count. GTP Patrick is in the WRS North America Audi. GTP Ghost Driver is in the Avalerion car. R. Clark 83 is in the Reaper Online Racing AMG GT3. TNR Pfeffer is finishing the race for TNR Nismo. TRL Andromeda is in the Venator Racing BMW. RCB 929 is in the Green Hell Heathens GTR Nismo. The Flash 05, I accidentally skipped him. Flash 05 is in the Bitter Rivals Racing SLS AMG. And in GT300, TRL Argo is in the ORR Racing Lexus IS350. He'll be one to watch, although I do think they're several laps back after some unfortunate incidents in the past few hours. Bo Albert 6 is in the Endurance Experience BRZ. GTP Danger Zone, or Push the DZ as he likes to be known these days, is in the Swift Autosport VRZ. And he'll be fighting toe-to-toe with Mustafa in the Race on Oz Racing VRZ. Skater 913 will be flying the flag for Dragon Razor Racing. So this will be a big opportunity for Skater because he's got the fastest car out of all of these GT300s, I believe. And if he can get the jump on Mustafa and Danger Zone, he could win this race for Dragon Razor Racing. So that's your grid for the what may be the final 3 hours of this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. There still may be driver changes yet, however I doubt this somewhat, as that probably will cost too much time. I think this will be a straight 3.5 hour, maybe even 3 hour sprint to the finish.
The clock keeps on ticking. 3 hours and 36 minutes still to go. I reckon once we get this race underway, we'll be at about 3 hours 25 minutes to go.
Yes, it'll be important for the managers to keep their drivers updated on the length of time remaining.
Oh,
Once
this
we
is crucial though. Sorry to cut across you there, but the number 36 made a mistake coming out of the pits with traction control on. They were allowed to fix it, but crucially, they will move to the back of the grid.
Oh, 36, that is the
Venator Racing.
Venator
That's
Racing beamed. Oh
yeah,
no!
leader. Yeah.
Wow, that's crucial for this this last part of the race. So he's got a lot of work to do to make up those positions.
Looks like AJ accidentally warped back to the pits.
That's
We'll
a
move back into the front of the field now, as the safety car was about to start the formation lap anyway, so I think we're on the way here. Everyone should follow. So crucially, it's a pack of GT3 cars and then a pack of GT300 cars with the number 36 all the way at the rear of the field. So they must make their way through the GT300s first before they can launch an attack on the rest of the GT3 field. They may be not in a position where they have to attack, being in the lead by about a lap at hour 19. But then again, they will not want to lose too much ground to the number 44. And it's the number 33 right on the tail of the number 44, but I think a couple of laps down, maybe 1 or 2.
Just to interrupt you there, Bob, there's already drama this parade lap. Both the main rivals in the championship, Swift Autosport and Race and Oz Racing, have damage. Both of them have major damage to their cars, so there was a lag incident there between the both of them, most definitely. Mustafa has major engine damage, and Danger Zone has major suspension damage, so this could play right into Skater's hands. Skater's claiming that they're lagging, which is not surprising. But will AJ continue out for another lap, or will he go green? I'm presuming he'll go green, but there's no way either of them can continue with that sort of damage.
Yeah, I see no reason why it should continue, because the race is yeah, the field is already tightly packed, and there should be no danger of them making a pit stop, or it's not like it's raining a lot now and everybody needs to change tires, or it will become unsafe.
Yes, and I believe these cars are a little bit too close for comfort. They need to spread out a bit more.
Yeah, I think AJ's instructed them to leave space, but it's the impatient mind of a racing driver taking control there as soon as we get underway. Yeah, always typical to see, and it's been the case a couple of times during the season where there have been incidents behind the safety car all too often, and they're completely unnecessary if you leave some space. Now obviously it could be more than a second lag of one driver, so if you're not paying attention fully, you can even get hit by a stationary car or drive into a stationary car that's stationary because of lag. So it's also a bit of luck involved there, not getting hit by a laggy car.
Yes, well, AJ will make an announcement in the pause menu, whether he will bring him to the pits or continue around for another lap, so those who have got damage can make some repairs. I do believe with just two cars we may just go green, but we don't know what AJ has in mind. I'm fingers crossed from my perspective he goes around for another lap, but this is bad news for both Danger Zone and Mustafa in their hopes to win this race. Skater must be sitting there with rubbing his hands with glee as his two main rivals in this race have now just punted each other with damage, and he's got away scot-free, so he can just skate off into the distance, as his name implies.
Mind you, they were 6 laps down at hour 19.
So, safety cars in this lap.
Alright, so we'll go to green at the end of this lap.
So we'll be going green and expect the two BRZs to come in for repairs. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the Flash 05 in the Bit of Rivals Racing Mercedes-Benz leads the field. They come through the bus stop with GTP Patrick close behind. And we are racing once again in the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. The Flash gets a great getaway from GTP Patrick. He's got already a second lead, as we see both Danger Zone and Mustafa coming to the pits as expected. RCB and Ghost Driver side by side coming out of last source. There's contact. RCB getting well out of shape. In fact, that's a bad run, as R. Clark's going to go side by side into O Rouge, is he? No, he backs out of that move wisely. Elsewhere, Skaters got Bo Albert for close company. He's rocked it away from Bo Albert. He's got a perfect
Tino and
start.
Esmo are moving on the Camel Straight. They're slipstreaming on the inside now for Lecombe. They've got the position from the number 32.
Yes, It's good move,
33
good
in
move
close
by
pursuit.
Pepper there. Yeah, Pepper's going to be, he's flashing already at the flash, so an interesting battle this one. Must
Two
have
Audis
DZ.
now side by, or so not side by side, but close to each other. I think it's Patrick there on the inside of Ghost Driver. He gives up the position. It looked like he braked a little bit earlier on the inside. As it's now Green Hell Heathens on the tail of WRS, followed by the Reaper Online Racing. Very close driving there. Looks like it was a little bit of a mistake coming out of Commentator's corner, which cost some speed for Patrick.
Yes, RCB's going around the outside of Blanchimont. Can he pull it off? There's contact. He gets the move done, does he? No, they're still side by side, and now Clark's getting in on the action. They're free wide into the bus stop.
Oh,
Incredible
contact.
racing this is. Yeah, there's contact there.
Wow, round the outside goes the Reaper Online Racing. Stellar drive.
Perfect move. And that's
They're
TRL
through.
Andromeda coming up the inside of them. So RCB, the massive loser in that battle. Clark, the big winner. Incredible racing in these GT3 cars.
Awesome stuff. And the Venator Racing team already through the GT300 field and past two GT3 cars. Well, I hope that all the cars are still undamaged after that really close opening lap.
TRL Argo in the Lexus, the ORA Lexus has front left damage, but he seems to be coping with it okay. But for some reason, there's lots of drivers flashing their lights for some reason. RCB's now on the back of GTB Patrick. Is he going to go up to the move into Rivage? Is he pulling up to the inside? He's going to outbrake him. No, he leaves Patrick to outbrake himself, goes up the inside. There's contact, but gets the move done. Tina Pfeffer and the Flash are now bumper to bumper heading up to Fagny. Tina Pfeffer really applying the pressure here. Bo Albert's really trying to stick with Skater here as he wants to try and get a lap back for redemption after their terrible race so far, but mysteriously they're not last according to the leaderboard.
So of the number 68 and 67, which one got out of the pits first?
The Danger Zone got into the bits first and obviously exited first, and there's roughly a second and a half between them. On that previous lap, there was only a tenth difference between the two. It's a tight battle. This is a classic duel, so nothing in it between them. Mustafa needs to push hard to get onto the back of Danger Zone using his particular setup. Yeah, I believe TRL Argo is in the pits. TRL Argo is in the pits for ORA Racing Team, so he's going to be the big loser as well out of these GT300 drivers. So it's a bitter end to the race for ORA Racing Team after such promise at the start, running in second most of the way.
Tina Nismo looking racy, applying pressure to the bitter rivals. Yeah, it was TNR having a look at the inside of La Source. Not too much overlap there, so he thought better of it. Looks like, yeah, bitter rivals had a better run because of it out of La Source, and that has cost the chance to attack on the Camel Straight. But there will be another lap after this one. as very close racing now between Reaper Online Racing and Venator. Bumper to bumper. Reaper Online Racing defends the inside. So I believe it was contact there. Is it?
Yes, they're wheel to wheel. Andromeda's going around the outside into Fagnes is on the ripple strip, but Clark holds the position. Very classy driving there from Clark.
Yeah, surely it's not possible there to overtake all the way around the outside in the dry. And Ghost Driver is staying with these front two drivers, and as our Clark and Andromeda in the background there.
There's lots of good racing up and down the field on that last lap. Danger Zone was about once again only a tenth faster than Mustafa, so there's nothing in it between them again. Andromeda's currently the fastest driver on the circuit with a 2:17.953. I'm expecting them to go into the low 2:16s with these optimal weather conditions, as TRL Andromeda's going to go around the outside into lay comms on Clark 83. Can he get the move done? There's contact, but he gets the move done. They're going all sideways out of the heading into the Rivalries, but Andromeda's got the move done. Very good move there. Now he's going to set his sights on, I believe that is GTP Ghost Driver in the Valerion car.
Now, is it just me, or is Andromeda very aggressive there?
It was a very aggressive move. He had to commit to the outside once he was there. I mean, Clark had the corner, but Clark sort of backed out of it once Andromeda got his nose ahead. Flash is still holding the lead from TNR Pfeffer in that TNR Nismo. I don't believe they are fighting for position, but TNR Pfeffer is desperate to get ahead, but just cannot find a way past. Flashing his lights furiously, just cannot find a way past. Flash is defending his position brilliantly here as they come up through Radion.
TNR is closer this lap.
He definitely is close. I reckon Pfeffer can get him here. Flash immediately jinks the inside, but he's now up the middle. He's left the door open for Pfeffer. Pfeffer's surely going to go up the inside. He outbrakes him side by side, but the Flash is he's gone sideways. He still holds the line, and Mustafa's gone faster than Danger Zone on that previous lap.
Ooh, that
And
cost
Pfeffer's
them a
still
lot because
second.
Ghost Driver is right up on the tail of TNR.
Yes, it's now turned into a freeway battle, and now suddenly after Pfeffer attacking all over the Flash, now has to defend from Ghost Driver, and look who that is behind. Andromeda's now behind them, so this will become a four-way battle very, very shortly. Flash has used this opportunity to pull away somewhat from Pfeffer. He's about a second ahead now. gap between the two GT300 rivals is very, very slender. It's only about a second and a half. TRL Argo is now pushing hard to recover any lost time. Bo Albert's now setting faster lap times than Skater, who's not pulling away like I expected him to. Bo will be looking to put on the pressure to Skater to see if he can get a lap back and perhaps pressure him to a mistake. So Skater, at this stage, has the race in his pocket if he can just keep going. Meanwhile, in GT3, the action's still going on strong. Flash has started to pull away even further from TNR Pfeffer coming out of La Source, but there was a great corner by Pfeffer, who's now on the back of him. It's now officially, as I said, a four-way battle. TRL Andromeda now on the back of GTP Ghost Driver. He's going to get a triple toe coming out of Radion up the Camel Straight. Fantastic racing in these GT3 cars. Tina Pfeffer looks closer than ever now. Surely he's got to go for the move now. But no, he doesn't. He's still tucked in behind. He's just been playing the waiting game, although he desperately needs to get past him. He wants to increase that gap over the Venator Racing BMW. Andromeda swerving all over the back of GTP Ghost Driver. He wants to get ahead of TNR Pfeffer to just put that win out of reach from TNR Nismo. GT300 push the danger zone has now pushed out to a 2-minute 21.113. That's quicker than Argo. He's on 2:21.268, and Mustafa's stuck in the 2:21.3s. So it's closely knit between them, but Mustafa needs to push hard if he wants to win this championship. The race on Oz, and he wants to win that Drivers' Championship. Bo and Albert and Skater are definitely the slowest in GT300 by only 8/10 of a second. However, they're still pushing each other hard, and Bo's gaining on him even more. RCB riding on with RCB coming through La Source after a very unfortunate first lap where he got hung out to dry by the other cars. He's now recovering and now starting to gain a bit on R Clark 83, setting the third fastest time. Flash still keeping Pfeffer at bay, although Pfeffer is definitely backing off towards the end of that braking zone. Very good racing from these GT3 cars. And as Pfeffer gets a bit wide out of Malmedy, TRL Argo is pushing very, very hard. He's now definitely the fastest GT300 driver on the circuit. If I were Mustafa, I wouldn't waste any time battling with him. I'd just let him through. Perhaps use his toe to help catch up to GTP Danger Zone. Still relatively stagnant between the top four cars in GT3, although TRL Andromeda is right on the back of GTP Ghost Driver now as they head up towards Blanchimont. Can he go around the outside? And a 42 has a penalty. That is, I believe, that is the Reef Online Racing Car. Penalty for recovery time. that's definitely hurt their race. They were doing well in this green flag period, so they'll be boxing in this lap. Tyrrell Andromeda failed to get past GTP Ghost Driver into the bus stop. Can he get
Good
past
defensive
into
driver. Good
Yeah, very
defensive
good.
driving there. So yeah, I believe this is still the penalty there for the 42 is still from the disconnection that Kane has suffered. Yeah, the rules have changed a little bit during the course of this season on how to calculate the lap compensation, and there is a sort of a recovery time now for every disconnect, as AJ is trying to simulate the time it takes for a flatbed to recover the car from somewhere around the track to the pits at your disconnection. As Andromeda is looking on the inside for a rivage, will he do it? No, not enough space there. Contact.
Yeah, Ghost Driver's really showing his prowess as a defensive driver, although it is costing him and Andromeda lots of time as the top two are very quickly getting away. Andromeda clearly has the faster car at this stage, but Ghost Driver's proving his worth.
Yeah, if you're gonna overtake into there, you better make sure you reduce your speed enough to take the tight line, says Ghost Driver. Or at least that's what he's thinking, surely. Not giving more than more than a car's width room there.
Staying on board with this awesome battle. Surely Andromeda's got to make the move into the bus stop. He's got the toe. Ghost Driver's going to hold the inside, is he? Yes, he does. Squeezes Andromeda over to the curb. Great defensive driving from GTP Ghost Driver. He's delayed him through.
Andromeda cutting a bit of the corner.
Yeah, he got away with that one. Oh, Andromeda getting well out of shape out of La Source, so that's compromised his run down to Eau Rouge. Doesn't look likely Andromeda will get past GTP Ghost Driver on this lap. TNR Pfeffer is not as close to the Flash as he was the last lap, but surely he's got to go for it this lap. He keeps flashing him, but he's not going for the move. 36 has been just as you said it, Hassan. He got a warning for track limits, so they are watching.
Oh, he has a bit of a moment into Lacombe. Drifts over the curb, loses some room and some time. So it will be another fight to get back on terms with the number 33. Valerian car.
It's a very scrappy lap from Andromeda so far. That'll frustrate him.
Yeah,
Clark's now been released from the pits.
Being frustrated for the warning of track limits. Meanwhile, it is the Green Hell Heathens closing in on Venator there.
Venator Racing BMW still closing up on Ghost Driver after that scrappy lap. TRL Andromeda definitely has the pace over Ghost Driver. As we compare lap times, Andromeda's the fastest with a 2:17.0. R. Clark, just before that penalty, was the second fastest with a 2:17.7. RCB in the Green Hell Heathens GTR, 2:17.865. TNR Pfeffer, 2:18.0. Ghost Driver with a 2:18.085, so only 0.03 of a second slower. The Flash is despite leading the pack, 2:18.122. GTP Patrick is the slowest of all the GT3s with a 2:19.5. TRL Argo is the quickest GT300 with a 2:20.759. That's very quick. Danger Zone has improved to a 2:20.943. That's his previous lap too. Mustafa's still stuck in the 2:21s with a personal best of 2:21.122. Skater's best lap is a 2:21.6 and Bo Alberts is a 2:21.8.
Yeah, still it looks like the bitter rivals have tuned their car well for the long straights, and or it was the tiny fraction of a slide that TNR had coming out of La Source this lap. But fact is that they had a couple of runs on bitter rivals now, and they were unable to break out of the slipstream. Oh, bitter rivals on the curb, kicking up a little bit of dust, but looks like it didn't cost them much.
Yes, I'm currently riding on board with the T9 Nismo, and the Flash definitely has a very good straight line speed set up on that car, as you mentioned. Pepper just can't get him into those. Oh, and the 36 has a penalty. That's Andromeda. 3 warnings for track limits. So box and hold this lap. That's terrible for Andromeda. So this is a 30-second penalty, I believe. And he almost
I think so.
cuts the track there. So Pfeffer pits as well. Pfeffer is in the pits as well. So Pfeffer is using this opportunity to use the undercut whilst pulling away from the Venator BMW at the same time. So this is working out well for TNR Nismo.
That's some good strategic thinking there, undercutting the bitter rivals and still getting ahead of the main rival by about 30 seconds from that penalty. So on which lap are these runners now?
They're on lap 12.
Lap 12, all right. So yeah, that's right around the undercut window, so to say. Currently showing the battle of number 62 and the number 67.
Yes, this is the battle between TRL Argo and Mustafa. Now, I believe Mustafa, if I was in his position, just to let Argo through. He's clearly faster, but he needs to concentrate on getting up to danger zone, because this is the battle for the championship. Whoever reaches that finish line first wins the championship. And at the moment, the ball's in Swift Autosports court, and it's not looking good for Race on Oz Racing at the moment. That incident at the grid really cost them big time. Mustafa seems to have lots of straight line speed in that Subaru BRZ. TRL Algo just can't get anywhere near him down the Campbell Straight. So we're all squirrely out of Lake Hom. He's run very wide out of Melbourne. He needs to let Argo through here. There's no point battling him. But no, he holds the position through that is the Rivage into the photographer's corner, or the no-name corner as it's most often called. TRL go all over the back of Mustafa. He's flashing him. Alexis seems to be very well hooked up through Puon corner.
Indeed, that was a 30-second penalty for number 36, but they really have to be careful of track limits now, because the next warning will be a 1-minute penalty.
TRL Argo is going side by side with Mustafa, and oh, the 36 has another penalty. 4 warnings in total, so box and hold this up. This race is slipping away from Venator Racing. They have the lead, but they can't keep getting these penalties. This is just going to give the race to TNR Pfeffer and TNR Nismo.
Yeah, it all depends on their gap. I think it's a lap. At least that's according to the hour 19 results. So all these penalties are totaling to about a lap. These
Yes, well,
this could
TNR
be really
Andromeda
close.
doesn't understand why he has 2 penalties, but he has 4 warnings.
Yeah. Now
Committed
Andromeda, being new
free
to the
track extending
series,
penalties. Yeah.
you certainly know that you get penalized quite quickly if you do something wrong here.
Now TRL Andromeda is stuck in the pit lane as he's been told to go coming through towards Stavilo now, so he's lost the better half of two-thirds of a lap. That didn't in the pit lane. I'll tell you where TNR Pfeffer is. He is at coming through towards Stavilo now, so he's lost the better half of two-thirds of a lap. That didn't sound right, but he's lost two-thirds of a lap roughly to TRL Andromeda. Sorry, to TNR Pfeffer. So he still leads for now,
Number
but he can't afford
62
to give away any more
overtakes
penalties.
the number 67 though. Right around Bruxelles or Rivage. And quite a few of these corners have 2 names, have different names depending on who you talk to.
So we see a number of cars coming to the pits already. Ghost Driver and the Flash are in. Now, I believe now we are joined by the one and only Ethan Pride. How are you, HP?
I'm not too bad. How are we? I don't have any visuals at the moment, but I'm working on that furiously. I'm plagued with technical issues this race, on top of some reverse narcolepsy and some narcolepsy. How's everything been going? Well, it looks like we've just had a couple of penalties there.
Yes, the TRL Andromeda and the Venator Racing car got 2 penalties. One for committing too many instances of track limit infringements, and plus 4 warnings in total, so that's a double whammy of 30-second penalties. It's been an action-packed race through both categories, but in GT300, Danger Zone currently holds the advantage over Mustafa by at least 6 seconds now, so it's looking good for Swift Autosport.
And that battle for the championship in GT300, where do we stand with that?
That is for basically whoever finishes ahead wins the championship.
Well, we'll have to watch that one very closely. Absolutely. I do believe that Bart does have to go. Probably got
Yeah,
some
that's
driving
correct.
commitments. Oh, yeah. So definitely thanks for filling in there, Bart. Thanks for helping me out so I can get a bit of a rest. I'll be with you all until the end. So we'll let you go, Bart. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you too. See you all. Bye bye.
See you, mate. And we do wish him all the best for Avalarion. I think Jono has also dropped out of the comms box, but that is an unexpected dropout. So let's wait for him to get back in. Looks like we do have a driver change with TRL Agro dropping out and Chris 93 coming in. Now that may have seemed somewhat delayed because I'm still working on getting some visuals for my commentary currently running on the YouTube chat. So what I'll do just while I'm doing that, have a look through the chat here and see what's going on over there. Looks like there's some chatter going on about the, I think the GTR. Jono, are you back with us?
Yeah, I just got disconnected from the call. I didn't even notice I was doing my own little call, and I didn't even notice.
It does happen. That's happened to me on Skype a bit actually over the last week. So, yeah. So, are you with us till the end, or you're not doing any more
Oh,
driving?
I'm not doing any more driving. There's not really much of an advantage doing a driver change with so little time left in the race to go. The red
Yeah, I
flag
wouldn't have thought
came
so.
at a very, very poor time for us.
And whereabouts are your guys on track
Uh,
compared to?
Mustafa is at Lake Holm, and Danger Zone is about 5 seconds up the road, so
So
Danger
there's really
Zone's got
not
the
much in it, is
initiative on
there?
pace. Oh, well, they were closer at the start, obviously, with the grid, but unfortunately they had a lag incident on the parade lap, so both of them had to pit for damage, and since then it's just been Danger Zone all the way, so yeah. Mustafa
So
needs
with
to pull
2 hours,
something out of the bag.
so with 2 hours and 56 minutes to go, it's what? There's 5 seconds in it at the top of the GT 300 championship. Is that right?
Yes, but Skater currently leads the race by about 20 plus, at least 20 seconds over Danger Zone.
It's still not much time at all, mate, and we all know that in these races. So yeah, definitely watch that space.
I believe it's just us two in comms now for the moment, HP, so is there anything more you need me to fill you in?
No, that's good for now. I'm still trying to get visuals, so yeah, just check your Skype in about 3, 2, 1.
Well, I'm going to follow some GT3 action for now, and Bo Albert's closed right up on Skater once again. They've had another. This battle's been going on since the start. The gap's closed and opened and closed and opened and closed, and now it's closing because Bo Albert's now right in the slipstream of Skater, and I believe that Bo's using a very high downforce setup on that car because he's not exceeding anything past 235 kilometers an hour, whereas GTP Danger Zone and Mustafa are exceeding above 240. Nevertheless, it seems to be working well for Bo because he's now gaining on Skater, who that Lexus has been solid through that Pujon corner all day.
Where are they? Where are they at endurance experience in terms of lap count? Because they were a lot of laps down. Have they made up any time?
They haven't necessarily made up time, but they have made up position because ORA Racing Team had a bit of a disaster with some limp home mode excursions. So, according to the tower, they have moved ahead of ORA Racing Team in fourth position. So it's Dragon Racer Racing first, Swift Autosport second, Ruse third, Endurance Experience fourth, and ORA fifth.
Well, that really has been the class with the most excitement, I think, from what I've seen. That has just been changing all race. Yeah, a lot of excitement going on there.
Yes. After the pit stop phase in GT300, RCB is the only one who has not pitted yet, so he's going for a long stint first. From the drivers who have pitted, the one who is leading is TNR Pfeffer, so the undercut working perfectly for him. He's followed by the Flash, so he got about a 3 seconds worth of undercut there, so that strategy worked well for him. So this field is now relatively spread out after a very action-packed first half an hour to this race. This resummation of the race.
I'm actually going to go through the Skype chat there and get the latest update because I actually haven't seen it yet. So doing that right now.
Mustafa is in the pit, so I think this is a scheduled stop for him. It seems a bit early, but I think he's rolling the dice here. He's filling the tank up with fuel. It's a quick pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on here. Will Danger Zone react? Basically, he had roughly the whole pit straight advantage over Mustafa. So Mustafa's come out just behind TRL Andromeda, and that's worked well for him because he can pick up that BMW's toe just before Eau Rouge. So it's all up to Mustafa now. He has to push hard to close the gap down the danger zone because, I'll reiterate, whichever team is ahead wins the championship. Doesn't matter where they finish, whoever finishes ahead wins the championship.
So looking at the last update here, I'm looking at Race on Oz being 10 laps down. That's not entirely accurate though, is it anymore, Jono? That's
No.
before the red flag, I believe. So
Yeah, because I was saying before you went off that the stint photos needed to be fixed up. Well, once they were fixed, we were only 20 seconds behind Swift Autosport.
okay, so yeah, so we'll wait with bated breath for that next update to come through. Definitely, hopefully that won't be too far away, but the red flags do tend to delay them, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully AJ's got something for us soonish. Lionface74 in the chat has come up with a good quote there. No such thing as aliens, just lots of practice, right setup and mindset. Could not agree more. Although, yeah, there's definitely a few aliens floating around, but I guess they've just applied themselves a little bit more than the rest of us.
We also call them platinum drivers.
Well, there's that as well. There's a reason they're sitting at platinum, definitely.
Yeah, less than 3 hours to go in this race, so the pressure's really starting to build on the drivers who need to push hard, especially guys like Mustafa, who needs to really bring that gap down over danger zone, otherwise the championship's over. RCB now pits finally from the lead of that GT3 pack. Be interesting to see how much fuel he pits. His tyres were very worn. Through goes Pfeffer. The Flash goes through as well. Ghost Driver goes through. And he exits the pits with just over 3/4 of fuel remaining in his tank.
I've lost my video again, Jono, so I'm just getting that back up and running. That is a lot better. So currently on board with the Lexus by the look of it. So what do you think the likelihood is, Jono, of the lead changing or any upsets, I guess, in GT3?
Well,
how do you think that's going to pan out?
Well, if Andromeda keeps cutting corners like he was doing at the bus stop, well, I reckon the race is going to go to TNR Nismo. But Andromeda just needs to calm down and just keep it in between the white lines. And Venator's got this race win because they despite those 2 penalties, they still have, let's see, Andromeda's at the start-finish line, and TNR Pfeffer is at Stavilo, so he's still got quite a large advantage over that Nismo. So, really, like I said, just needs to keep going, just keep it on the black stuff, and Pfeffer just needs to go like a bat out of hell, but not make any mistakes. In GT300, Skater is the slowest car on track, but he doesn't need to push hard. He just needs to keep going. Bo Alberts, I believe, made a mistake, and he's fallen right off the back of Skater, so pressure's off Skater, that's for sure. Oh yes, and I've just seen why. I believe Bo tried to go for a move around the outside of Malmedy and went into the gravel, so that is why Bo Albert is so far behind. A bit of unfortunate luck there for Bo Albert.
He's had such a good season in GT Cup as well. He's the GT Cup Drivers Champion. So it must be frustrating for him having a bad race, but better off being this race than the one that was that clinched him his title. But yeah, definitely he'll be a little bit frustrated, I reckon.
Yeah, well, let's not forget, his team actually still had a shot to win the championship. And yes, indeed, Bo comes in for a pit, so he must have had damage. So was there contact between the 2 drivers? I mean, I think it's a racing incident, side by side. Bo was on the outside, but I don't think there was any malice if there was contact. I only saw a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye. But yeah, Bo is very disappointed, obviously, at today's race with their shot at the GT3 title going out the window. And Chris 93 is now lapping faster than Mustafa, so that's very frustrating for the Race on Oz driver.
It'll be interesting to see what that pressure does for Mustafa as well, because he's obviously under pressure now to get his lap times up. And really, you just need to throw everything at it, I guess. You've got over 2 hours to go and the championship on the line, so you've got to throw everything at it, but you have to maintain consistency as well and make sure you don't make any mistakes. So it'll be interesting to see if he has what it takes to do what needs to be done.
So, riding on board with the Flash at the moment, he's got TNR Pfeffer in front of him, but he's a fast disappearing dot. Behind him he has GTP Ghost Driver. So the GT3s are relatively spread out for now, and Danger Zone's got a car in front of him that is R-Clark 83, so no problems for Push the Danger Zone. Gotta stop getting those 2 names confused. But yeah, it's all looking very good for Swift Autosport.
I've just asked AJ how long till the next update, so as I think we're a little bit behind.
Oh, Danger Zone comes into the pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see where he comes out in respective to Mustafa. This could be very crucial. Mustafa is coming out of Stavilo 2. I do not think Danger Zone has much to worry about here. He's well clear. He will easily come out in front of Mustafa, so slipping further away for the Race on Oz. Bo Albert has claimed that he was shoved off the track by the Dragon Racer Raisin Lexus, so that's a very poignant moment of the race there. Will we see any action be taken?
Well, I'm sure there'll be a report into the stewards. Not sure if they saw it or not, but looks like some contention there. So we'll see what comes of that.
Mustafa comes into the pits too, and he has rear left damage. I don't know what that could have been from. I mean, lost a lot of time in Sector 2. Did he get hit by a car, or he must have spun out of one of the corners in Sector 2, so Danger Zone can ease off now. He's got the entire back straight from La Source to Lake on between him and Mustafa.
Yeah, that'll take some pressure off, definitely, and with 2 hours 42 minutes to go, whilst it certainly isn't over, that will they'll breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there for sure.
Just keeping you updated on fastest laps. RCB is now up in the pace with a 2:17.832. Patrick's now done his personal best of a 2:19.556. Clark is on a hot one with his fastest first sector. But apart from that, seems rather stagnant across the entire field.
Has that fastest lap of the race been touched yet? The 2:16 of Evolution?
2:16.440. No, I thought it would have been toppled by now, but it hasn't. The next fastest was a lap by De Bomb. But at this stage, the fastest lap in the lobby is still a 2:17.013 by Tyrrell Andromeda in that BMW.
That might have been on a lap in which he received some infractions too, so yeah, interesting to know if that was that particular lap that caused him to get a penalty or two.
So we have R-Clark 83 now coming up to the back of Skater. Should be easy pickings once they get out of Stavelo corners.
Here's a question for our viewers in the YouTube chat. Let me know who has been up the longest. Has anybody been with us for the entire duration of the race? There's got to be some tired eyes out there. Let us know how long you've been awake for.
I have been awake since, excluding a nanny nap in a McDonald's car park. I've been up since 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
That's a pretty good effort, mate. I think we're all well aware of the fact that I certainly have slept. We've got Pointless has... Well, he's fried. He's had no sleep by the look of it. Demon Snake hasn't had any sleep. Pointless has been awake for 42 hours, apparently. So I know how you feel, mate. I've been there and done that for these races. So yes, well done. You'll get yourself a good sleep tonight, that's for sure.
The leader in GT300 Skater pits. So after 23 laps, he's coming to the pits. So these seem to be some very differing strategies between these cars. Normally, some are getting 26 laps out of their stints, but Skater pitting early, as did Mustafa and Danger Zone.
Whereabouts on track are our friends in Bitter Rivals Racing, mate? Where are they? Looks like we're on board with. Are we on board with them now?
Yes, the Flash is at. He's just come out of Stavelo, and I think he's gaining once my screen eventually goes from. There we go. I think he's got ahead of Mustafa in the race on Oz Subaru. He's gone wide at Blanchimont, very wide in fact at Blanchimont. All out of shape there, and He's currently behind TNR Pfeffer. He's also outbroke himself into the bus stop, so it's been a scrappy end to this lap from the Flash. Under pressure from GTP Ghost Driver. That was a 4-lap 2-minute 19.881. That's over 2 seconds slower than his personal best. You've given him the curse, HP.
The commentator's curse, mate. It's God mode for commentators. So we've got a lot of wide eyes in the YouTube chat. Glenn Owls has been up for 27 hours. Striker's been up for 5.5 and said he might have a nap soon. Okay. Yeah, so well done to everybody out there in YouTube land who are sticking with us and watching this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I'm still fighting with audio demons on my end as video demons on my end as well, guys. I'm pretty much running on the YouTube stream at the moment, which is a little bit behind the one that the commentators use. So yeah, if it's a little bit out of sync, I do apologise. Trying to fix that on my end.
Well, I can inform you that the Flash is running very low on fuel, so I expect him seeing him in the pits either on this lap or the next one. He is currently in that dangerous red zone. I'd honestly expect him to see him coming on the next lap. Other guys who are very low on fuel, well, apparently no one. It's only the Flash who's running dangerously low on fuel, and he does not pit. So he's going on for another lap.
Do you think he's got enough for another lap?
Oh, he's easily got enough for another lap.
I'll keep an eye on that one and let us know how he goes. Still trying to reboot. It's just not really working, Jono, so I'm blind here on my end.
That's alright. We're used to it, being
no.
Australians.
No, I do have some video back now, so excellent. I'll say thanks to AJ for fixing that for me. So yes, sitting on board with the BRR SLS, and hopefully he doesn't run out of fuel. They're pretty clear, those guys. I wouldn't have thought he'd run out of fuel. Don't think they've done that yet, so I'll be very surprised if that's the case.
Now, rather amazingly, Bo's actually caught up to Skater once again after that controversial off at Malmedy. He's about 2 seconds ahead. 2 seconds behind Skater at this current moment. So it's a very good stint from Bo so far after that pit stop. Mustafa still has not been able to improve on his 221.1. Danger zones, neither has he been able to improve.
Not sure what happened there, but I did get dumped from the comms call. John, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, we both got sort of disconnected. I was giving a quick update on the lap times. Danger zone, 2 minutes 20.9. Yes, 2 minutes 20.9. That was his last lap. Mustafa's last lap was a 2:21.3. So again, getting further away from race on Oz. It's not looking good. GTP Ghost drivers in the pits.
And it looks like the BRR SLS has gone round again. So there was no pit stop there, was there, Jono?
No, there's no pit stop, and I don't think he can make it on that fuel load. That's... Oh, well, we've been fooled many a time in the past. Will the Bitter Rivals Racing SLS make it on fuel? We've seen this how many times before in the past?
We've said it a few times, but you know, when
I
you
don't
push
think
it
they've
right
ever
to
once
the end,
proved us right. They've never once proved us right that we don't think they'd make it on fuel.
no, that's what I mean. They do their calculations very carefully, but yeah, when you push it right to the end like that, you just have to be very careful because there's a few different things that can factor into your fuel usage. So yeah, we'll watch that. We'll know in about 35 seconds, I think.
Yes, well, I'll be waiting on board. That fuel light is red as red can be, and that gauge is as low can be. So surely he'll be running out before the bus stop. Surely. Still coming through Blanchemont, foot flat to the floor. Almost loses it through Blanchemont.
Keep an eye on that accelerator there, Jono. The
He's done
speed.
it. He made it. He made it. Unbelievable. Also, Tina Pfeffer pits, and he was obviously a lot more comfortable with his fuel load before that pit stop.
There mustn't have been much left in that tank.
I don't think he would have got another 200 metres out of it.
That's what I mean. They're good. They know what they're doing. Yeah. It's all about getting that extra time. You know, that extra speed. So they're very good at that. But gee, that was close. We do have a question here from Black Hurem 6. Who's going faster out of the 68 and the 67 there, Jono? Who's got the higher top speed?
Well, in lap times, it is definitely Danger Zone doing another 220.9, and Mustafa's blown out to a 222.5. So again, it's not looking too flash for Race on Oz. I can tell you the top speeds down the Camel Straight next time I get a chance. That'll sort of prove who's running what kind of setup, or who's running a high downforce setup or a low downforce setup. I think that's the good thing about Spa. You can run a variety of different setups to suit your driving style. You want more speed through the corners, but can handle being slow on the straights. You might run high downforce, or you want to be better at overtaking, but sort of suffer through the corners. You want low downforce, get a bit more slingshot down the straight. Speaking of which, Push the Danger Zone's going to want to slingshot past Bo Albert once he gets ahead of him. And in actual fact, Push the Danger Zone's had such a good stint. That's Skoda just ahead, so this could be for position. In just a few minutes, this could be for position between the Lexus and the Subaru. Now, Push the Danger Zone is currently on the Camel Straight. He hasn't got a toe, so I'll be able to tell you his top speed before he smashes that brake pedal. His max speed of 241 kilometers an hour before hitting the brake pedal, so it's probably more of a medium downforce for that car, I reckon.
Yeah, and that's probably consistent with quite a few of the setups you'd have. You wouldn't want to run with too loose a downforce simply because of the prospect of rain. And having said that, there's not going to be any rain by the look of it, so some teams may have changed. But going into the race, I would certainly run lower downforce.
Yeah. Mustafa hit 246 before hitting the brake pedal, so yeah, Mustafa's running a low downforce setup, but it's not working for him at the moment. His danger zone being way ahead. Not long to go now. We've only got 2.5 hours of this race left, so it's been a very long and tiring race, but it's almost here, and the end of 2015 for the Endurance Championship. HP, I just want to ask, I'll take this opportunity to ask, what's been your overall highlight of the year during the series?
See, there's been a few. I look, for me personally, it was the performance of our GT Cup guys coming back after not qualifying for Bathurst, and then coming back and getting a win, and then following that up with 3 more. But that first win after the crushing defeat of not qualifying was tough. So getting that win, I think for me, that was my personal highlight because that was never going to be easy to do, and the guys came out and they nailed it really. So yeah, that was the one for me, mate.
So the Silverstone 12 hour.
Yeah, definitely.
You had Bo, Fisher, and Mint driving that car, and Famine.
Yeah, Famine was there as well. Mr. Consistency, as I like to call him.
Yes, that was Mint's only win of the GTPlanet Endurance Series before he eventually won the GT Academy. So
yeah, I think if you gave him a choice, I know which one he'd take.
yeah, most definitely. Not to detract anything from the series, of course. It was a wonderful race to spectate, that's for sure. But it's a dream.
What about you, mate? What's been your highlight of the year?
I had quite a number of highlights. I mean, the first race at Daytona was a good learning experience, even though I don't particularly enjoy that track or the car. But it was a good wake-up call, because I used to think I was one of the really, really good drivers, and smack bang, I'm in a grid full of Passams and De Bombs and Pfeffers and all these crazy fast guys. And it's a big, like I said, it's a big wake-up call when you realise you're in such a high-quality field full of these platinum drivers. So Daytona was good. A good highlight. I've got so many highlights. That rain stint at Daytona, I made up a lot of time on some of the cars that were falling off when they were struggling to get to the pit stop to put the intermediate tyres on. That was lots of fun, going past all these stricken cars in the wall. And Bathurst was good fun because it's just Bathurst. You can't go wrong with a race around Bathurst. And even though I was way off the pace there, it was a very fun race, that's for sure. But I think it has, obviously the biggest high would have to be taking this GT300 team from pretty much nowhere after round one. We had no points after round one, obviously, because we had no team. But from nearly 2 laps down for the 4 hours of Tsukuba to almost win had it not been for a relatively slow driver change and a penalty for track extending. To win from that would have been unbelievable, but it was a very strong highlight in what's a year full of positives for the Race on Oz team.
Yeah, it's been. I reckon quite a few of the teams have had some excellent runs, and there's been some some races where it just hasn't gone right. An example of that's endurance experience today. Unfortunately, it's just been a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You know, the GHH run at Nürburgring for GT3. You know, as you well know, that was a dog's breakfast as well with the disconnections. But
Yeah.
you know,
We're
you
running a
pick
strong
yourself up.
second.
No, we were. You know, we were going to, I think, be a strong contender for that one. But that's just how it works out, I guess. And you can't win these championships by just turning up. You've got to have everything go your way, really. And yeah, so congratulations to those that have taken them out this year. And yeah, next season's going to be, I think, even better yet.
Yeah, let's hope so. Still not much change in the fastest laps, although Mustafa's just gone down to a 21.0. But still, that's only marginally faster than Danger Zone. That's only a tenth, and with the gap what it is now, Danger Zone is at La Source, and Mustafa's through Blanchimont. That's not enough. You got to be gaining at a lot faster rate than that.
So how far behind is he? Is he?
Well, I'll keep a tab from next sector line, so. Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle so far for the Racing Oz team with the Spa-Francorchamps 24-hour, unfortunately. Not the result we were after at the moment, but there's still over 2 hours to go, so anything can happen. And geez, Ghost Driver's going to do a Weber on Alonso on Mustafa here. That was a fantastic move in Eau Rouge, very risky. Mustafa is 47 seconds behind Danger Zone, so that's a lot of time to make up.
No, it definitely is. Have to keep an eye on that and see where he's at in a few laps, and that'll give us an idea of whether he's making up time or how much time he's losing.
Yeah.
So we'll revisit that in a few laps for everybody, and we'll see where he stands. I've got a question for you from Hayden Norris. Jono, will Warrior be getting in soon, or is Muss finishing? I would imagine Muss is going to be finishing, isn't he?
Yeah, what must have had to be finishing. It's too costly to do a driver change this late in the game when you have a red flag, essentially with pretty much 4.5 hours to go, and you can run a maximum of 4 hours. You're going to waste too much time doing a driver change. I mean, if there was no red flag, the plan would have been to keep Warrior in the car as long as possible and then chuck Mustafa in for the rest of the race, but unfortunately that red flag has cost us effectively a shot at the race because Warrior, I believe, was gaining very quickly on, I believe, Storm Pacer. Storm Pacer was just ahead of Warrior as the red flag hit, and Warrior was gaining fast, and once the red flag hit, that turned it into a stalemate, and Danger Zone's been very fast in that Subaru all race, and Mustafa just hasn't been able to keep up. That's not to say Mustafa's done a bad job by no means. He's still very, very fast in that Subaru. I think with this result, he'll still become the drivers' champion for GT300, and it's well deserved. But unfortunately, it's not the prize him and the rest of the team wanted.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. It certainly isn't over, but yeah, I feel your pain in that one, mate. But no, he's done very well all season, and yeah, will be a well-deserved winner if he takes that out. What are the maths on that for that drivers' championship? Does he just need to finish the race, or can he lose it from here?
Oh, it's just a guesstimate, really. I can have a look now and to make sure. R. Clark's made a pit stop, by the way, everyone. He's pitting after a solid stint, must be said. Personal best is only 6/100th of a second behind TRL Andromedas, whose fastest lap is still a 2:17.013. So tremendous pace from R. Clark in that Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. When was their last driver change? Do you remember
Last
when the
driver
last driver
change
change?
was
Yeah,
the red flag. Everyone made a driver change in that red flag, I believe. Except ORA Racing Team have made a driver change roughly half an hour after the red flag period was over, so it was an interesting call from them.
just trying to get an idea of when that red flag was. That was about an hour ago. Is that right, Jono? Maybe an hour and 15 minutes. So you
Since the
wouldn't
green
expect to
flag.
see any. Yeah, well, since the green flag coming out of the red.
About an hour and 20 minutes.
You wouldn't expect to see any more driver changes at all, really.
No, unless the only reason I could possibly expect any more driver changes if there is, God forbid it doesn't happen, but another red flag. And we don't want that happening.
No, definitely not. It looks like BRR didn't do a driver change in the red flag either. That's coming from Lionface in the YouTube chat, so they should be okay though in terms of driving time.
I've got the GT300 driver standings with me now, and first is Ning Dynasty on 135. Jason Greeno is second on 123, but as we know, they're not scoring any points. Third is Mustafa on 98, and fourth is Z-Play 24 on 92. So the way things stand, Swift looks likely to be taking second place in this race. However, Danger Zone is just behind Bo Albert, who is also just behind Skater. So this is a battle well worth watching, these three GT300 cars. In fact, yeah, Bo Albert's right behind. This is a three-car battle now. This will be terrific to watch. But as the way things stand, if Swift finished second, Z-Play will be the driver's champion for GT300 for Swift Autosport. And Mustafa will be second. Although these are rough calculations, I'm not good at maths. I never said I was, and I don't think I am anyway.
I don't think I've ever met anybody that is, Jono.
AJ?
Yeah, he has to be. He doesn't have a choice. Okay. Looking at the YouTube chat here, Lionface is saying that he'll be jumping in the car in 15 minutes.
Oh. Interesting.
He can't run, or else he would have had 4.5 hours in the car. I will be on in 15 minutes. So that's going to potentially throw the cat amongst the pigeons. It would be great if we had an updated driver, results from the last hour. But as we all know, getting towards the end of these races, you've got AJ generally gets a lot busier. So if anybody ever wants to help AJ get these these hourly updates up, send him a PM. I'm sure he'd love it.
Well, GTP Patrick's just made a pit stop, and he is doing a driver change. So again, I've been proven completely wrong, as usual.
Rorschach has pointed out something in the YouTube chat, and he said that this is a race that will be won next week. Lol. He's probably right. Because when you look at all the possibilities with penalties, warnings, all that sort of stuff that can come out in the wash after a race, he may well be on the money. So, yeah, well said, Rorschach. That might be the case.
Yeah, GTP Bambi has joined the lobby, so he's replacing GTP Patrick. Meanwhile, this freeway battle in GT300 is really hotting up between Skater, Bo, and Danger Zone. Bo is sort of the odd one out here. He's not fighting for position between these two, but Danger Zone is. Danger Zone will need to pass Bo Albert as soon as he can. It'll be good to get some footage of this, because Danger Zone's going up the outside into Lake Com. He's got the slipstream. He's slingshotted past Bo Albert. That almost was too easy. But there's contact. Was there any damage to Danger Zone? No, there wasn't. Luckily, that's a good sign to see. Now, Danger Zone is going to use all his pace to try and overtake Skater for the lead in GT300. GTP Bambi's making his way out on track to begin his stint in the Audi R8 North America car.
Getting quite a few requests here for the GT300, so we're going to try and get some GT300 action on camera for you guys.
Here we are with the GT300 battle. Danger Zone getting all out of shape in the bus stop. Skater's using that to pull away. Bo Albert's going to have a run at him into the La Source. He's got the toe. Is he going to go up the inside? He's going to go for it. No, he pulls back in. Danger Zone on full opposite lock there. They're all on full opposite lock. That corner is very tricky in that BRZ. I know that track. Excuse me. That corner is very difficult in that car. Skater's using that to pull away. Do not believe Danger Zone will throw an attack at him into Lake Com, although that was a poor exit out of Radion. But Skater going to go on board with Bo here. Can he go up the inside of Danger Zone? No, he cannot. They're still following each other through that section. Three cars, nose to tail. Danger Zone using all of the road and then some. That car's so quick through that Albany corner. Back from the view of Skater, that blue Swift Auto Sport BRZ looking fairly menacing. Very strong through Pawn. Danger Zone's going to run at him. Skater's going to have to go defensive, but he hasn't. He's left the door wide open. Danger Zone's going to go up the inside. Can Skater hold it around through through here? Yes, he can. Beautiful move there from Skater. Nice defensive driving. Now he's going to have to watch out here as Danger Zone's going to have a great toe coming up into Blanchimont. Danger Zone's got a brilliant toe. He's going to go... Is he going to go around the outside into Blanchimont? No. Skater cuts him off, shuts the door, rightfully so. But no, he's left the door open. He's left the door open into the bus stop. Danger Zone's got to go up the inside here, and he does. Has he outbroken himself? No. Is Skater going to hold it? Oh, no, he holds the position beautifully. They're still going to be side by side going down the main straight. Danger Zone's got the inside line here into La Source. It's going to be who breaks first. It's Skater. Danger Zone's covered the move brilliantly, and yep, Danger Zone's got the lead in GT300. Absolutely fantastic driving from GTP Danger Zone. Well deserved. Brilliant overtake, but hang on, it's not over. Skater's going to have to come back at him through the Camel Straight. That Lexus is particularly fast in a straight line once you get it all hooked up. Now Bo's wanting to join the party as well. Could we see a double overtake here from Bo? Could we almost free wide down the Camel Straight, heading into Lake Com? Skater's gone around the outside of Danger Zone. What a move! What a move! This is unbelievable racing. Skater now back in the lead of GT300 after nearly 22 hours of racing. They're separated by roughly 2 metres.
That was an incredibly good piece of driving, Jono. That was executed flawlessly.
Unbelievable racing.
I've just managed to get my video back, my video feed back just now. So let's hope that it remains stable. It has been slightly inconsistent since I've been commentating this final stint. So I do apologise for that, everybody, but it seems to be okay now. We're watching some great racing here, Jono. That's definitely, after 22 hours, is a very high standard of high pressure racing for sure.
Yes. I must make mention, though, while these guys are battling, Mustafa is gaining on them at a second a lap. Because these guys are battling so fierce, they're stuck in the high 22 region while Mustafa's doing low 21s. However, I think because the gap is so large, it's not going to make much difference, as Danger Zone's going to go all the way around the outside into the bus stop. That's an unbelievable move there. Totally caught me by surprise, and totally caught Skater by surprise, as now Skater's going to have to try and hold around the outside. He dives down the outside. He's going to got to be careful Bo doesn't try and nip through. He doesn't, but now Skater's going to have to go for it once again down the Camel Straight.
No, the other factor, of course, for GT300 in this particular battle just here. If these guys wipe out, then that leaves the door open for Mustafa. So,
well, I'm getting rather concerned because these guys. Oh, and Bo disconnects from the lobby. Oh, that's a shame. And there's contact. Skaters in the wall. Oh, that looked nasty. That Skater's got severe right rear damage. There was definitely contact there.
It's the commentator's curse again, Jono.
Yeah. Bo disconnects, then there was contact, but definite contact between Danger Zone and Skater, so that's something for AJ to look at. Fingers crossed it's only a racing incident between them two. I'd hate to see it be decided on a something like that, but that definitely was an avoidable incident. They were battling hard, but they need to give each other space for a corner like that. The way they were weaving across the straight, I sort of felt it was going to sort of end badly like that. They were Skater and Danger Zone, they were both weaving all over the place on the straight, although that might be my Australian lag, and yeah, there was definite contact between the two that forced Skater into the wall with damage. So Swift Autosport inherit the lead of the GT300 race. So it's a bit of a shame that that battle curtails in such a poor way, as the ORI Racing Lexus isn't taking any prisoners with Skater on the way through the Blanchimont. Mustafa still setting quick times in the 221s, although DZ's still in the low 22s. Mustafa's now got RCB on his tail. Still riding on board with Danger Zone. He's now all out on his own, although eventually you'll have a few GT3s coming up behind him. Bo Albert has now returned to the lobby. It's been yet another sting in the tail of what's been an awful round for the Endurance Experience team, who started off dire straits with Famine popping his kneecap, from what I hear from Bo, which obviously very painful. I hope Famine was okay. He had to continue racing. He still soldiered on, spirit of the race, soldiered on racing on a controller, so that's some commitment to the race and your team to be in such pain to continue driving. It's full credit to Famine. Unfortunately, since then, it's not got much better for the Endurance Experience team, with frequent disconnections, hurting the Japanese Australian team. The other teams hurt with disconnections.
It's just gone downhill for them.
Yeah,
it's just gone absolutely downhill for them, unfortunately. It really is.
In all honesty, you don't want to see titles decided on disconnections, which is it's not the way a title should be decided. It should be decided on the track, hard racing each other, and it's just a shame. Endurance Experience had a good chance to win this championship, because let's think back to the prologue to this race. They were given the option to choose between the RX-7 and the BRZ in light of the RX-7's recent uncompetitiveness at racetracks like Brands Hatch and Suzuka, where in particular Suzuka was over a second a lap off the pace due to its lack of power. Although it was tipped to be competitive at Spa with its long sweeping corners, they still decided to pick the BRZ and throw away the Mazda RX-7 in that gamble, or I should say the RE Amamiya RX-7. But that gamble hasn't paid off, and unfortunately a series of disconnections has definitely hurt their race, putting them well out of contention before even the first quarter of the race. Another team hurt with a disconnection was the Race on Oz team. They lost over 3 laps due to a disconnection in the 4th hour of the race.
Yeah, they never help, the disconnections, unfortunately. And if you have multiple, then you really are you're really hard pushed to make that time up. If you have 3 disconnections, you're looking at well over 20 minutes that you can lose at this track. So it's definitely unfortunate, but it's the nature of the beast, I guess. And with the next race next year, it'll be another team that unfortunately suffers the same fate. But hopefully it doesn't happen, because we don't like to see it happen, even to our opposition. As we have the Flash 05 conducting a driver change. I'm going on the YouTube chat here, by the way, so it's probably not going to sync up with the feed. So they've conducted their driver change, so they will have, I believe, Lion Face in the car for the last 2 hours. And it's not actually the worst stint time. It's probably not ideal to have to do a driver change right now, but he gets 2 hours in the car and he gets to give it everything that he's got. So it's not the worst. So I can expect that he'll put down some good solid lap times, and as they always do, he'll remain relatively consistent and throw down some good laps, I reckon. Rorschach in the YouTube chat's pointed out that he's done some maths. Thanks for that, Rorschach. And he reckons that if Mustafa keeps gaining a second a lap, although we're probably not going to happen now that we had that racing incident earlier, but he'll get 25 seconds a lap back. So keep an eye on that and see if he does make up any time. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case now. So we'll watch that space closely. Welcome back, Johnny. You've gone and got yourself some water, I hope.
Yes, well, I had to have a drink. I knew my throat was getting a bit dry when I had that embarrassing voice crack.
It happens.
Yeah, poor old Bo Abbott's still stuck in the pit lane after that unfortunate disconnection. TRL Andromeda's gone even quicker now. He's now into the mid 216s with a 2:16.569. That's over half a second faster than the rest of the field at the moment. Blistering pace there. That's only just over a tenth off his fastest overall lap. That was that blistering 2:6. No, excuse me. That lap was by TRL Evolution at 2:16.440.
Yeah,
Now, I believe there was while I was off, there was a driver change of a bit of Rivals Racing. I think that was the Flash leaving for Lionface.
Correct.
Yes. Chris
So
93
that's
still the quickest GT300 on the track. Mainly because he hasn't had any battles to deal with. He's been able to clear track the whole time.
yeah, that's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes you get plenty of traffic, and sometimes you get a relatively clean run. So he'll take that while he's got it.
P, there is a new update. If you have a look in the Skype chat, would you like to read out the results? The hourly update.
I certainly can. I've been waiting for this one with bated breath. So let's wait for this 300-year-old laptop to load, and we'll go from there. So how it stands right now for GT3, we've got the 36 of Venator Racing in the Z4. They are leading GT3, and they're on the same lap as the 44 of TNR Nismo, who are about 52 seconds behind as at the time of this update. 1 lap behind them is Avalerion Racing in the number 33, the Audi R8. And Reaper Online Racing are 3 laps off the lead in the number 42 SLS. And they are 3 laps down. Team GHH in the number 45 Casboat, they are 4 laps down on the same lap as Bitter Rivals Racing, but there has been a change there with the Green Hell Heathens overtaking Bitter Rivals Racing. So that's probably not so good for Bitter Rivals, but we'll take it at GHH. And rounding out is the number 32 of WRS North America in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra. They are 15 laps behind the lead. Now, the one that we're all waiting for is the GT300 class, the number 61 of Dragon Razor Racing. They are sitting in first, and 4 laps behind them is Race on Oz, 4 laps down. That's what I'm looking at here. Dragon Racer Racing up by 4 laps to Race on Oz. Swift Autosport 5 laps behind the leader. ORA Racing 12 laps behind the leader, and Endurance Experience are 18 laps behind the leader. So there are no current battles for position, but there must be an issue there, I guess, with maybe they're waiting on one of the stint photos, perhaps.
So what I'm gathering from that update, that is taken from the time of the red flag being taken down. Either that or that is from the hour after the red flag. I'm not too sure. I'm not good. That is lap 21, and we...
The timestamp is
21, so that would have been... Yes, that would have been just after the red flag. It would have been the hour mark after the green flag had flown. So that is... Yes, that is accurate. So what that means is Dragon Racer Racing have this race in the bag as long as they can keep going and not suffer any ill fate. They're 4 laps ahead. The reason why we thought the Dragon Racer Racing team was on the same lap as Swift and Race on Oz is due to some confusion with garage adjustments and the red flag and all those sort of factors come into play. So, but once the stint photos are basically the key to how everything is worked out. Once they're all submitted, it all fills in a piece of the puzzle. And once we've worked out that, or AJ worked out that the Dragon Racer Racing team is still 4 laps ahead of Race on Oz and Swift Autosport, like I said, when they were 8 laps ahead and suffered that disconnection. So it all works out in the end.
Yeah, well, they're 5 laps up on Swift Autosports. Race on Oz being second, they're a lap up on Swift. So that there is no battle for position based on this update. So probably looking a little bit better for the Race on Oz guys, Jono.
Well, from
what I thought.
That basically means that when they restarted, Danger Zone started just ahead of Mustafa. So that would mean that if Mustafa passed Danger Zone, he would have been 2 laps up on him, from my understanding. Since Danger Zone hasn't yet passed him, he's still a lap down, and Mustafa's gained quite a bit of time on him from what I can see. Because they've both made 3 pit stops, and they've both done the same amount of laps. So it seems that Racing will still have the upper hand, and it's really good. I apologise for my pauses in commentary. I'm very, very tired and just trying to work everything out. This is huge. So HP, I presume you're happy about getting pits.
Sorry, Jono, you dropped out there, mate. What was that question again?
I'm sure you're happy about racing car.
You dropped out again, pretty significantly, mate. But yeah, look, that's fine. All I heard was you asking if I'm happy, so I'll answer that and say, look, relatively happy. I think so far with the team that we have, we've got some good drivers, but they haven't really raced together with us before, and I'd said to the guys, I just want to get this race over with, to be honest, for GT3. We've had a pretty rough year. So look, if we can, any race where we finish ahead of bitter rivals, not that it's finished yet, but based on this update, we are ahead of them. Any race that we can beat those guys is good, because we know we've driven well if we can come out on top of those guys, because they definitely put a lot of hard work and time and effort into their racing. So anytime any team beats those fellas, then it's definitely something that you can be proud of. So, yeah, relatively happy. I would have liked a podium, I guess, but as I've said countless times in this series, this class GT3 is just so ridiculously hard to get a podium on. So we're going to, I guess, come back next year, and I'm not sure if we'll have a GT3 franchise, but those guys, wherever we sort of fit in and whatever class we're in, we're going to make sure that we bounce back and learn from this season.
Well, speaking of pride, I mean, it's been a big season for you as a leader of a top-notch. Actually, that's false advertising. That's a different thing. But it's been a big year running a very successful online racing team with the past Nürburgring 24-hour successes, and you had another one this year in the GT Cup. But you unearthed 2 talents with Mint GTR and Pedro Martins, who's also known as EOL. And EOL is part of many other teams in the GTP ES as well, so it's not just the Green Hell Heavers. But how much pride does that give you that you've got guys who have gone on to be, one who's gone on to be an ISMO athlete and one who made it all the way to probably the hardest of all the GT academies, the European one, to almost make it to becoming an ISMO athlete? How much pride does that give you as a team manager to say that I've got these guys in my team and they want to drive for me?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. Look, absolutely. But you look at Matt. He had he had his involvement with the Race on Oz guys before he came and raced with us, and he flew from Queensland. He came a long way to drive with us, and certainly Pedro's not. He races with us, but he's not. He wasn't an original member, but we love having him. And saying that we've got those guys in our team, I think it's amazing. I'm very proud of them, and I'm very proud to say that I've got that caliber of driver in my team. That's huge for me. And what that does is other drivers automatically start thinking about approaching you and driving for you because you have a team that's experienced success. You've got drivers of that caliber and our other drivers as well. So it's nothing but good things for us. But yeah, a lot of pride, mate. It makes me very, very happy. And those guys are, I think the world's Matt's oyster, and I don't think Pedro's done with motorsports either. I think you'll see him in some form of motorsport in future, whether it's the elite level or who knows. But yeah, he's definitely got what it takes as well.
Yes, and for those wanting an update on our good friend Matthew Simmons, he had his first race at Donington Park on the weekend. He, after a timing glitch, he was qualified in 22nd place, and in the relatively short race, he managed to fight all his way up to 10th place. So he's going to go again later on today. So he's doing very, very well, making those Nissan guys very happy, and he's proving to the Nissan guys that they've made the right choice. Like he's proving to Darren Cox that he's the man for the job. He's the man to lead them to another Blancpain GT3 title, and it's very phenomenal to think only a few months ago he was opposed to, and definitely it's one of the feel-good stories of the 2015 GTPlanet Endurance Series.
Absolutely, mate. I could not agree anymore. Currently sitting on board with the 45 GHH, which has got Mr. RC B929 firmly behind the wheel. He's, I guess, one of the better drivers going around. Certainly not just for us. He's the driving force behind Inferno Racing, and a good man to have behind the wheel. Like being able to give him the car, and then off he goes, and he puts down some good laps. So good to see him competing again. And I'm sure we'll see Inferno Racing back next year, pretty sure.
Yes, RCB, a very, very good driver indeed, well worthy of his reputation as a fast and consistent driver. Meanwhile, Danger Zone is still sort of stagnating in that low 221 area, trading times with Chris 93, although he cannot quite get there as Chris goes up to a 220.848. That's a very, very, very solid time from the British driver. Mustafa's still hanging in there with a 221.412, but if that update's right and he's still got the lead by a lap, he just needs to keep going. Field is relatively spread out apart from these two cars, the Green Hell Heavens GTR and GTP Ghost Drive, and the Avalerion R8. This is the closest battle on track. Ghost Drive is sort of gaining on bit on RCB heading into Lake Om.
How's
Strong
Mustafa
for-
doing, Jono? Is he still making up time?
I just mentioned that while you're away, him and Danger Zone are sort of alternating lap times, sort of stagnating in that 2:21 region. So, as I predicted, the times have dropped considerably since the sun's come out and really put some heat into the track surface. Because in the night time, I was struggling to get into the 2:23s when I was extremely fatigued. As I mentioned, fatigue is the killer in motorsport. You cannot race fatigued and expect to do well. So Mustafa is fresh. Danger Zone is somehow fresh. He's had a mammoth day in the wheel, but he's still pushing out those fast laps. So he's got lots of experience in these races, so it's a testament to his skill behind the wheel that he can continue to pump out these laps. And we got a yellow flag in Sector 2. That is Danger Zone's in the wall. He's in limp home mode. Wow. That's incredible stuff. So Swift Autosport, it's disaster for Swift Autosport. Bambi's about to go up the inside of him. So what happened to Swift Autosport? What happened to Danger Zone? He's had to have hit the wall somewhere. He's hit the wall hard in Sector 2. Where do you think he's hit the wall, HP? Or do you reckon he's hit it out of the no-name corner?
I absolutely have no idea, but yeah, he's definitely got some troubles. He's definitely got a lot of trouble. How far away is he from the pits, Jono? I can't see.
He's coming out of Stavilo 2, and Mustafa is about to put another lap on Danger Zone. Mustafa is about to go 2 laps to the good over Swift Autosport, and if these results are correct, it's all going horribly wrong for Swift Autosport at this current stage. Mustafa flies past Danger Zone. That's got to be heartbreaking for Danger Zone to see that orange BRZ fly past through Blanchimont. It doesn't seem to be his called for limp home mode. AJ hasn't ordered him to go limp home mode, but he's still hanging around at 59 kilometres an hour. He's got severe engine and front end damage, so
I think he's probably just playing it safe there, I guess.
Yeah, Skater goes past too at Blanchimont as well. He won't be overtaken by another car, I don't think. So this race takes another twist and turn. This is, for sheer drama, this has got to be, maybe I'm a bit biased because it involves my team, but this has got to be the most dramatic race out of all of them so far.
It's definitely had everything, Jono. I think our viewers and listeners will agree too. It's had a lot of highs, a lot of lows. It's just been all over the place.
Pointless in the YouTube chat suggesting Danger Zone got black screen glitched. I've never personally encountered that glitch before. Have you, HP?
I have actually, yes, and it's awful. Can't imagine getting it in one of these races. A lot of the guys will also be aware of the glitch at the Nürburgring, where every now and then the track just disappears, and it's just a green. It's almost like you're driving on green glass. It's terrible. So just another one of the little nuances that can happen with the online endurance racing, unfortunately. But that black screen is, it's a pain in the backside, and it does happen every now and then.
Yes, I mean, the only sort of one of those glitch. Well, Danger Zone's still in the pits after. He's still in the pits after filling up with fuel, so he's not moving. He's not pulling out of the race or not switching to another driver. He's just stuck in the pits.
Well, that may have something to do with that black screen, unfortunately, because he might have another one in the pits. That could spell disaster. Certainly, it might spell danger for Danger Zone. So, yeah, keep an eye on him, Jono.
That's not how you want a championship to be decided when you've got glitches and disconnections. You want your titles to be decided with good hard racing, and it's such a shame to see this happen to GTP Danger Zone. He's been my man of the race with his unbelievable stints behind the wheel.
You know, I agree with that entirely. Actually, definitely been incredibly consistent and very fast as well. And it's really all you can ask of your drivers. But he's had an exceptional race.
So enlighten me with this black screen glitch. What can Danger Zone actually do here? Because he's been on pause since he hit the wall or hit the black screen, whatever happened, and he has not made any inputs since he's pulled up to the pits. Can he actually move around in the menus? Because I'm completely unfamiliar to this glitch.
Basically, if what I suspect has happened, he's still got a black screen, and I'm not sure whether the game's trying to catch up with itself or not. But if he's got a black screen in the middle of his lap and he's continued his black screen, then the game has thrown him into limpo mode. So that's probably something that he didn't do, and all indications suggest that that's the case. And then it's taken him to the pits, and he actually can't get back on track. I would suspect he's still stuck in that black screen in the pits. There's a couple of different things you can try. They don't always work. What I would do is go to the XMB menu and go to the power off function, but I wouldn't actually hit power off. I would just go into the XMB menu and then back. Sometimes that can give it a bit of a kickstart, but he may actually just need to power off his machine, unfortunately.
Will he have any HUD? That's one thing I want to know, because could he still take a stint photo?
Not with a black screen.
So it's just a pitch black screen, no HUD or anything.
Yeah. No, there's
Wow.
nothing. There's nothing. That's
unbelievable.
Yeah, that's not good.
And he's
we
moving.
do have.
He's moving. I think he's fixed it. So that he has lost. He has lost a total of 3 laps because of that glitch. He's lost 3 whole laps.
Wow.
His last lap was 6:34. 6:57, and he's currently. I will tell you his lap time at the end. This will tell us how much time he has lost overall. But this is a killer for the Swift Autosports Championship. That basically puts Ruse in the box seat.
Well, what I can confirm is we do have another update that's just come through. So AJ's done another update here. So this one is 12:23 UTC plus 1 hour, so 1:23 UTC. And we'll go over all of it, but we'll skip straight to the Class 2 GT300, Dragon Razor Racing, 4 laps up, Race on Oz, 4 laps behind, and then Swift Autosports 5 laps down. So if they've lost 3 laps, they will drop them down 8 laps behind the leader, and it really does give Race on Oz a massive advantage over Swift.
Yes, must have confirming he passed him twice in the pit lane.
Looking at GT3, we do have the number 36 of Venator Racing in the Z4, number 44 of TNR Nismo in the GTR Nismo. They're on the same lap. About a minute 27 behind Venator Racing is Nismo. Avalerion Racing, 1 lap behind them. It's 1 lap and a minute 32. Reaper Online Racing, 3 laps behind the leaders. GHH in the Kaz boat. There's a reason it's called a boat too, folks. They are 4 laps down at plus a minute 30. and they're on the same lap as Bitter Rivals Racing. So that is one to watch because there's definitely movement there for Bitter Rivals. The Heathens probably won't be in a position to catch Reaper Online Racing unless they have some form of catastrophic incident. So Bitter Rivals currently are a minute and 11 down based on this, behind the Greenhill Heathens, based on this update.
Yes, and Danger Zone's lap there was a 6 minute 22. So, and his previous lap there when he came into the pits was a 6 minute 32. So he's lost overall over 10 minutes to Mustafa. So that's incredibly cruel luck. That's even worse than a disconnection.
Look, it really is, and what it
And
means is that, you know,
yeah, it's about the same
it
as a
adds.
disconnection.
And it adds, I guess, a little bit of fuel to the fire, and it helps build a rivalry as well. Because you know, if those two teams battle it out again next year, then you know this will be in everybody's minds, and Swift will definitely be looking to make amends. So it's this sort of thing that rivalries are built on. But it's definitely a shame to see a glitch, unfortunately, have such an impact. Yeah, and that's echoing Pointless in the YouTube chat, who said sad to see the GT 300 battle end with a glitch, and it is. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's Stiggs TC who said that. Pointless is Stiggs TC in the YouTube chat. He's been a marvel in commentary today, hasn't he, HP? He's been the marathon man along with Future F1 with the commentary.
I guess I was asleep for all of that. But no, look, definitely. I know all of the commentators have done an excellent job, and I said this in the last race I commentated on. You know, if anybody feels up to the task and wants to put their hat in the ring for a commentator's gig, then let AJ know, because we always need more. Always need more. There's always something that happens, just like in a driving team. Sometimes someone has to pull out, or you know, real life gets in the way. So if anybody ever wants to do it, let AJ know. He'll get you in.
Yes, since Mustafa has overtaken DZ twice on track, that hasn't stopped him from pushing in the fast laps. He's just done a 2 minute 21.2. That's a quick lap. And DZ is pushing hard, but I think he's pushing very much over the edge. His last lap was a 222.8. So DZ trying to have some fun as the race has slipped through his fingers, and the championship. For the time being, let's not forget, we still have 90 minutes to go of the season.
Yeah, I certainly won't be. I don't think I'll be calling anything until this is done and dusted, because yeah, anything can happen in an hour and 29. And this race has certainly proved that, because it wasn't that long ago where it just all seemed to be settled already. So don't make any assumptions just yet, folks.
Yes, I'm starting to get some very extreme graphical glitches, so I definitely need to defrag my console. I think, speaking of those game-breaking glitches, the one I most remember fondly was the one where we were practicing for the Daytona 24 Hours, when suddenly the road had all these blue stripes on it. It was a very, very strange sight.
I think I've still got screenshots of that as well. That was very, very, very strange.
Puts a whole new meaning on exploring track limits.
Absolutely.
Bo Albert seems to have lost his way when it comes to the rest of this race, and who can blame with the disaster that's been the Spa 24 hours for endurance experience. He's got damage. His best lap's at 24.8, and that's miles off the pace. And I think he's just drifting along, waiting for that checkered flag to come.
Well, it looks like we have lost Jono briefly, so quite a few technical glitches happening in the background here, guys. It is the age of technology, I guess, and this is just one of those things that happens. So, sing out any of you guys in the YouTube chat if you've got any questions for us, or if you've got any, any points that you'd like to make about the race. But here's another one for you. Who do you think your driver of the race is, and your team of the race as well? Doesn't have to be based on results so far. Could be any number of reasons. So let us know as soon as they come in. I'll start announcing what you guys all think. The Flash pointing out that he's glad that he's done for the season. Me too, Flash. Definitely happy that this season is done. It's been one of highs and lows, and I'm looking forward to resting up, I guess, over the Christmas break, and then starting again in January. Looks like the lead gap in GT3 is down to 45 seconds as well. So with an hour and 25 left, there's definitely time there to make up that deficit. That's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility. So 45 seconds after 22 and a bit hours of racing is pretty phenomenal, to be honest. I think that's a testament to the quality of the field as well. Darren Freeman saying that Lags DC did a great job. We've got some. Well, that's not in English, so I can't really read that out, unfortunately. Simon Blushik. Happy to let you know let everybody know what you're saying, but can't do it if I cannot read it. Sounds like you're back.
My apologies. Yeah, my apologies. HB just had to let somebody out the door at this time of night.
That's all right, mate. We're not in a radio studio somewhere or a TV studio. We're all in our lounge rooms or dining rooms or whatever. Pointless is saying that. Hang on.
Ruse would like to thank me for the 3-lap hole I put in Swift's race. Oh. Oh. I don't think.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. It all comes back to, you could always, I suppose you could say, oh, this costs Swift the championship, Stint costs Swift the championship, but then you could say on the flip side, hey, that disconnection for saved 4 hours in, that cost Bruce the championship, and that red flag, it cost Bruce the championship, and the Famine's kneecap, that cost Endurance Experience the championship. So you can say all these things that cost the championship, but over a 24-hour race, it's all a snowball or an avalanche of all these things rolled into one, and they all add up to their own predicament. And at the end, after a disconnection, after Tanky's limp home mode problems with penalties for both teams. They were still pretty much on the same lap until the red flag where we ended up a lap ahead. So it's amazing to think after all those incidents that the teams were still so close after over 20 hours of racing, only for an unfortunate glitch for DZ to put him in the pit lane for several laps. It's a massive shame.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of those things. And look, at the end of the day, you can only go on the result, and the result's the result. You know, there's a lot of different things that can factor into a 24-hour race, and that's just one of them. DCs, crashing into a wall. There's so many different things. You know, red flags. So it certainly did have an impact, but there's no way of saying if it's the thing that actually decided the championship. So what I like to say is, don't worry about anything else. The result is the result. That's all that matters. So whoever comes out on top, whoever wins that championship, they win the championship. The end result, won't be any different. As we see, there must have been a pit stop there, Jono, for GT3 because the gap is out to 70 seconds now. It was down to 45, so I'd imagine that there was a pit stop. Now, you're in the room. Anybody been into the pits in the last minute?
Not from what I can see. Have a look. Lineface still hasn't pitted yet. I could probably tell by the fuel gauge and tyres. Bambi must have pitted at least 10 laps ago. X-Chris 93 would have pitted fairly recently, judging by his fuel gauge and tyres. Danger Zone as well, obviously with that terrible, terrible glitch. Bo Albert just exited limp home mode, so he just came out at the pits. And apart from that, there is no one except for RCB who made a pit stop.
Okay, yeah, I believe that one was a scheduled pit stop. Okay, we've got a couple of questions here in the YouTube chat. Thanks for that, Jono. Nathan Green has asked who will win the GT300 championship. Look, I'm not going to put my money where my mouth is on this one. I'm going to suggest that it's probably going to be Ruse, but I'm not comfortable with that until that checkered flag falls. Definitely not. There's just been too much that's going on so far. I'll leave that one until the end of the race, I think. And the other question was, Batman RZ has asked, can you guys talk through how someone or a group of people can get into these races you guys do, and what other championships you guys do? Well, there's a very easy and simple answer to that one. Head over to www.gtplanet.net, and I reckon if you type GTPES into the search bar, that'll probably take you to the right area, or you could just search for the GT Planet Endurance Series. It's pretty easy to find. Go in there, register your interest on the forums, and there's a lot of teams out there. It's probably the right time to do it, actually, Jono, because a lot of teams might be looking to get in some new drivers. Other drivers might not be returning, so it's actually a pretty good time to register your interest, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. And as the balance of performance for the 2016 cars continues to progress, eventually we'll get classes sorted, and eventually AJ will provide details on who is in what team. And because it's all based on restrictions, have you read those new restrictions out, HB?
No, I have not, mate. I was waiting for you to get back, so
okay.
we'll
we
do that
can
now.
We can read them out in a minute, but with the restrictions, it basically forces teams to perhaps recruit drivers that they'd never think of recruiting. If you know what I mean, you think, hey, I need a driver for this TCN1 race. I need a bronze driver. Hey, you haven't done a race in a while. I reckon you've got lots of potential. Come and race for me. It's as easy as that. And I think these new restrictions they're not really restrictions. They could actually be a sort of enhancer. You can get a more wide array of talent in your team instead of using the same 1, 2, 3, 4 guys in your racing team. like we've seen this year.
No, that's exactly right, and it will help shape the series for the better. And just to give everyone an idea of what we're talking about, the classes for next season, they have restrictions on the makeup of the team based on the rating of the driver. So for those who might be new or might need a bit of a reminder, drivers are rated from platinum, which is the very best. Next is gold, silver, bronze, and there was rookie, but I think I'll stand to be corrected here, but I think rookie's going. And that's basically somebody who hasn't raced. So they get out, they have a race or do a qualifying session, and then they get rated after that. So LMP1 next season, they will have a minimum makeup requirement, and this is a requirement, of a platinum and 2 gold drivers. So you cannot field a bronze driver in LMP1 next season. You just won't be able to, or a silver. They must be gold or platinum. So the maximum for them is 3 platinums, and the minimum is 1 platinum and 2 gold. GT300 will have a maximum of 3 platinums and a minimum of 3 golds. So you don't have to field a platinum driver in GT300, but you can. You can field 3 if you like, or 2, or whatever, but you cannot field a silver or a bronze driver. They must be either gold or platinum. GT3 Pro is pretty much similar. You've got a maximum of 4 platinum drivers and a minimum requirement of a platinum, a gold, and a silver. So you can race a silver driver in GT3 Pro. GTE Pro, 3 driver teams with a minimum requirement of platinum, gold, and silver. So you can field one of each. And then it sort of moves down. LMP2, you can field bronzes. That's the first class that bronze drivers will be able to participate in, and that is the highest that they'll be able to participate in. So if you have a few bronze drivers in your team and you're looking at LMP1, they will be ineligible, but they can race in LMP2 with a minimum requirement of 3 bronzes and a silver, and a maximum of 2 golds, a silver, and a platinum. So you cannot race 2 platinum drivers in LMP2. You can only race 1. TCN1 will be 2 golds, platinum, and silver maximum, and the minimum is bronze, and silver. So again, only 1 platinum driver can participate in TCN1 in your team next year. TCN2, maximum requirement, silver, gold, and platinum. So 1 platinum driver, 2 golds, and a silver, and a minimum of 3 bronzes and a silver. John, I might just let you go through the rest there, if that's all right. I'll give my vocal cords a bit of a rest. We're down to LMP3.
No worries, I was just having a look at the screen. As Mustafa went really deep into the bus stop trying to let through line pace. LMP3, that will be contested only by silver, bronze, platinum drivers. You can have 2 platinums, a bronze and a silver as your maximum, and for your minimum you can have 3 bronzes and a silver. For GTE amateur class, you can have 2 silvers, a gold, and a platinum as your maximum limit. And for your minimum, you can have 3 bronzes and a gold. So no silver there, which is interesting. But as it scales, you can have a gold there to compensate for the bronzes. In GT3 amateur class, you can have a bronze, a gold, a silver, and another gold for your maximum. And for your minimum, you can have 3 bronzes and a silver. And finally for GT300, and this puts a bit of a frown on my face since I love this class so much, you can have a maximum of 1 bronze and 2 silvers, and a minimum of 3 bronzes. So that basically eliminates everyone on my team. I'm driving in GT300 next year. So Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what teams do for GT, the Super GT classes, in my opinion, because Super GT 500 is 3 platinums and 3 golds for maximum minimum, as opposed to a bronze, 2 silvers, and 3 bronzes for GT 300. So that's your restrictions on classes for next year in 2016.
Yeah, it certainly throws a cat amongst the pigeons for managers and organising. So they're really going to have to think about not just who's driving for them, but what rating they are. So yeah, very, very interesting there. Yeah, it's going to be good to see how that one pans out exactly. Now, the other announcement that AJ wanted us to make was the maximum total driving time for drivers per class. So for a 6-hour race in LMP1, your maximum for gold is 4 hours 30 minutes. In a 6-hour race, and platinum is 4 hours 30 as well. 24-hour races, a driver can drive for 14 hours in total, and that's gold or platinum. GT 500 for 6-hour races, 4 hours 30 minutes for gold and platinum drivers. GT3 Pro for 12-hour races, a silver driver, a gold driver, and a platinum driver can all race for 7 hours in total, but no more, and it's 14 hours for 24-hour races. GTE Pros, 6-hour races, the limit is 4 hours 30 minutes, 24 hours is 14 hours again for all 3 ratings. LMP2, for 4-hour races, the minimum total driving time for a bronze driver is half an hour. 8 hours, an 8-hour race is an hour, and 24 hours is 3 hours. So if you are a bronze driver racing in LMP2 next year in a 24-hour race, you will not be able to race less than 3 hours. Well, you can, but you'll get a penalty for that. And that is the same for all 3 ratings of bronze, silver, and gold. And then maximum total driving time is for a gold, and this is where it starts getting tricky, I guess, Jono, because you won't just be able to throw in a gold driver for half the race. A gold driver in a 4-hour race in LMP2 can drive for an hour and 45 minutes. A platinum driver, only an hour. For an 8-hour race, 3 hours 30 minutes for a gold driver, and 1 hour 45 minutes for a platinum. If you're a platinum driver in a 24-hour race, 6 hours. You can't drive any longer than 6 hours. It's 10 hours for gold, 14 hours for silver and bronze. So it's starting to get a little bit tricky there. So if you, if you've got a few gold and platinum drivers, you won't just be able to throw them at a race and tell them to race for 6 hours, because they may only be able to race for an hour and 45, for example, in an 8-hour race. Whereas previously in an 8-hour race, a driver could race for half of the race distance plus 1 hour. So you would have been able to race for 5 hours in an 8-hour race. So TCN1 is similar, 45-minute minimum for bronze, silver and gold, maximum of 4 hours 30 minutes for a bronze driver, a silver driver, 3 hours 15 for a gold, and 2 hours 15 for a platinum. Not sure if you want to help me out there, Jono, and go through a few of those as well, but yeah, it's looking very interesting. Definitely, there's a lot more restrictions in place.
Yeah, definitely. I was just following the lap times, and I just wanted to point out Andromeda's gone even quicker, believe it or not. He's moved up by, I think, 1 millisecond to a 2 minutes 16.557. So remarkable pace there. And Line Face has set his personal best as a 2:17.5. And sorry, HP, where were you up to?
Was just going through TCN1, I believe.
Okay, no worries. So TCN2, I'll start. So for a 6-hour race for TCN2, if my Skype will call. Right, I can read this. For TCN2, for a 6-hour race, a bronze driver minimum must drive 45 minutes, as does a silver driver. A maximum, the bronze driver cannot exceed 4 hours and 30 minutes. A silver driver can also not exceed 4 hours and 30 minutes. A gold driver cannot exceed more than 3 hours. And a platinum driver cannot exceed 90 minutes. For a 10-hour race, a bronze driver must drive more than 1 hour and 15 minutes. A silver driver, again, the same. For maximum, a bronze driver cannot drive more than 6 hours and no minutes. Again, with silver. A gold driver cannot drive more than 5 hours, and a platinum driver cannot drive more than 2 hours and 30 minutes. Now, for a 24-hour race, a bronze driver must drive at least 3 hours. Again, the same with silver. So we're noticing a very significant pattern here with with bronze and silvers. Maximum driving time, 14 hours for both bronze and silver, 12 hours for gold, and half of that, 6 hours for platinum. So you can see that there's definitely a way to whittle down the constant use of platinum drivers in your race, so you get some of the bronze drivers remaining competitive as well. In LMP3, for a 4-hour race, both for bronze and silver, the minimum driving time is 30 minutes. For gold, for maximum, golds can only go to 1 hour and 30 minutes, and platinum very, very indeed. For LMP3's 8-hour races, a bronze driver must exceed 1 hour's driving time. Same with silvers. For maximum driving time, they cannot go more than 5 hours. Same with silver. Gold's 3 hours. Platinum's 90 minutes. For 24-hour races, it's 3 hours for minimum driving time for bronze and silver. For maximum driving time for bronze and silver, it's 14 hours. 9 hours for gold, 4 hours for platinum. GTEAM, minimum driving time for both bronze and silver is 30 minutes. And the maximum driving time for gold is 1 hour and 30 minutes. That's for a 4-hour race. An 8-hour race in GTEAM, a bronze driver must drive more than 1 hour. Same with the silvers. And for maximum driving time, same with bronze and silvers, 5 hours. Gold is 3 hours. And platinum is 1 hour and 30 minutes for their maximum driving time. For a 24-hour race, it's 3 hours for both bronze and silvers for their minimum driving time. Their maximum is 14 hours. For gold, it's 9, and platinum is 4. And the GT3AM for a 6-hour race, it's 1 hour and 30 minutes for a bronze, 45 minutes for a silver. Maximum driving time is 4 hours and 30 minutes for bronze. Silver is 3 hours, and gold is 1 hour and 15 minutes. And for a 24-hour race, a bronze driver must drive at least 6 hours, silver 3 hours, and for maximum driving time, it's 14 hours for a bronze, 12 for a silver, and 6 hours for gold. And finally, for the last class, GT300, for a 4-hour race, a bronze driver must drive at least an hour, and a silver must drive at least half an hour. And there is no maximum time for a bronze or a silver driver in that particular class for a 4-hour race. However, in a 6-hour race, a bronze driver must drive at least an hour and 30 minutes, a silver must drive at least 45 minutes, the maximum driving time is 4 hours and 30 minutes, and the bronze driver cannot exceed more than 4 hours and 30 minutes, and a silver cannot exceed more than 3 hours on the road. So that's all the time restrictions for all the classes for next season.
Well, thanks for that, Jono. It's certainly a long list. I think what it does is it encourages those platinum drivers to congregate, I guess, in the LMP1 and GT500 classes, but also GT3 Pro. So the pro classes, it encourages them to race there, which is probably where they should be. However, they're not restricted in racing other classes, not all of them anyway. There's a couple that they can't race in. No platinums in GT3 AM or GT300. So the only restriction there is I guess, driving time. And I think it's structured pretty well. I think it'll probably get a little bit of a tweak. I mean, as with any new system, you're going to have teething problems perhaps. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but it will demand that team managers pay close attention to the makeup of their team.
Yeah, it definitely evens it out, although the platinum drivers seem to get a lot more of an anvil placed on their driving time, I suppose, to keep it even across all the classes of driver.
No, that's exactly right. But, let's not forget it's not about restricting platinum drivers. Silvers and bronzes, they cannot race at all in GT300 or LMP1. GT500 or LMP1. That's specifically for gold and platinum drivers. Bronzes can't race in GT3 Pro or GTE Pro. That's only silver, gold, and platinum. So it's going to create a much higher class of race in those classes. I guess that's the idea. But there's also plenty of racing available in the classes that are open for silvers and bronzes.
Yes, as we move our attention back to the race, we're riding on board, or I am on board with the BRZ of Bo Albert, and he's really having a tough time of it. Clearly a lack of motivation through the terrible luck they've encountered. It's hard to blame him when something you work so hard for to win and it all goes horribly wrong. GTP Bambi is in the pits. He's just made a pit stop. He's filled it all the way to the 3/4 mark, so it's pretty much perfect for him. Lionface just comes out of head, and we are now in the final hour of the 2015 season.
Yeah, definitely been a long one, Jono, and definitely on the home straight now, guys. So we've got 39 of you in the YouTube channel. Hope you can all stick with us so we can see out what has been a crazy race for all sorts of different reasons. Jono, do you have a moment of the race for you, being good or bad?
How many moments? There's been so many moments during this race, it's hard to pick. I mean, the battle with Philo was amazing. The disconnection with Saved was a big low point. Then the penalties with Mustafa was a low point. Then finding out we were like bloody 12 laps behind was just gut-wrenching. And then the red flag came and we thought we were on the same lap as Swift Autosport, and then DZ just took off because he's an amazing driver. Great pace in that Subaru, and then we get an update that shows we're a lap ahead, so breathe a sigh of relief, and then DZ gets the infamous black screen glitch. So it's hard to pick a defining moment from such an action-packed race, but for me, from a driving perspective, it's got to be sweating buckets trying to hold off TNR Philo. He's a great driver with a great set of thumbs for that controller. He's incredibly fast.
Yeah, that's not too shabby doing that on a controller. I still shake my head when some of these guys rip out the times they do on a controller. That's crazy. You want to make sure it didn't run out of battery either. Some of these long races.
AJ's just announced that the checkered flag will be shown to the leading car the next time they cross the line after 3 hours and 59 minutes of racing. So obviously it's not a 4-hour race, it's a 24-hour race, but you have to remember with that red flag period with the lobby reset, it's now been 3 hours since that lobby has been reset. So we've got one last hour of racing before the 2015 season is wrapped up.
Sorry, Johnny, how long did you say it had been since the red flag?
3 hours. Since the green flag, since the lobby was reopened and the first car went on track, it's been 3 hours.
That'll be interesting. So that's not from the actual green flag.
Yes, the
That's
green
from the
flag,
lobby
I
open.
think, went from about 25 past. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, that shouldn't be too bad then. I was just thinking about driving stint limits. But it seems like there's going to be plenty of time, so there shouldn't be any issues there.
Indeed. Now, since we've got an hour left, I think it's a good time to reflect. I mean, you drove in one race HP this season. I've really wished you drove in more, but you got tempted by the Elder Scrolls, and who can blame you? It's an awesome game.
Yeah, it definitely did.
But from
I'll be
that
back
day,
there.
from that Daytona race, what was your driving highlight?
I didn't really have one myself. I drove terribly. The rain was awful, and I probably cost us. I definitely cost us. I think probably a good 5 or 6 laps, maybe even more. Yeah, I didn't really have a highlight, unfortunately. The season for me as a manager's been a good one, but yeah, as a driver, no, not very good at all, unfortunately. I'll be back next season, and I'll be looking to drive in most of the races. Definitely, I'm absolutely keen to get my teeth into the Nürburgring again. So hopefully we get a class that races there.
Well, I think that's the good thing about the new restrictions, because I think you got being a bit disheartened having to drive with guys like, I mean, it's no offense to you. I mean, you're a great driver, but I think, is it true that you got a bit disheartened, like trying to compete with these guys like De Bomb and Passam?
No, not really, because whilst I'm not up to the same pace as some of those, well, I guess the platinum drivers and some of the gold drivers as well. For me, it's not about one-on-one whether you can match it with somebody else. It's about the makeup of your team. Now, you might have a team with 2 platinum drivers and 2 other drivers that aren't very good at all, and they're going to cost the team because they're just the average lap time across the 4 people or the 3 people. It's not going to be that good, even though you've got a couple of guys who are quick. The guys that aren't as quick, I mean, that's where you lose all your time. So for me, it's about balancing the team and making sure that you have the best team to give you the best possible average lap time. So it can be disheartening when you're out there, but that's not really the way that I looked at it. I just I'd been doing a lot of GT6, I guess, and I didn't get burned out, but I just needed to do something else, I reckon. And commentating and doing other things sort of filled up my time. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been bugging you to get back in that driver's seat all season since Daytona, but I think with the new restrictions next season, I'm sure you'll be back in that seat. That's for sure.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I'll absolutely be back, and I'm actually really looking forward to it as well. So I can't wait. Be interesting to see what class we get. Hopefully, we get the ones that I've put preference down for, but you don't know.
Yes. Meanwhile, in the race, Bo has parked up in the pit lane It's been a terrible round for them, and Bo has just said he's the only driver available, and he's been in there for. He's only slept 4 hours in the last 48 hours, so he's a very, very tired man. And got to give credit to him for keep plodding on while all has been towering down around him. It's been such a dreadful round for them. It's very easy to feel sympathy for them, and you got to sympathise with the endurance experience team. It's been such a unfortunate turn of events for them. Meanwhile, Mustafa and Danger Zone have actually pitted on the same lap, and they're going to be battling once again, I guess, for a show, since this is a bit unprecedented. I don't think any of them slowed down on purpose to be within one another. I've missed a fair bit since we've been rambling on about the new methods for next year, but it'd be nice to see them have another battle again in spirit of the championship.
Oh, look, absolutely. And, let's not forget as well that, as we mentioned earlier, anything can happen in the wash-up. There's 5 days. I believe it's still 5 where teams can lodge protests and where there's reviews of racing incidents, that sort of thing. Obviously, AJ goes through all the timings. So you still need to get out there and give it your best. I wouldn't recommend slowing down at all. So anybody who's out there possibly thinking, oh, well, we're a couple of laps up, it's all right, I can take it easy, I would be counselling against that, because 5 minutes out here is, a couple of laps. That's just a little over 2 laps. So I'd definitely be making sure that you give it your best until the very end.
Yeah, exactly. There's no time to ease off, that's for sure.
No. I just read that Bo's had 4 hours sleep out of 48. That's crazy, Bo. He'll be having a good nap tonight, no doubt.
I'll be too. It's been a very long race. Very long day. As we see, Mustafa has been swarmed to GT3 under only RCB in the Green Hell Havens GTR and GTP Ghost Driver in the Avalerion R8. Kindly moves out of the way and lets them through. Here we are with Line Face and a bit of Rivals Racing Mercedes-Benz. All out in his own and Pujon. I think he's got... that is GTP Bambi behind him. Been a rather a cool and calm sort of back end to this race, considering the chaos we had after that green flag.
Yeah, I thought it would just start getting a lot crazier, but that has sort of calmed down a little. You're right, and I did not see that coming. So I think maybe quite a few of the teams out there just want to bring it home, not do anything silly. There'll be a couple out there probably pushing for quicker lap times, but I guess most of them just want to see this thing done and over with.
Yeah, there's a lot of tired faces out there, that's for sure. Not just the commentators. The drivers are completely exhausted. I remember when I think back to when I finished my final stint in the car, I got out of the really tight and snug racing seat that Saved has. Just got up, took the photo, and collapsed on the couch, and I completely forgot to type DC for a driver change, and that ended up culminating into a penalty later on in the race, so I can lay claim to that mistake on my part. But it's very exhausting driving in a cockpit that's not your own. It's hard to adapt and very hot and humid as, oh dear, Danger Zone's in limp home mode again. So that's a yellow in Sector 2, and he doesn't appear to have any damage.
that could be telling. I was going to ask if he had damage. If he doesn't have damage and if he's in limp home mode, that could be another issue. So we'll be keeping an eye on the YouTube chat there. Maybe we can get a heads up about what's happening. But yeah, push the DZ, limp home mode. But if
he's got
he
it
must
going
have,
again.
he must have had some reason for doing that. But yeah, it wouldn't have been a black screen because he wouldn't have been able to type.
We seem to be getting up to speed fairly quickly. If he comes, hang on, no, he's all over the place. So I expect him to be coming into the pits for damage repair, unless that's lag on my part. We'll see if he comes into the pits, which he does not. So yeah, I think he must have had a graphical glitch that resulted in limp home mode.
Could have been somebody coming to the door or something. Who knows? Could have been anything. Yeah, no, it's good to see that they don't have any further. Doesn't seem to be any further repeat of what happened earlier, because that would just make things a whole lot worse. So I guess that's the nature of what we do here. Maybe his dog needed to go outside. Could have been anything.
Yeah. He's still set a lap of 2:20.755. Compare that to Chris, and oh my goodness, that's a fast time. 2 minutes 20.048. Oh, that's just astonishing.
That's not bad.
That's almost on GT3 pace.
Yeah. That's my GT3 pace. I threw down some laps during the week because I was going to have to race, and yeah, I was around there. So that's not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, I believe TRL Agro set a 2 minute 19 in the early hours of the race, and when I heard that, I struggled to believe. I thought there's no way you could do a 2 minute 19 in race spec. I mean, my pole lap was a 2 minute 19.6, and that's, remember, qualifying is set with no wear and no fuel burn, so the track conditions are at their optimum, and there's the track grip is basically, you can just throw it into a corner and it'll grip. It's a very joyous feeling driving and qualifying. But yeah, to be almost on qualifying pace in racing, that's incredible pace from Chris 93.
Yeah, it's definitely fast. Looks like we have somebody in the YouTube chat. That's Simon suggesting to Batman that if he has a team, write a message to AJ on GTPlanet, and that's pretty much as simple as it is. You know, you're not guaranteed to get a franchise, but you certainly won't get a look in unless you contact the boss and ask the question.
Indeed, so we should be about to have our final hourly update from AJ any minute now, since we're in the final hour. 23 hours of racing so far.
Yeah, it may come through. There's in quite a few races it hasn't come through until after the race, so it depends on how busy he is on his end, and I'd imagine he's probably pretty busy.
It'll be. What time is it for you in Adelaide, HB? Because this race is going to end on the stroke of midnight here in Sydney.
Yeah, it's 11:15 here for me, so we'll be looking at 11:30. And then it'll be off to bed and wake up and go to work in the morning, so no rest for the wicked.
Damn daylight savings.
It gets me every year. I don't think our friends in the Northern Hemisphere have hit daylight savings yet. I think they get it at the end of October, perhaps. So they've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, nor do our friends in Queensland. They don't get daylight savings full stop.
No, they don't. They don't get it at all. Neither do WA. So it's a bit of a crazy method of doing things down here in Australia. But as our Australian listeners will know, that won't come as any surprise.
So now that we're in the final hour of this race, there can be no more driver changes for GT3 drivers since they are the superior class. So any driver changes here will result in a penalty, whether it be during the race or post-race or not, it'll be a penalty regardless. Some of these cars are actually looking fairly worse for wear. From a distance anyway, the TNR Nismo looks a bit black from the rear end, looking from GTP Ghost Driver's perspective. Bo Albert's now back on track after having a rest in the pit lane. See if he can make a charge towards his own fastest lap.
I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep in the pits, to be honest. He's definitely going to need a good rest. It's a big effort from him, I think. Doesn't have any other drivers on standby at the moment, so definitely a big effort from you today, Bo. I guess you'll put this one behind you and focus on next season, coming back out here and giving it everything you got. So, unfortunate race today, but the wheels will keep turning, and we'll all be back here next season.
Yes, it also remains to see how many races will be on Gran Turismo 6 on the PS3. I mean, we have got confirmation the first 6 rounds will be on GT6, but it'll be interesting to see what happens after the 6th round of the season. Whether that moves to Project Cars or Assetto Corsa or whatever AJ's got up his sleeve remains to be seen. Hell, we could go on Mario Kart if we want.
Look, I don't have, obviously... okay, so we've got a 23... We've got an update. The last update has just come in, so we're going to move to that briefly. This is the last update before the checkered flag, guys. So we will run through, Jono, GT3. I'll do that. You can do GT300. So Venator Racing in the number 36 BMW Z4. They are still on the same lap as TNR Nismo and about a minute. Pretty sure that gap was exactly the same last time, or very close. About a minute 42 ahead of TNR Nismo. Valerion Racing are 1 lap down, plus a minute 45. The number 42 of Reaper Online Racing in the Mercedes-Benz SLS. They are 3 laps behind the leaders and 2 laps behind Valerion. The Green Hell Heathens are sitting in 5th. They are 1 lap behind Reaper Online Racing and 4 laps behind the leaders. They are, sitting in 5th, and they're 1 lap up on the Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes-Benz SLS, who are 5 laps behind the leaders. So we have a lap up on Bitter Rivals as of this particular update, and WRS North America. They are in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra, and they are 16 laps behind the leader. So that's GT3, Jono.
Yep, and in GT300 we have Dragon Razor Racing dominating this race. 4 laps ahead of Race on Oz Racing in 2nd place. They are 4 laps ahead of the poor old Swift Autosport Racing team, who did not deserve that cruel bit of luck with Danger Zone's troubles with the black screen glitch. That was a terrible, terrible way to decide or potentially decide this year's GT300 Championship. Nevertheless, they are they are 3 laps ahead of ORA Racing Team in the silver Lexus IS 350, and they are 15 laps ahead of Endurance Experience in that Subaru VRZ. And AJ has pointed out that is the first time all season we have got all hourly updates consecutively done. So that's 23 out of 23.
Yeah, that's not bad, AJ, considering it's been quite a hectic race. My hat is off to you, sir. That's definitely a good finish to the season.
And not just that, with
so-
the red flag, that makes it 10 times as hard, I imagine, to get them in working order. So
Yeah, well, generally what happens is with a red flag, traditionally through the season, it's caused the updates to be kicked out. And I think in a couple of races we only had maybe 20 updates or 22 updates. So, he's done very well, actually. That's outstanding. It really is. And with 36 minutes to go, to have all the updates out, that's good job, AJ. Well done, mate.
that gap between TRL, Andromeda, and TNR Pfeffer still remains fairly stagnant at that almost 2-minute mark. Andromeda's got this race wrapped up if he just keeps it on the black stuff and doesn't do anything silly like track extend or cut any corners.
Yeah, he'll need to be careful. He doesn't have any reason to push hard though. So team instruction will be to keep it on the black bit, and don't disconnect. And I have lost visuals again, so I am relatively blind, but I am watching the YouTube stream. That is, however, that there is a large delay between that and the commentary, unfortunately. So I think Jono might have to have, I think he's just ducked out for a minute, so we'll carry on without him for now. So yes, we are watching the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It is the GTPlanet Endurance Series final race of the season for 2015, and what a race it's been. It's definitely had highs, it's had lows, and we've seen some teams have some really unfortunate issues with disconnections and glitches, and but all credit to them for continuing on and staying out there and seeing the race through. So big thumbs up to you guys. Sounds like we have Jono back as well.
Yeah, for some reason the Skype call went on hold, so I was blubbering on once again with no one on the other end. Shout out to Pedro in the YouTube comments. Good to see him in the chat. He's done a great service for Green Hell Heathens in this race. I also want to put a question out in the YouTube comments. What do you think, out of all the cars that have participated, which car is the best looking or the sexiest car?
Well, that's a tough one. It's definitely not the Casboat. No, definitely not. No, I like the Lexus. The Lexus does look pretty good. Don't think I've ever driven that one, so I can't talk about its drivability. But I reckon
It has an interesting hood view, that's for sure. Looks like it's pointing down at the ground.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'll I'll have to jump on the GT6 soon and have a drive of that because it certainly looks like a good car. It's definitely got my vote, I think.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Prius touring car in that aspect, with its strangely angled camera. I reckon Ning Dong would be superb in that dark blue, and I remember asking him what paint chip that was, and I don't think he ever told me what it was, because that Dynasty's Lightning Speed Motorsport RX-7 looked absolutely superb in that dark blue, and I remember asking him what paint chip that was, and I don't think he ever told me what it was, because that blue looked fabulous on that car. That's definitely my pick for the best looking car in the series. That's besides my own, of course.
Oh.
Flash says the Peugeot 908. Not sure that's the Orca Team Malmut one or the PlayStation one. Miles Lexion says the white BRZ, so that would be the Endurance Experience car. Reckons it looks manicure looking. Can't speak English. But yes, it certainly does look evil in white.
There's definitely some nice looking cars out there. Absolutely.
A lot of people also either love or hate that Mazda LM55 Vision Gran Turismo that's in LMP3. I must say that looked really good in the Turtle Racing League colours, and that sort of like darkish green. That looked fabulous, that car. But hey, like the old saying, a car can be ugly, but if it wins, it's beautiful.
Well, that's exactly right. Doesn't matter what it looks like. Looks like we have the GT3 gap is up to 2 minutes, but the number 36 does need to pit again. So thanks to AJ for feeding that through. So yeah, you'd look at that probably around maybe a minute 20.
TNRF is entering Eau Rouge now, and Andromeda's crossing the finish line. So, but Andromeda has to make another pit stop. He cannot make it to the end on this fuel load, that's for sure. So he'll be pitting, I'd say, on lap 79. Either that or he'll pit this lap. Child Lund says the Megane is the best looking car, so that's your car, HP.
That's right. And big mention to Famine for choosing the paint. The body paint. I chose the rims. Had to get some green in there somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
I don't know what you were thinking putting green on that car.
I wanted it to be as garish as possible. I want my car to be seen from a long way away, so you can't miss it.
So you put dark green on it.
Can't beat green and purple. Great combination.
GTP Kane says only has to be pretty from behind, so that's all the others will see.
Yeah, that's actually pretty true. That is accurate.
And guess what, HP? Want to take a guess on what time Andromeda has just set?
He's gone faster, has he? Has he?
He hasn't
picked up
just gone faster.
2:16.3?
He's absolutely destroyed TRL Evolution's time. He's just done a 2 minute 16. He hasn't hit 2 minute 15, but he has just done a 2 minute 16.187.
Wow.
So that's over 3 tenths faster than, almost 3 tenths faster than TR Evolution's stonking time before. And surely he'll be pitting on this lap. Has to be pitting on this lap. Indeed he does.
That is done on the smell of an oily rag, and that goes to show exactly how fast that previous lap was by Evo, because it needed Andromeda to be on zero fuel to be able to punch out that sort of lap time. That's excellent. Well done to him.
Yes,
Very
and
fast.
Evo's lap time, I distinctly remember, was done in traffic too. He had the race on Oscar just in front of him as well when he set that lap time. So whether he got a tow or not, but I do believe he got slightly held up on that lap too. That's incredible stuff from those two drivers.
Yeah, they're definitely fast, no doubt about that. So I'll never be that fast, that's for sure, Jono.
Oh, one day.
No, mate, I'm too old. I'll just potter along like I normally do and see how it all works out. That's my race strategy.
Oh, you're probably the fastest driver of the Jay Leno tank car I've ever seen.
I love that car. That is amazing. You should throw comfort softs on it, comfort hards on it, and drive it around the Nürburgring. And that is something else. That is something else. Yeah,
Another
definitely.
suggestion for sexiest car is the current car I'm looking at now is the BMW Z4, driven by TRL Andromeda. And I have to agree, it's a stonking looking car with those M stripes, and you have a particular soft spot for that car, even though it sounds like you're blowing in a fan.
It's that's my baby, that car. That really is. I love that Z4. It's it got us a 24-hour race win, and it's just a joy to drive. But you have to get the tune right, because there's not much room for error in that tune. If you don't get it right, you're in big trouble. So I've always got a lot of respect when I see teams doing well in the Z4, because definitely one of the harder ones to get right.
Stigs TC asks, what is the fastest time in GT300? Well, I can answer that for you. I would have answered it about 40 minutes ago, because it is still Chris 93 with that 2 minutes 20.048. So he's a long way ahead. So Mustafa's fastest lap is still a 2:21.0. Danger Zone's doing 2:21.0s. His fastest is a 2:20.7. So he's still pushing. Good to see he's still pushing hard despite all the calamities that have befallen him in that last stint. Skater's just taking it easy, although I think he may have... Oh, he has damage. He has front damage to his... he has front damage because his last lap was at 2 minutes 34, and he nearly got... He's getting held up in the pits, so he's into the pits now. This won't cost him the race, but it's something... They need to iron out these mistakes, does Skater, because it's been a bit of a scrappy end to the race with the coming into the pits. I mean, it's inviting Mustafa back in. I mean, he is 4 laps up, but with only half an hour left, and these things keep happening, it's not over.
No, they certainly add up, and when you get a few mistakes together, it can definitely cost you a lot of time. And it's only a little over 2 minutes for a lap, so if you lose 5 or 6 minutes in mistakes and disconnections or whatever, then there's a few laps. So it's definitely still enough time to win this. Probably not looking likely for Race on Oz, but there's definitely time. There's 24 minutes to go. Just had confirmation from AJ that the number 36 of Venator Racing does lead by 1:40 seconds. So those guys, as long as they do everything right and keep it on the track, they should be fine as well. Don't think there's any more pit stops to go for them. Jono, can you confirm that?
I just want to say, if Skater was hit by a GT3 car or anything like that, I do apologise to him if he's not making mistakes. Just want to clarify that, I'm not looking to attack any drivers.
Absolutely.
TNR Pfeffer, I believe, should have to pit again with... we got a yellow flag in Sector 2. Let's see who that is. The slow-moving car. Is it Bo? I don't believe it is.
I can't see. No,
it's a green flag. It's a green flag. So I think Bo went off at Puon and then recovered. So We'll check the fuel gauges, everyone. I think Pfeffer may have to pit again. He's got a quarter of a tank left with 25 minutes to go. R. Clark is... Well, he's making that. There's no way he'll have to pit again. Ghost Driver has just under half a tank of fuel. RCB has exactly half a tank of fuel. Lionface has just a little bit less than Lionface. Lionface has a little bit less than RCB. GTP Bambi has 3/4 of a tank. X-Chris 93 has just under half a tank, but with a GT300 that will easily make it. Push to DZ has a little bit less, but he will easily make that. Mustafa has half a tank, so he's going to the end. Skater has a full tank of petrol, so I'm not sure why that is. And Bo has just over half a tank, so all the GT300 runners will make it to the end. My only worries are TNR Pfeffer and probably GTP Ghost Driver.
We'll keep an eye on them. And,
Bart, aka GTP Passam, asks, what is the gap between the 33 and 34? The 33 is... Let me see if I can find it. That's GTP Ghost Driver, isn't it? Yes. Well, it's about 4 seconds on the road. I'm not... If you were to check that update HB for me, would you be able to tell me how many laps behind? I can't exactly recall.
Yeah, Avalerion were a lap down. So
okay.
When you say there's about a 4-second difference, is Avalerion, do they have the better track position, or would that be
TNR Pfeffer? Pfeffer's 4 seconds to the good, but he has to... I do not think he'll make it to the end on that fuel load.
So they may unlap themselves and we could see 3 cars on the lead lap?
Let's hope so.
But then when we look down to the number 42 of Reaper Online Racing, they would need to make up 3 laps. So you wouldn't expect to see any other cars on the lead lap. But yeah, Avalerion, they may get themselves back on. So we'll see how that goes for them.
Yes, GTP Ghost Driver has obviously sniffed a bit of blood seeing TNR Pfeffer ahead, because he's set his personal best of 2 minutes 16.939. So that's a solid lap from him. The most laps performed by the drivers are the top 3, TRL, Andromeda, TNR Pfeffer and Ghost Driver, all on 82 laps. RCB is also on 82 laps. And the least is... Let's not count AJ, because for some reason it's showing up as 13, so 2. The least amount of laps performed by a driver in this lobby would be Bo. He has done 38. And he's actually improved his best lap with a 21.4, so good to see him pushing hard.
He did have a disconnect though, so he had to come back in.
Yes, but I think since then he's improved that. Such a shame too, because that battle was so tasty between him, GTP Danger Zone, and Skater. That was looking very, very fun indeed before it all turned pear-shaped.
Sorry, Jono, I have lost video again.
No worries.
Oh, no, now it's back. Good thing is I've got plenty of time to get another computer, I think, for next season. I won't be doing any more on this laptop. Pubs are saying in the YouTube chat that he fell asleep for a bit there. luckily woke with 40 minutes to watch.
20 minutes to go before the final curtain is drawn on the GTPlanet 2015 Endurance Series, the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. In the lead, we have the Venator Racing BMW Z4, that is driven by TRL Andromeda, and in GT300 we have Skater 913, who is dominating this race for Dragon Racer Racing, who looks set to take their first win in GT300 at the biggest round of them all. So that'll certainly help them in the championship standings.
Yeah, it's always good to get your first win as a team. So assuming everything goes to plan, congratulations to those guys. It's never a simple thing turning up to a 24-hour race and winning it. That's definitely not easy at all, and certainly not in this GTPlanet Endurance Series either. A very high class of driver. So when you win one, you definitely appreciate it.
Yeah. TNR Pfeffer is in the pits. He's just about to exit. And TRL Andromeda is heading up to the bus stop chicane, so he's roughly 1 minute and he's roughly a minute and 50 ahead of TRL Andromeda.
So Glenn Elves is telling us that he tried to watch the stream in the bath, but the wireless failed him. So he's clean, but he needs to catch up on what's been happening.
Bo's pushing hard again, which is good to see. He's set his personal best first sector and his personal best third sector all in the last lap, so he's certainly pushing a bit harder now that he knows that the clock's winding down, which is wonderful to see.
Miles in the chat suggesting that Andrew needs to stop drifting. I did see him drifting just a couple of minutes ago, so I'm not sure if he slightly lost control there, but yeah, he definitely had a bit of a drift.
Yeah, that seems to be a common theme amongst TRL drivers, their drifting technique of sort of getting lots of oversteer all the way through the corner. It seems to work noticeably in the time trials when you see a lot of their names on top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, you definitely need a loose tune to get the sort of times that those guys do. Yeah, my hat's off to them. To be honest, I couldn't imagine driving like that. So, and it's always good to see drivers who are known as, I guess, time trial drivers to come into a race setting like this and perform well. It's definitely good to see. I'm sure some of the other teams probably wouldn't say that because they're getting spanked by them, but no, I think it is good that those drivers can say that they're not just time trialists.
Yeah, exactly, because there's always a big difference between doing one fast lap and then 100 consistently fast laps.
Exactly right, and he did learn pretty quick when he came in and got handed a couple of penalties as well, some warnings and some penalties. So he learned very fast that it's definitely a little bit different. But yeah, definitely settled down and has been driving really well.
Seth Hill suggests let's call the race off early and head to drinks. No, we've only got 15 minutes left. We've got to keep going.
Looks like
Not
the
too many
44s in the. Sorry, Jono. Looks like the 44s entered the pits and is almost a lap down.
Number 44, that was a few laps ago, HP.
No,
Because
that was a message from AJ just then. Have a look, see where they're at.
Yep, that was a few laps ago, HP, where he went into the pit lane.
Okay, where's AJ sitting at right now? Thanks, AJ.
Andromeda's at the start-finish line, and TNRF is heading towards Eau Rouge now. So yeah, he's almost a lap down now after that pit stop from TNRF.
Okay, so we don't expect any more pit stops at all. There shouldn't be with 12 minutes to go. Jono, how's the fuel situation looking?
Fuel might be a bit hairy for Ghost Driver still, but I think he'll make it just. Fuel is good for all the GT300s, and yes, everyone should be fine on fuel. I think no one should have to suffer the fate that poor old GTMX Scuderia did in Daytona 24 Hours, where they pitted on the final lap and were excluded from the results for not seeing the checkered flag, which is a bit of a shame because a GT500 class car upstaging the LMP2 category, that's something that never actually happened in any other race this season.
Yeah, they did. They did incredibly well that race. It was unfortunate, but the rules are the rules. They're there for a reason, and yeah, they found that out the hard way, I guess.
Spa having a bit of banter on the chat while driving. That's a bit interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I want to be careful with that. We've seen warnings given.
Yeah,
Don't text and drive.
we're watching you, Bo. Sending a bad message to the kiddies.
Don't text and drive, Bo. I don't think it can be any worse for his team at the moment. But yeah, I think keep your nose clean in the last 9 minutes.
Mustafa's improved to a 2 minutes 21.027. That's a few hundredths of a second faster than his previous fastest. So good to see he's still pushing all the way, despite it being almost a conclusion now. He's just keeping in between the barriers, keeping in between the white lines, just bringing the car home. Danger Zone is behind him on the track. Just behind him on the track, a few hundred metres behind. He is at Eau Rouge now, and Danger Zone is at La Source. So those two cars still inseparable after all that has happened in this last stint. Looks like Bo is rekindling his little battle with Skater, which is good to see. Skater's gaining on him, coming through the Stavilo corners now. I don't think Bo will be too eager to fight with him this time, considering the amount of laps behind Bo is, and the amount of laps ahead in the lead Skater is. We don't need another disaster to strike.
Well, Jono, looks like we've got major damage and a big crash for the number 36. If you could let us know what's going on there.
Indeed, it has happened. Andromeda's in the wall. I did not see that on the mini-map, so maybe he's hit another car, but he's got engine damage and suspension damage to the right. He has to come in and pit for that. TNR Pfeffer will have the message from his team to push hard now, because he's coming up through coming up through the bus stop, and Andromeda's at Stavilo, so
He's definitely going to make up quite a bit of time there, but will it be enough? Will it be the 1 minute and I guess it's about 1:40 or there or thereabouts? Might even be less now, or definitely be less.
it'll definitely be less, but I still think Andromeda will come out in the lead. Yeah, he's lost so much pace. He's been overtaken by the GT300 cars. He enters the pits now. And I'll be able to see where he feeds out in relation to TNR Pfeffer. Pfeffer is coming up to Lacom now, and Andromeda's just pulling into his pit box now. So this is definitely going to close things up now, because so this confuses me slightly, because TNR Pfeffer is on his 88th lap. Andromeda crossed the line to start his 88th lap, so never mind. That would be the penalties coming into play. My apologies.
There we go. So they've come out. Now, if you could just let us know track position, Jono, for the 36 and 44.
Well, Pfeffer is at Stavilo, and Andromeda is coming up to Lacom, so it's still a large gap for Andromeda. He's still very comfortable, but he cannot afford to make more mistakes with just 7 minutes to go in this race.
No, he'll need to be careful. I would have thought that the instruction would be just to see out the last few laps. Certainly not worth binning it now.
Miles Lexicon says, if this happens again and the Nismo passes, I'm adding this whole race to my playlist. Fingers crossed Andromeda doesn't do that again. With 5 minutes to go, AJ announces.
I think we need a red flag. Mass disconnection. Commentator's curse. We're now back on board with the Z4 of Venator Racing, and that is TRL Andromeda at the wheel. Does he look like he's easing up at all? What are his lap times like? Actually, he could probably tell us that next lap. That'll give us a good indication, John, of whether he's holding back.
Yeah, so his sector 3 time still good, as is his sector 2 time, so he's still pushing very hard indeed. I just want to get the driver's standings for GT3 to see what will happen if the results stay like this, because we know what GT300 is going to be. It looks certain to be a Race on Oz Racing GT300 victory with Mustafa as the driver's champion, but what will be GT3? Well, GT3, Tino Nismo will win the championship as things stand, as they have finished higher than 6th place. They're in 2nd, so TNR Nismo will almost certainly be the team's champions for GT3 for 2015.
it'll be well deserved as well. They've definitely had a very solid season and have been there or thereabouts for every race. So well done to them.
Seth Hills says AJ is about to drop the message. Good warm up, guys. Race start at the bottom of the hour. You're a bloody troll, seriously. How'd you have
Well,
school?
he'll need to get new commentators. I'll be signing off.
Yes, it's definitely been a great year of highs and lows, but it's been a massive success, that is for certain.
Into the final 2 minutes now with 1:47 to go, Jono. This one has been an outstanding race that's had everything, and this is where it all ends, guys. Looking like there won't be any changes from I guess where we just went over the standings. So it looks like it'll work out as expected. But wow, mate, what a race!
Yeah, spent about 20 of them staring at a damn TV screen, and I've got the biggest headache in the world right now, but it's all worth it. It's all worth it. It's been a pleasure to commentate this last edition of the GTPlanet Endurance Championship for you all today, especially these last 4 hours.
It's definitely had everything, mate. As we looks like this will definitely be the last lap. The checkered flag will be seen this lap.
So it looks, with the checkered flag being shown at 3 minutes 59, this is almost certainly going to be the final lap for TRL Andromeda in that Venator Racing BMW Z4. He's at Stavilo now, coming towards Blanchimont. Where is Skater 913? He is at Les Combes. So TRL Andromeda is coming through Blanchimont. Just waiting for the checkered flag message. Have not yet seen a message saying the checkered flag is being waved. I'm guessing he will continue for another lap. Yep, one more lap to go. Oh no, checkered flag. Bit of a late message with the checkered flag, but TRL Andromeda has won the race for Venator Racing in GT3. Incredible race, incredible performance. Well done to them. Fantastic performance from them. Best drive, best team all day.
Yeah, they definitely threw down the gauntlet and then some. They have been rock solid all day. A couple of little incidents here or there, but all up, they really just they took it to everybody else, and they came out on top. So outstanding performance, and it has been an absolute pleasure to commentate and sleep through some of this outstanding race.
Well, here's your GT300 winner coming up. Skater 913 through the bus stop chicane. Dragon Racer Racing will cross the line to take their first victory in GT300. An outstanding performance by all of their drivers. He does a 360 across the line and celebrates. Here comes TNR Pepper. They win the championship for GT3. Outstanding performance all year and thoroughly deserved championship victory. And as we wait for Mustafa at Stavilo, I think for sentimental purposes or free of any sort of bias or anything, I think you should call this one HB.
Oh, I think you'd be right doing it, mate. But Mustafa definitely has earned his title, and the Race on Oz guys have earned as well the championship as it stands. They will take it out. So well done to you and your guys there, Jono. Just an excellent effort, really. Like I've said before, not easy to do, not easy to win these races, but to take it even further and take out a championship is an outstanding effort. So all credit to you guys. And also to all the drivers and all of the staff, AJ especially, and his team of stewards. Yeah, excellent job, everybody. Really, and thanks to our viewers as well for sticking with us and watching what's been an outstanding race.
Yes, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I'm incredibly chuffed to see us become champions. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And get yourself a bottle of champers, mate, and yeah, crack that with the lads, I reckon. You've earned it.
Absolutely, definitely. We'll have to do a Spa 24-hour meetup. Have a few drinks to celebrate. Absolutely fantastic. I can't believe we're the champions. Good sport to Danger Zone, going side with Mustafa down the Camel Straight, flashing the lights. They were hard done by today in that final stint. They deserved the title after that performance as much as Race on Oz did. What a race. What a season.
Well, that is the end of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. So we will sign off here, guys. Like I said, thank you very much to all our listeners. Thank you very much to AJ for making this possible. Jordan and his team at GTPlanet for giving us the platform, I guess, to have such an amazing series on and league. Thank you to all the commentators, all the drivers, everybody that's involved. It's been an outstanding year. It's had everything and then some. So we really can't wait for next year. I'll be here, probably doing a lot more driving than commentating. But yeah, well done to everybody. Well done to you guys, Jono. All of our champions, team champions, drivers champions, and it's been a blast. Jono, any final words?
I need some sleep. That's usually my mantra at the end of all these races with their ungodly times, and I curse you, AJ, for making me stay up to these hours, but with the great camaraderie between the drivers, the teams, just the community in general, it's been an absolute wild roller coaster ride from January to now. I'm glad I found this series. Thank you, HP, for introducing me to it. It's been absolutely bloody fantastic. Thank you, AJ, for running this. This has been an awesome series that will only grow larger as it progresses through to 2016. And I think it's only right that the drivers have the last word with a few donuts.
Well said, Jono. So that's it. We're going to sign off now, guys. We will see you all on the forums. Thank you all once again. Until next year, we'll see you later.